But and nobody asked to fit the missiles. And he said, you know what? They're sitting and waiting us to announce that we don't support or that put actions starting from, as they call, nationalize the production and use the chips and components to their missile production. I mean, how far I would be saying that this is the 21st century feudalism? And if we treat the history of slavery in the wrong manner, I mean, it just simply has a risk to come back. No?
Yeah, no, good point. And, the companies I was talking about aren't even the companies that you're referring to. What's so messed up and crazy is the companies I'm referring to are infrastructure based. So in other words, the net positive, the net gain, the situation is a net positive, meaning these are companies that help Russia just do everyday life. So that's what's so crazy about it, because they're willing to destroy their own infrastructure just because company A would come out swinging for Ukraine. And what's weird about it is those companies could very well have, I don't even know, I haven't double checked or circled back with those people, but I happen to have been introduced to the CEOs of, the different national CEOs of massive, global organizations. And a couple of them, I remember one fella saying that they have like these meetings every week or whatever, every month, between the heads of, like, I'm company A Canada, company A USA, company, then company A International. And they would be like really just freaking out about all their friends who are, because those companies send different staff to different countries all the time. They don't, they if it's an American, let's say it's a Dutch company, I'm making it up, it's an international Dutch company, that they would have Dutch people from the head office go to Russia to head up that, and then they obviously have Russian employees and whatnot. But they would literally be saying, like, my God, like, is everyone safe? Like, they could conspire, which is their right to say. I don't mean that in a criminal sense. They could conspire to say, you know what, it's just too unsafe for a company there. Let's scale back slowly. Let's get people's families out first. They're going on vacation. You know what I mean? Slowly thin out and then just close up shop. And the Russians didn't even care. They weren't looking for that. They just wanted these companies to not speak out against Russia. And that was the weird thing, because it literally meant they were willing, just like Hitler. Remember when Hitler, no one remembers here, no one's 100. But when you read about World War II and the desire of Hitler to offset resources and redirect rather resources to, doing stupid things that weren't militarily sound, like, for example, murdering Jews, spending, money and time on railway, carting people to their death, as opposed to fighting with what his generals wanted was fighting the war. That's how how deluded Putin is, right? You would think he'd want to make deals with companies that support his economy. He had no interest. He just wanted to win and look like a champ. A lot of articles coming out now that not only did he think Ukraine would collapse, people are talking about things that Putin did wrong. What I think the conversation should be, what did Putin do right? Because it's a much shorter conversation. There was nothing about how Ukraine would act. He didn't have the proper assessment of how their military was poised. I mean, if colonels who commanded NATO training missions in Ukraine knew more about how well the Ukrainians were fighting and trained than Russia, that shows you that he's never understood. Right, he's never understood the Ukrainian people, and that's very obvious. He doesn't understand the economy. He doesn't understand geopolitics. There's a funny article that came out. Someone sent to me. I don't know if it was the New Yorker or whatever, and it was about Putin's deluded. He thought NATO would fall apart. Wow, did NATO not only not fall apart, it got bigger. It got bigger with like Sweden and Finland, countries that are literally highly already integrated into NATO pretty much, but highly sophisticated. One is on its border. I mean, it's shocking at how wrong a leader could get something. I mean, Putin literally got everything. He didn't get it. Didn't get one thing right. He didn't even get his own population right. Right? He didn't get. Maybe in his mind he thought millions of Russians would voluntarily. Oh, we're dying to go kill people and be war criminals. He even didn't get that right. So, war doggo.
Look, coming also from the business, like billion dollars business is set in a way that it's like pretty much cynic and pretty much, how to call it, cash oriented. Let's call it that. But there is a golden rule in such organizations that one person does not make a decision. So many like preventing mechanisms are being established in order one idiot don't make a stupid things. Not like in Russia. Making a decision to enter Russian market, to make business in Russia, opening the production or any other like manufacturing or supply chain or commercial footprint in Russia, it makes one to sell the story to many, and many taking a decision, agreed decision together. And I really wonder, when every time entering Russian business or making the investment on in Russia, the global corporation put on the table a part of the profits.
War doggo?
But yeah, apologize. My
Yes,
internet.
we're just losing your audio, my friend. It seems like your Wi-Fi is coming in and out.
Is okay now?
Much better, thank you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say that I doubt that many corporations entering the Russian market really put on the table a part of the profits, also the risks behind, not only the ethical things. That's another story since 2014, but simple risks behind. Guys, we are entering the autocratic country, and there is a risk behind, and risk is like clearly calculated. Do you think is something that those companies did, or it was just like bungee jumping without a rope?
I can answer this one. So I think this is where my MBA background comes into play. Every corporation has their own view towards risk management. I will say that a lot of corporate risk management looks a lot, as you said, like bungee jumping, and whether or not they have a rope appears to be optional. And there is a distinct problem in both markets and business where if you make a mistake in an unobjectionable way, it's okay. Nobody gets in trouble if you make a mistake the way a similar company makes a mistake if they're really big. Here's where that matters. If one big oil company like Total or Exxon goes and starts making a big deal with Russia to extract oil, then the next company is looked at strangely if they're not doing it and they have the option. So now everybody starts bidding. And so if this goes on for a few years, you wind up having this situation where risk management starts to be viewed the exact opposite way that you would think of it intuitively. Because instead of being the risk of doing business in an autocratic Russia, the autocratic part they just sort of toss to the side as a cost of doing business. They know they can find a way to legally bribe the right people if they don't put it on paper the wrong way. I'm not even kidding. Chinese investment banking is run this way very much. But the risk becomes we can't let our competitor make money and grow faster than us because we don't want to explain it to shareholders. So you actually have a really problematic feedback loop that starts occurring. But and it's also why when you saw the oil sector, who in their defense has been one of the few sectors that has really aggressively pulled out of Russia, Halliburton, who's a major contractor for all of the oil space, who definitely has not a particularly positive image here in the States. They're known as a pretty evil company. I think they're just a company. But either way, however you view them, they have executives that I'm hearing on the back end have said things along the lines of, we are not ever going back into Russia, or we are not going back into Russia for at least a generation. And they're the kind of people you really want if you're doing things like maintaining oil pipelines across Siberia, where permafrost is thawing, so it's not quite as stable as a normal oil pipeline. Like, Halliburton is the exact company you want to hire to do that. That's their exact kind of expertise. But like, once a few oil companies start leaving, then the major corporate risk management kicks in, and they all sort of leave at once. So there's this really weird feedback loop that occurs. Thankfully, it finally kicked in for some of the companies that did leave. But no, the fact that so many companies were still investing such big bucks in Russia instead of starting to sell off their assets in Russia between 2014 and 2022 is really quite shocking. Right, with Russia being, everyone sort of viewed Ukraine as this country that was difficult to invest in because of the hot war with Russia. But for whatever unknown reason, please insert lots of cuss words there, like the full Daniel R. Fire vocabulary, because I want all of them in there. But no, for whatever reason, that same logic was not being applied to Russia, despite it being very clear. And so while companies viewed Ukraine having a hot war with Russia, I guess there was this logic that that didn't apply to Russia as well. And really, we should have viewed Russia, if you're being honest and sober and serious, as twice as risky as Russia because of all the sanctions we're seeing now. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's how I'm looking at it. I think you're right. Also, love hearing Yehuda talk about economic analysis tonight. Right on point. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I told you it's not a topic I like talking about because I don't know much about it. But when I have the pleasure of speaking to some, I would love to say why and how, but there's no business of me talking to a big CEO. However, there was at the beginning for certain reasons. And I was shocked because I would say stuff like, would you like us to thank you on it? And like, no, do not. Yeah, these are companies that were offering assistance or when asked offered assistance, and they're like, just do not even mention us, please, you can't, and this is why. I'm like, holy sugar, that's horrible, they're going to kill your staff. And I was just really shocked at how insane the Russian positions were. Didn't make sense, obviously. Super just Machiavellian, very evil. The Russian position on stuff. So, and I just want to add, I guess it's not permafrost, and maybe tempafrost if it is going away. That's a little joke, finance, and I don't know who's next.
I'm going to go with War Doggo because he's Ukrainian, followed by Fella. War Doggo, Ukrainian preferential treatment.
Thank you, Hugs and love. Look, all my economical experience I can use simply to explain complex stuff, simple and visible. Everything what corporations do, they do for profit, but there is nothing that corporations would be able to do without a consumer on the ground, without the one who is really paying the party. No martini, no party, as they say. So no consumer, no consumer, no profit. Let's call it like this. That's how I link it to importance of the people on the ground. That's why every person matters. That's why Ukraine is doing how to call it, impressively well in kind of horizontal connections, and changing the bias, let's call it that way, about like Ukraine being at war against Russia making the unprovoked war against Ukraine. And you remember this story about how long Ukraine will hold. It's already 1 year. Ukraine is kicking Russian asses in Ukraine, and Russia, which was considered to be the second army, Russia is the second more army even in Ukraine, if you think about it. That's also what deserves support. And internationally, you can imagine that if Ukraine people on the ground would not be doing successfully, would not be that level of support, because it's also kind of pragmatic thing. You invest, and let's treat it like an investment, if I can say so. You invest where you consider an outcome. So that's how Ukraine changed the paradigm, and simple people on the ground. That's recently, for instance, we have delivered with the help of one generous lady 2 helmets to one special guy who got hit in the helmet, and he like asked urgently for that kind of replacement. And you may think like, hey, they delivered 2 helmets. I mean, it's just the drop in the ocean. Yes, it's the drop in the ocean. And if every person, 40 million person connected horizontally, does the stuff, it really makes the difference, and it really starts being a tsunami wave that Ukrainians do daily in order to deliver stuff to those whom they support, those whom they care. You know why? Because Ukraine is fighting for survival. It's not fight for the land, is not fight for profits, is not fight for the economy. It's just simply fight for survival, and that's
And
already
War
obvious.
Doggo, let me jump in. How
Please,
much
please.
convincing? How much convincing do Ukrainians need to do that horizontal connection? How much cajoling is there?
Look, recently I've been telling you that we were delivering the drone with the thermal camera, and it's not that easy to do that. How to call it? To get the export license and so far and so on. But sometimes you need just to act smart and out of the box. We delivered, but I've been sharing that story. I've been giving that thermal drone to the guy whom I've never seen before, but he's trusted by the other guy whom I would really bet my life for.
So what I'm asking is, how much convincing do you need to do the right thing? The answer is zero. That's what I'm getting at.
Look,
You know what I mean? No,
yes,
no.
exactly.
See here. My point I'm getting at is the Ukrainian people and everyone that supports Ukraine. We are many millions around the world. There's no convincing required. You see, what I'm getting at is the reason these people, like yourself, like smaller aid organizations, um, no one is forcing us to do what we're doing. No one is forcing us here as an advocacy group to do this. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. And that is the power of that is why Ukraine is winning and it will ultimately win. Because the people who support it are doing it because it's the right thing. The Russians got a little jealous, War Doggo. They got jealous about 6, 7 months ago. There was a big drive. We will send you 5 kilos of frozen fish to support you. It was a joke. It was almost like a laugh, right? They're sending like radios, from a children's store to help out the Russian front. Whereas people around the world are lining up to send the most sophisticated drones ever made on the planet to Ukraine. Like that's the difference. The people who support the good guys and girls are doing so because it's the right thing to do. And that's something that the Russians will never have.
But
Everything they have is top down. It's top down from them. You will do this. You will send knitted socks from Bryansk or whatever. But it's not real. It's not organic. The support for Ukraine is organic. You got truck drivers driving down the road like fella here, and maybe 10 years ago he never thought he'd be talking to eventually millions of people talking about his experiences and his understanding of Ukraine and why he supports it. No one thought this, right? And that's the beauty of people coming together. That's the beauty of the power of all of us putting our fingers on the scales of history, and we're tipping the balance. It's not one. People say, "Well, but I'm just one," and I'm not going to lie to you. When I remember speaking to Melanie and the team at MriyaReport at the very beginning, as you know, I was part of it uh, for a time, and I thought to myself in the back of my head, "Yeah, but what, 5, 10 drones? Well, how many drones are you going to send?" And I didn't realize that it's not just us. There are millions of people all over the world all doing the same thing, and the net effect is not just a material effect, the symbolic effect. How Ukrainians, I often say we're not speaking to Ukrainians in this space because God knows every Ukrainian knows they're fighting for their lives, right? But everyone who supports Ukraine and does those one helmet and those, that all adds up. You're 100% right. If everyone thought that I can't make a difference, so I won't do it, there would be no support. But the great thing about whatever, every time we hear you come up, every time we hear other people come up, we hear a person sending over a this or a that. It brings joy to my heart. What do you think, Wardaga?
Yeah, in fact, I mean, nobody is forcing anyone, and is just, if you think about it, is really, how to call it, is just pure example of, I don't know how to find a word, or how to find the right word, because I'm not a native speaker in English. Is actually I would call it, what's written in the in the main book, in the, for instance, in US Declaration of Liberty. We are the people. That's a real sense of we are the people, trusting, because despite all of that, people stepping in, doing good things voluntarily, you don't find a lot of scam related to that. And like, uh, people are not intending to cheat simply because the priority is different. Everybody's understanding the importance of what they're doing, and like sharing this kind of thermal drone to the guy whom you never know, but you know that it will be delivered because the one whom you would bet your life for trusts him. I mean, it's kind of the circle of trust that is really making a difference. And it's like, you do it or you don't do it. If you decide not to step in, okay, but what then when after the war is won by Ukraine and your kids and grandkids would be asking you, hey, there was an evil like that I've been reading in the book, and like what you've been doing, what was your part in that, how you helped to fight against that. And that would be the personal story, and from that personal story, really many lives consist. That's
100%. And you know what else? You want to hear something a little more pragmatic for those who think that we're waxing nostalgic for the Ukrainian people. Um, you know, war profiteering and grifting on the Russian side is still huge. Okay, enormous. You can't possibly think with all the billions they've stored up that the only compensation they're going to give to people are a lada or a sack of potatoes or vodka or 5 kilograms of frozen fish. Like the stuff that they offer their people is so ridiculous. It's almost a joke,
Towels.
right? Say
Towels.
again?
They gave like 3 Bed Bath and Beyond
Towels.
towels for their
There you
dead
go. You
child
get
to wipe their.
towels, or when you get out of
of
the shower,
ravioli, bag of ravioli.
bag of pasta. You get these people who are being like bribed with like things that we buy at the store every day. You come out of the shower and dry yourself and say, "Oh, my son Sergey, I feel him as I rub this towel on my butt." Like it's a joke. It's almost it's a lot. It's like a comedy skit. It's like a Monty Python skit, and you know you realize the grift is huge, right? But here's the thing: if anyone, and then there are grifters here on the in the North American side, there are people that steal money, and they'll be brought to account at some point. Don't worry about that. But the Ukrainian people, when people criticize them, it's like, are you stupid? Yeah, there are some bad people, as there are everywhere, but anyone, even if you're inclined to be bad, what's the point of having money when you don't have a country? What's the point of having money when you're dead? Right? What's the point of having a few extra dollars when the Russians murder your family? There is no point. The Ukrainians are fighting for their lives. You don't have to convince them of it. But obviously, there is, a very warm place in hell for those who betray their people. I really believe that, and that day will come. Maybe not soon, for the wheels of justice do turn, albeit sometimes slowly. But yeah, no, it's incredible to watch how Ukrainians of all stripes. I have a friend who is she's a rabbi from Kiev. She's in Canada now, and all she does every day is find ways to get stuff to Ukraine. And she has her contacts there, and they drive it up to front lines, and they distribute it in the back with the civilians. And everyone's doing their part. Really, everyone's doing their part, and it is truly glorious to watch humanity come together to fight an evil that we've not seen since Hitler. And luckily for us, uh, Putin and Putin's Russia is nowhere near as sophisticated, even as Germany was in 1939, which is a good thing. But it's not for a lack of want. If Putin could murder 1 million Ukrainians tomorrow, absolutely he would do it. If Putin's army was as strong as Putin's fantasies suggest, he would do those things to Ukraine. I never ever like to minimize the Holocaust or to compare stuff, but I can tell you one thing: if Putin had the opportunity to do it, by God, he would. And that's why it's so imperative for every right-minded person around the world. I don't care if you're in the United States of America or Europe or even the UK, as Tim will tell you, it's not a part of Europe anymore, but India and China and all of those places, there are right-minded people there, and they have to know. You don't have to be an expert in geopolitics. You don't have to be a professor. You don't have to be a university graduate to know these aren't the good guys. They're the really, really bad guys. Okay. No one will forget Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel. No one will forget the messaging and the communications intercepted by the Russians to lead mount units whose only task was to murder civilians, to round them up, to rape them, to shoot them, to murder whole families wholesale. No one will forget that. Okay? We said never again, the world lied. It's happened a few times since. We will not forget what the Russians have done, and we will make sure that our actions remind the Russians what they've done for a generation, because this behavior is unacceptable under any circumstance. And I think it's really important that we keep calling it out. The Russians, there was an unfortunate case of a Ukrainian serviceman murdered by Russians. Listen, if the Mossad can find you in a farm in Argentina, uh, you know, Billy Bob, 14-year-old Billy Bob, in their home in Oklahoma, will find you on the internet today. Trust me. You'll find no succor in hiding in North Korea or China. You'll be found, Russian war criminal. You'll be found, and there'll be no mercy except that there is no capital punishment at The Hague, but you will spend the rest of your life in jail. And I think that's so important for Ukrainians to know that their sacrifices and the genocide they're facing, it's we won't stand by. The whole world won't stand by. You don't have to be Ukrainian. You don't have to have Ukrainian family. You just have to be a normal and righteous human being. And on that note, I'd like to welcome Tim Sennett, our globe trotting, Ukraine trotting, railway riding connoisseur, a man who has definitely confirmed to me that Wales does in fact have talent. Simon Cowell once said it, so I have to believe it. Tim, welcome.
I don't agree with Simon Cowell. Didn't he turn out to be a massive sex pest anyway?
All right, well, thanks for killing the vibe. That's totally awesome. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that passionate update, Yehuda. I see we do have a hand. Felaki.
Howdy. I was going to reply to War Dog and can't remember who else was speaking. Yehuda. I do appreciate it. Like, y'all have really given a lot of good insight, and I was going to bounce off to both of y'all. Um, it's I'm trying to think of the correct wording. It's it's one of those things that, like, I said it to my granddad. Granddad, what'd you do in the war? He fought in World War II. He fought for the Marines. He fought against the Japanese. Granddad, what do you do? And he told me exactly what he did. Uh, he was he he fought in Micronesia. He fought Okinawa. He helped out where he could. He was a sharpshooter. He did a pretty doggone good job for what he could do. There's some things that he wouldn't t- uh, tell because it's not appropriate for a child to know. And Lord knows, um, the same thing is going to be asked for those who are fighting, those who have done helped in any sort of way. Dad or granddad, what'd you do? What'd you do in the war? And you have those on, like, who stayed and fought. You have those who had to flee because they they had to go. They weren't able to fight, but they were able to help in this way. I wasn't able to fight, but I was able to do this. I was able to get my money together and get money together to buy drones for the boys at the front. And that's an admirable thing to do. It's a very respectable thing to do. And put your money where your mouth is, and vote with your dollar. As I've heard throughout my life and different commentaries and other things and through other people. Vote with your dollar, vote with your money. If you see a company that is being a pain in the tail and won't leave, um, well, not willing to leave, as they are actively reinvesting their money and putting it into Russian assets. It's ridiculous. Though it's one of those things. Like there's people who can't flee. I get it. There's people who can't flee. Those who are, uh, we mentioned it earlier. Those who did risk assessments, and um, those who wanted to put their money into to an autocratic government that is hell bent on the destruction of a people who are, well, neighbors, and who are their neighbors, and you know, it's it's a spit in the face, a slap in the cheek, and just downright wrong. Um, and the negative, uh, I remember when I was younger, played a lot of video games online with other people, and there's a Russian that I played with. It's like I asked him about Ukraine, like, because learning in geography, you learn things through geography. He said nothing but negative things because it was just in their culture. That's what it feels like to me. It felt like it was negatively portrayed. It was like, oh, they're like Mexicans, as they said. No, that's disrespectful right there. They're fine individuals. It's it's cruel.
That's horrible.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You try to portray it like, oh, this is like they're stealing your jobs, etc., etc., this, that, and the third, and that is wrong. They are hardworking
That's
individuals.
when
There
you
are
say,
people up.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, loud and clear. Hello.
I wonder if Yehuda can't hear you, fella. It's only because we sometimes have
Sorry.
peer-to-peer issues when someone's moving around.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you, fella. I don't think
Uh,
Yehuda can hear you.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Sorry, my cell phone dropped. My cell phone signal dropped for a second. Forgive me. But yeah, they're just straight up rude about it. It's like that's the rudest thing that I have ever heard in my life. That
You should have
is,
said to him, I'm a Mexican. That's what I would have done.
hell, my boyfriend's Latino.
Yeah,
You know,
tell him,
and
like
and
my sister-in-law is not, my sister-in-law, for example, is not, I call her a Mexican because she's very negative. That's another joke for another day.
but
You might know
they
her.
were. Oh Lord.
And
But
Satan. No, I'm just kidding.
but yeah, like it was super disrespectful, and it's just a slap in the face towards the whole people. it's a generalization, and it's just rude. I feel like it, it's sad. And I grew up and I realized, like, oh, don't listen to these people. They're just being straight up rude. Research and learn. Ever since, I would say, about 24 after 2014, I was still young. I didn't know much. I was learn more about Ukraine, learn about the Maidan, um, learn about the Revolution of Dignity, and it really opened up my eyes to start realize, like, they are wanting to become more like us, uh, the quote us, the West, and it's great. A young country wanted to become more open, more free, more willing, more and more open to discourse and change. But those on the side of the issue are like, no, we don't want that. It's corruption at its finest. Um, I'm going to kind of steer back to what we were just talking about. The it is a it feels like there's a culture of it's a culture of corruption that being embedded in Russia as in a business sense, it just corrupts, and it just keeps corrupting, and you will stay corrupt. And those who are able to get out, cool, they realize, oh, this is a bad idea. The warning signs were there in 2014. It was ignored. It was ignored repeatedly. 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. At high time, a decent time probably to get out probably was 2021 or 20 or that was high time. Get the heck out. The warning signs were there. It was ignored, and it. I think it's. I think it's just greed. It's just pure, simple blood greed.
Russia's best and brightest. You know where they are, and they've been since 2005.
They're not over there.
They're in Brooklyn. They're in Miami. They're in Toronto. They're in London. They're in Berlin. They're in Israel. They're everywhere but Russia. Right? Why?
And that's the smartest thing to do.
Why?
They left.
Imagine you're an American economist. You're a super smart person. You want to go to Wall Street. You don't want to go to Potemkin Street or whatever street in Russia they have in Moscow. You're going to Wall Street. You're going to where the expertise is.
Yeah.
And therein is an indictment in itself. So it's a strange form of chauvinism, because you could say this to a person from Russia who supports Russia and say, and they'll still tell you straight in the face, Russia's the best place in the world. Why are you not in Russia then? If Russia's
Why aren't you there?
Great, why are you living in Toronto? Why are you in Brooklyn? Why are you in Miami? Are you so married to this concept of Ruski Mir, where you love all things Russian? You love all things Russian when you can enjoy all things not Russian. That's the funny part. And that is why they will fail. That is why they continue to fail. And God willing, the entire Russian army sees its demise on the beautiful soil of Ukraine in the coming year, when Bradleys and Martyrs and Leos and all sorts of cool stuff come flying down the trace, bang, 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 when they break those Russian lines. And I suspect, as Mr. Prigozhin, the genocidal, homicidal maniac, strange, weird man, Putin's chef, apparently, he's the master of the street meat. When he says we're going to collapse, I'll take his word for it. I'll buy that for $1, frankly. And guess what? He's not wrong. He's really not wrong. Maybe he's positioning himself for a post-apocalyptic Russia where there is no functioning government, where pensions aren't paid, and all of those Russians who sat there and took videos of themselves saying how great Russia is are wondering, why are we here? Well, you brought yourself there, and you brought it on yourself. And guess what? The one country in this world, on this planet, in the next 10 years, where more money, more expertise, the smartest and the brightest of the world will flock to rebuild, to reinvigorate, it'll be Ukraine. Okay? It'll be Ukraine. And in that way, Ukraine, under no obligation, will give Russia the greatest lesson that culture and that society has ever learned. And it'll be one of how to build a country, how to love your neighbor, how to take care of the weakest parts of society. Russia will look to Ukraine openly and say, wow, that's how you're supposed to do it. Because the Ukrainians are showing that to the Russians today. And right now it's only on the battlefield, but eventually the Russians will learn, come hell or high water, that you cannot take away the rights of man. You can't erase humanity because you think something one way or another. War Dog, I just want to get your word on this. Thanks, fella.
You touched the point why actually this war started by Russia, because at any cost they try to avoid someone being a prosperous alternative on their borders. That's that's their mindset, and I will never be tired repeating, if in the dialogue of two wise men of Western civilization, one feels he is lacking something, he opens the book. Now he opens YouTube. He goes for online lessons. He studies in order to support the discussion, to be like on the level to be able to support the discussion. Russian finds simpler to humiliate instead of learning to be better to support the discussion. Project that into the country way of doing the things, and you find a way why the war is there. If you think, and history is like history is not history is like a sex, you better know that from the professional, but I mean licensed professional, let's call it like this, but not scientist, but not your door neighbor, same teenage as you are. uh, and history is telling us that Russia touched the civilization, got the technologies through the ages when they were expanding west, being the Muscovies, getting the culture, getting impact on the technology, and they've got another turn in obtaining the technologies during the Cold War. And that's exactly the technologies of the Cold War that since the Cold War that they are having now, that they are throwing at Ukraine these days. They were, I mean, and it really speaks a lot to what you been mentioned earlier, why Russians do not step uh, in the horizontal connections, supporting those uh, whom they like Ukrainians, simply because they don't have it. They don't have the habit like this. They have the Tsar who needs to do the thing, and that's their historical heritage. That's their historical mindset created through certain sequence of events that created their like behavioral, how to call it, okay, behavior. That's
No,
my
you're
thing on that.
100% right. You're 100% right. Look. So the Russians, it's almost like the whole nation suffers the Stockholm syndrome. I've had a more before 2014. I had a people ask me about Russia who didn't know. I would just say, look, so they like a strong man. That's what they want. They actually do want it. It's not even. Yes, he rigs the elections. After enjoys it. They believe that everyone. It's a very negative view of humanity. I would posit, and that is that people are corrupt. So at least if we have a corrupt person who's a benevolent dictator, we're in a good spot. A lot of countries have that situation going on, and therefore, as long as we know that he's got our back somewhat, and he doesn't want us to talk too much about politics, that's better than nothing. That's better than starving to death. So it's the bigotry of low expectations, and that's how Russia gets by. You know, and it's a mode of government that just doesn't seem maintainable, sustainable in the world where people can go online and see what's going on all over the world, right? You know, there were times, I met people who escaped Russia, and they would say things like, my father was a diplomat. He would bring back stockings for my mother, and it was such a big deal. Stockings, socks for women. That was a big deal. And we don't realize just how bizarre and retrograde Russia is. You have people stealing dishwashing. What is this magic box that cleans clothes? America, right? It's like, oh my God, that's what this is for. And that's Russia. It's Russia today. There's some, we could talk for hours. There aren't enough hours in a day to talk about just the mindset, especially of Russians versus Ukraine. The belief that Ukraine is some backwards, idiotic, our slow cousins. Meanwhile, Ukrainians are like, hello, like it's 2022, it's 2023. The world has changed. We're not your slaves anymore. We're done. We're tired. You've had, you carte blanche. You've ruled by fiat for generations, and you've done pissed off the wrong people for the last time. And that's where we're at, and I'm so proud. People. I used to make jokes. I'm not gonna lie. I used to make jokes with my wife when I met her about the Ukrainian and Russian issues, because a lot of Soviet Jewry from Soviet countries, they commiserate and congregate together in diaspora communities, and they speak Russian. And it's funny because her parents were quite proud Ukrainians, and they refused to speak Russian to her, and they would never speak Russian. So when we would be in communal settings with other Jewish people from, Soviet Union, Belarus, Ukraine, Odessa, big Odessa Jewish community in Toronto, I'd be like, come on, you understand them. She goes, no, I really don't understand them. I don't speak any. I'm like, come on, you. And I would joke about it. And now I'm embarrassed that I used to joke about that, right? Because obviously you add a genocide to the mix, and it's obviously it kind of rains on the parade. But this is exactly where we've come. We've come to a people who, you don't have to create. People talk about the creation of Ukrainian identity. What are you talking about? They've always had an identity. It's been crapped on and oppressed and contained by the Russians for hundreds of years. So, frankly, there is no other people on this planet better suited to defend themselves against Russian genocide and oppression than the Ukrainian people. They live within historical living memory of genocide and murder and oppression and subjugation. And I'm not surprised about how Ukraine is faring. There was a video in the summer of Ukrainians dancing at a nightclub, and Russians were using it to show, look, they don't care. No, they aren't just surviving. The Ukrainian people are flourishing, and they won't go quietly into any night. They'll escort the Russian invader into the night because he's in the wrong place. He should be in Russia, building a dishwasher or a washing machine, even. Anyways, I don't want to get too emotional, Tim. I know you think I wax with a lot of hyperbole, and you might be right. But War Doggo, we love your indefatigability. The strength of the Ukrainian people is truly an inspiration for all of us around the world. You're not speaking to Ukraine. You're speaking to the world. You're telling the world, I'm here. I come online every day. I drive to work. I live. I exist. I am here, and I'm not going anywhere. And for what it's worth, from all of our listeners, we respect that. We appreciate it. And the simple fact, of driving to work, which I don't drive to work and think, holy cow, I hope a caliber missile doesn't kill me. Right? I don't do that. I don't worry about air raid sirens. You do. And for you to come here daily and share with us your experiences, and War Doggo, we'll get your name later. Calling you War Doggo feels inappropriate, but I'll tell you this: you come on, and just your simple everyday routine is a message to the world and a message to Russia. Ukraine isn't going anywhere. Ukraine is here to stay. And in fact, even though you've tried to rape and pillage our country, you'd say to the Russians, we will not surrender. And in fact, we will only become stronger, and we will become better. and we will become an inspiration even for our enemies. And I think you're exactly right. They are absolutely jealous. It's almost like an anti-Semitic hatred. They're jealous of your progress. They're jealous of what Ukraine represents. They're furious that Ukraine is on the forefront, and it bothers them. And it takes away from the image of who they think they are. And we all know what they really are. Anyways, I digress. War Doggo, sorry, and Tim and everyone else.
No, thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine. You know, one day
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Mockers. We
Yep,
can hear you,
we
but
hear
I
you.
don't think you can hear War Doggo.
Correct. Sorry, War Doggo, carry on.
No worries, no worries. You know, one day I've been meeting a Jewish girl who've been living in. She was originally from Haifa, and it was long time ago. And she told me one thing. You know, Anton. Sometime, my name is Anton. Is like when you go every night to meet your friends, is not for granted that you are going back home safe just because of the war ongoing and because the missile may come. I felt that time, you know, what kind of the weird feeling that is. And history made us to learn the lesson. We know 100% how weird it is. Thanks for the warm words, Yehuda. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hugs and love back, my friend.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. Thank you for that, for your impassioned remarks, Yehuda. I'm reminded of when you talked about the Soviet Union. I'm reminded of a conversation I had with an Estonian friend of a certain age. They in the Soviet Union, everything foreign was extremely cool, and one of the things that would get great results out of people who lived under that system was if you visited and brought them foreign things. And one of the things was chewing gum. Apparently, you couldn't. It was difficult to get chewing gum in the Soviet Union, and so if you came with 10 or 20 packs of chewing gum, you'd be kind of emperor of the children for your entire trip. Because they know you had these packets of Wrigley's that they were absolutely unable to obtain. And interestingly, it's the same in North Korea. So if you visit North Korea, the travel advice is bring a foreign thing. It doesn't have to be a big thing. It could be, I don't know, a carton of cigarettes. It can be chewing gum. It can be candy. It can be whatever. But if you bring a foreign thing, it will be enormously appreciated by the people who live under that horrendous system. I'm reminded of another Estonian anecdote where I think it was the 1980s, there was a very, very popular brand, Finnish brand, which still exists, called Karu, Chahru, which means bear in Finnish. And they made these bobble hats, these blue and white Finnish colored bobble hats with Karu written across the top. And there's one of these in the Occupation Museum in Tallinn, which is a museum of the various horrible things that people have done to Estonia over the years, mainly Russia, but not exclusively. And there is a bobble hat with Karu spelled the Estonian way, which is Karu. And what had happened was this teenage guy wanted one of these foreign hats so badly, he asked his grandmother to knit him one, and she thought that the spelling Kahru must have been a mistake, and so she spelled it the Estonian way on his hat. And of course, everybody then knew that this wasn't a genuine Karu hat, and therefore it wasn't as cool. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Let's go to Florian.
Good morning. When you had your discussion on how Russia is and what's going on, here on the side of Western Europe, I'm from Switzerland. Actually, I'm in Denmark at the moment. But Russia told us all along since 2007 what's going to come. I recently reread Putin's Munich 2007 speech. He plus his remark that the end of the Soviet Union was the biggest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. He completely told us what's going to happen. He basically told us he will reconstitute something Soviet-like, and he will beat the West at its own game. And then things like the strategic bribery started. And that started with the Nord Stream pipelines to Germany. It started with the asset managers in Switzerland. It was the loans to the Rassemblement France, and so on and forth. So it was coming for a long time. And a few people noticed it and talked about it. Most people closed their eyes. And I think this is important in a bit of who's guilty in this situation. It is also us in the West, not so much talking about North America. They influenced the election and got Trump elected, but I can talk very credibly about what happened to Switzerland and Germany. And it was this political, economic bribery that bribed the Social Democrats in Germany and that bribed the National Conservative in Switzerland by its money. It's now getting out of the window, but it was clear, and it was clear what's coming. Of course, I couldn't predict that the war would start in 2022, but it was clear that a reconstitution of the old Russian sphere is underway. And I think it happened in 2022 because Putin is running out of time. The way to do it in a more peaceful manner did not work. He sort of had Belarus in his back, and now maybe he's sick, but clearly he's old. He's running out of time. And that's why Ukrainians were victims at this point of time.
That's fair. That's fair, Tim. I think that if we're honest with ourselves, our European friends are honest with themselves, they'll recognize that in fact, this wasn't a surprise. It shouldn't have been a surprise. Maybe a bunch of people who were on the take. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if more than many. But money is nice, I guess. I guess the one thing that those who commiserated with Herr Putin just figured Putin would never be dumb enough to upset the apple cart because everyone's making money. But I guess when you're worth, $9 trillion or however many rubles Putin has to his name on a ledger, Tim, I guess you figure it's not enough, the lens of the board game Risk. And you just want to roll the dice, see what I can get if I roll the dice. Actually, the die, that's the plural for our American friends. A roll of the die, and you're wrong. You lost, right? Because modern warfare isn't dependent upon luck and chance. It has something to do with training. People want to talk about Bakhmut. I'm feeling a little, I think I could get into Bakhmut for a bit. Why don't we go to Florian, Tim, and Knockers, and maybe I will pontificate on the strange defensive operations being conducted in and around Bakhmut.
Yehuda, did you hear what Mrs. von der Leyen said in the Canadian Parliament, I think last night?
Oh, I
in my
certainly
time.
did. Yeah, I certainly did, and we posted it, and it was about
she-
Melanie
she-
Lake.
Yeah, and she praised Canada, that the Canadian training of the Ukrainian made Ukraine survive in the first days of the war. That's what she said.
Well, do you know who she mentioned by name? It wasn't me.
No, okay.
It was Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake. She named her in Parliament by name.
Okay, I didn't see that. I just read this morning the sort of short version of news.
Do you know who
in
that
German.
is? Melanie Lake?
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm aware.
Yeah. So it must be nice to get a shout out from the head of the European Union. I got a T-shirt from the European Union once, but that's about it. I'm not jealous, Tim or Mockers. I'm just saying, whatever. I'm jealous. No, it's great. Good for her. I mean, wow. The clips in the nest there. Someone could put it to second. Take off his last tweet there. Then you put the tweet that Heather posted. And it's an amazing one. Great. I think that was a shock to even Melanie to be mentioned in our parliament, our House of Commons, by the head of the European Union, to say thanks to Melanie Lake for all the great work you did in Ukraine. Jeez Louise. You've made it when. Anyway, good times are had by all. Thank you, Florian. And I'm just going to take about a 5-minute personal break and then roll into some what Bakhmut doing conversation. Tim Mockers, what do you think of that?
That sounds like a fantastic idea, Yehuda. In the meantime, Florian, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just short follow up on sort of the fair comment of Yehuda. But the other thing, the role of the die. There's a huge lack of imagination on my side of the world. People were not thinking that Mr. Putin was able to do that due to the fact they always think in terms of risk, reward, benefits, costs, economic analysis. It's clearly, you cannot start a war. It entails so much risk. No rational person would do that. There's a complete lack of imagination. They completely failed to read Mr. Putin. They should have read Mr. Putin the way you should have read Hitler in 1938. It's an ideologue, a committed ideologue who says, it's very similar. He says what he wants to do, but whenever he gives you a guarantee or a promise, he lies. And it was so clear from his July 21 paper on the unity of Russian and Ukrainian people that he would start a war. Once I read it in August 21. I went to my wife and said, I've read my Mein Kampf, and it's clear what's going to happen now. And ever since, I've talked to people, convinced them a war will come. But nobody thought it will happen. Nobody thought it will happen because it's not rational. Cost-benefit analysis of wars are not good.
Yeah, but Florian, as a lot of people who came in the space in the early days of the invasion, 2.0, they said, but why would Putin want to do this? It must be NATO. It must be neo-Nazi Jewish presidents. It's who knows? It's biolabs. And I felt like saying, are you stupid? Like, he literally wrote you an essay, a 5,000-word essay of why Ukraine shouldn't exist. Hello, McFly, Back to the Future. Remember the guy McFly? McFly, hello.
Yes.
What? I mean, you don't. Again, I'm not a doctor. Stayed at a Holiday Inn, but I mean, if you need any more proof, the proof is in the pudding. For those who don't know, Herr Putin wrote an article. It was put in the New York Times. It's 5,000 words. It was horrible, and it was basically a lunatic's impression of the world and his belief that Ukraine and Russia should be united because Ukraine really isn't a place. That's the take-home message he was sending, and a lot of people just ignored it. As Florian said, the cost of war and the cost, the cost to risk benefit analysis. It doesn't show that it's a good idea. Everyone's a loser, so he won't do it. But yet he did.
And it would destroy the cozy relations, let's say, between the Germans and its gas trade, the Swiss bankers and so on.
Yeah, so as I was saying, so people thought this would never happen because it just doesn't make sense financially. But for a person who destroyed his own country, who should have known better that Russia could leap into the future in 2007 by him stepping down and a new leader taking over, I suspect he just figured another dictator would take over. So why not let it be me, right? So the man has already made decisions to ruin his country well before the invasion in Georgia, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and his forays into Syria. He doesn't care, and so when someone doesn't care about his own country, what makes you think he cares about other people? He doesn't. He didn't. He won't. And we're going to help him get to that conclusion. And I just listened to a podcast about the release of documents from the Führerbanker by a French colonel, and it brings a lot of insight into the delusions of madmen. And Putin will go down in history. It's not even the most effective delusional madman. He will. He won't reach his lofty goal of being world supervillain. He's trying, not for his lack of want. So, anyways, I need that 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Tim, Florian.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, Yehuda, about the economics here. War is never economically rational. It's why I don't buy this. I don't buy this essentially tanky take that war is all about money and there's some There's some kind of monopoly man, Uncle Pennybags, possibly with a comically large nose in the background, kind of moving the pieces around because it's all about money. Simply because that's not what war is. That's not how war works. It's always a financial disaster for everybody who participates in it. By way of an example, the British Empire's biggest trading partner in 1914 was, for 10 points, Germany. Yes, that's right. And that did absolutely nothing to prevent the two countries going to war. The finance of the thing was very much a secondary consideration. And it's just highly irrational to think like that. Florian.
You're absolutely right. You can see the First and Second World War in a way like a European civil war. It bankrupted all European nations. It bankrupted them all. The French, the British lost their empires, the Portuguese lost their empires. They could not sustain it anymore. So war is inherently a disaster. That's why you need to keep an army to deter, to actually never use it. That's the most economical way to keep an army, to have a credible deterrence, because that's the cheapest policy in the long run. Or you really have genuine sort of real peace. I don't know what the Europeans now have achieved among themselves. Nobody fears that France will attack Germany or vice versa. But if you don't have neighbors who are in this sort of state of in the steady state, because Russia became a revanchist power. Russia once was not satisfied with the 1991 post-Cold War sort of situation. If you have a revanchist power, and maybe China is one, in close by, you have to deter him, and then this is the cheapest option. But war is essentially expensive. There's another comment I want to make. If you look at Putin's behavior, there's another coincidence with Hitler. He's essentially lazy. He's a lazy guy, and that's why they're also so bad at management, because I think he never goes in the details. And what also strikes me very strange, he's like a corporate middle manager. He's always not responsible for anything. Everything is the fault of somebody else. This is what you behave in large organization of bad middle management. They're not responsible for anything. They never own a problem. They never have a solution. They just blame others. And that's another trait why I think they will lose the war. And there's a huge difference, for example, to Stalin. As evil as he was, Stalin, from what I've read, was a more credible manager. And he was clever enough to leave the military alone. And that helped them win the war. This time they have this very lazy, strange middle manager guy who's an ideologue, and that's not a good combination.
Well, I'd push back on that slightly. Stalin didn't leave the military alone. The Russian army, the Red Army, was brutally purged of all its effective officers in the 20s and 30s. One of the reasons they did so poorly in the early war was because they didn't have any competent leadership or military tradition, because Stalin had them all shot.
Yeah, you're right. He left the army alone after 41. You're right.
Thank you, Florian. Let's go to Tom Zimbardo. Tom.
Good morning, guys. So Yehuda was saying a moment ago, he said, sorry, let me turn my fan down or you can't hear me. Is that better? Yeah?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. So Yehuda was saying a moment ago, saying, I'm not a doctor. And I thought, I'm a doctor of psychology. But that's kind of what we're talking about. So I thought it'd come up. There's this repeated thing about like rational and like is war a net benefit or a net loss? And I think overall, clearly, war is a net loss to both sides. It's immensely expensive and destructive, not only in terms of lives, but just like infrastructure. Like the infrastructure costs of any kind of war are ridiculous. And so in terms of game theory, all warfare is negative sum, meaning both sides lose something from it. But it has the possibility of being more negative for one side than for the other. So even though overall it's a loss for both sides want to continue, because if they lose, the costs are often much higher, generally speaking. So in terms of like economic rationality, a rational actor wouldn't start a war. The problem that you face, and that's difficult to work out with people like Putin, is that from their perspective, they are being rational, because what they're thinking about is, it all comes down to, what do you think of as being yourself? If you really, really care about your country, you don't really want to start a destructive war for no reason, for no really good reason, because it's going to be immensely costly in terms of lives, in terms of treasure, in terms of an economic cost. But if you don't care about that, then you don't see that as being a cost. So this is why I keep returning to Putin being a high-functioning psychopath, because if you think about him in that way, it suddenly makes a lot more sense. So, but people talk about, particularly the sort of left-wing tanky approaches, all war's about money, it's all about money, which isn't true, because war is negative sum. And, you know, for example, the United States spent a ridiculous amount of money in, say, Iraq and Afghanistan. So it really wasn't about the money from that perspective.
Tom, can you address that? Can you address that? Because I feel there's a lot of cognitive dissonance when people who just bandy this term, oh, America made billions from the war, and the big companies that, thank God there are no Jewish like weapons manufacturers in the States, because that would just be horrible for us. But it's like, oh, the money, Halliburton and the Black water and blah blah blah. Like, do they not realize that they don't get that money back? Like the U.S. Treasury gets pretty depleted when you have hundreds of thousands of troops in a foreign country for 20 years. I mean, so contractor makes money. What does it do to it boggles the mind, right? It's just such a weird conspiracy theory that war benefits a country financially. Oh, they went into Iraq to steal all their oil. Okay, well, they have oil. I doubt that they stole all of it. What did they get from Afghanistan? Lapis lazuli. Oh my God! You should see all the cheap lapis lazuli bracelets in the United States now, because the Americans stole it all. It seems like a joke. I feel like my brain wants to explode when I hear these things. Maybe you could discuss what drives. I don't want to get into a Corbyn and his brother type conversation, but what drives that? Is it just is it self-loathing? Is it we're bad because from the British perspective, we had an empire, therefore everything we do in perpetuity is evil. Like, why do people not see the obvious? Am I crazy here? Did I not stay at enough Holiday Inns?
So what I think it is that there is some truth in the sense that some people, some companies and organizations do profit from war. So, for example, I dare say the amount of bombs that were dropped on Iraq, that whoever made those bombs made some money, right? But the United States of America did not make a profit out of the Iraq war or the war in Afghanistan. In fact, a percentage of their national debt is going to be due to those conflicts. So, when people say there's people that made loads of money out of war, it's like, yeah, that's true. But do you really think it was Raytheon and Boeing that managed to make that war happen? Like, do you really think they have that much power? And it's just ridiculous at that point, So I think that's the mistake that people make, that when they look at someone like, Blackwater, as it was, and go, well, they're making loads of money, so that's why the war was started. It's like, it's just completely ridiculous. This war cost like trillions. And, the United States isn't going to see that money again. It was done for political reasons. Yes, there are people that did make a profit, but they are not the decision makers that started the war. That's the mistake they're making.
Tom, in your analysis, would you just please include Dick Cheney?
Yeah, so I don't know enough about Dick Cheney. Obviously,
he's a good shot.
I'm just going to suggest to you that Dick Cheney is one of the people who made an astounding amount of money on America's wars because of his holdings in Halliburton, and in fact, he was one of the decision makers.
Right. How much money do you think he made, James?
Oh, lots.
Lots to me is 100,000.
I mean, if I had $100,000, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
So you think he led his country to war for $100,000?
Oh, I think he led his country to war for vexatious and specious reasons. And if you read General Wesley Clark's diaries on the subject, it's very clear that after 9/11, before any evidence of any kind had been gathered, that the senior staff was given instructions to find excuses for wars with a list of countries that included Iraq. So yes, it was a political conspiracy from the beginning.
Yeah, right. Yes, yeah. You made a good comment there that perked my ears. Before any intelligence was collected, do you think that the American government only learned about Saddam Hussein gassing Kurds and after 9/11? Do you think that they just started collecting evidence after? I'm just curious.
I think so two-part answer. One, no, I think you're correct. They knew about that before. And two,
Right.
I don't think there's any chance that George Bush went into that war because he cares deeply about the Kurds.
Okay, fair enough. I can't speak to George Bush's mind, but I think
or
that,
lack thereof.
Sure, whatever. I'm not here to trash people. I would, unless it's Putin, frankly. I think the whole concept that there was this conspiracy to invade and attack countries that's a spurious claim in itself, and I think that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidences, and that's not.
And the evidence I'm relying on is the contemporaneous notes of a 4-star general who was on the staff in the White House at the time.
Right. Fair enough. So Wesley Clark is your source. I'm not saying he's incorrect. He's a pretty smart fella, but I would disagree with your overall assessment as being a quite sweeping. What do you think, Tom?
So, yeah, and obviously, we're getting slightly off topic by me having used the invasion of Iraq as an example. I mean, I think what we can say about the invasion of Iraq is that certain individuals and organizations and companies did profit immensely, which is why there is some truth to the argument of people make money out of war. That's why it happens. But because the United States of America as a whole did not, and it was immensely costly to them, it's not true to say America started this war because America wanted to have this money, because there was a massive net loss to America. But that doesn't bother people who are high-functioning psychopaths, which is where I'm linking this back to Putin. If a company or individual makes a huge amount of money out of a war, they don't care if it costs their country money. And in fact, one of the traits of a psychopath is what's called a parasitic lifestyle, where you basically make money off of others. Now, I was going to say this in relation to Putin. If you look at Russia starting this war, for Russia, it is completely irrational. So if you're actually thinking about the good of your country, it's a terribly, terribly stupid idea. But at the start of this war, when gas prices went through the roof, any oligarch who owns a bunch of gas companies oil companies in Russia was making way more profits than usual. And that's exactly the way that a psychopath will think, a high-functioning one, I mean. They don't care about zero-sum games. They don't care if everyone else loses as long as they win. They don't care if their own country loses as long as they win. So there was one theory at the start of the war, and I'm not saying this is true, but I'm just saying this is a theory that was out there, which was that if they had started like a low-level conflict, something more like what they did in 2014, or for that matter, if they'd won, what would we see? We'd see high oil prices as there was turmoil for the next 12 months or so. And a lot of companies in Russia would make a lot of money, even if the average Russian person really suffers under economic sanctions, because ultimately the world needs their oil, and we're still buying it now. We've just come up with a clever mechanism to try and cap the price somewhat. So I think when we talk about rational versus irrational, what you need to do is think rational for whom, and what level of selfishness are we talking about here? Because I think Putin would quite happily see another 1 million Russians die in this conflict, as long as it keeps him securely in power. And then from his perspective, perfectly rational decision, because he just doesn't care about Russia. But we're so used to thinking about other people and the costs to other people in our analyses that we consider anything that would be a net cost overall to be irrational. And so we think people wouldn't do it. But when you think about utter selfishness, it's not irrational. And maybe you could make that argument about certain people in other countries as well, but that's a distraction.
It sure is. No, it's a great point. I think one of our biggest problems in the West is we use our own logic and to define or assess our adversaries. We use our logic, which says, "Well, that I wouldn't do that, so he wouldn't do that." You know, you'd think Putin would say, "I want a successful. I love money," but I guess what happens, and I will never know what it's like to have so much money that I don't care anymore. But that's what happens, right? You have so much money that it means nothing. It becomes not a commodity to you. It's a thing that you have. So therefore, your decisions are impacted by your condition. And I think that's something that we take for granted in the West because we assume, whether it's a US politician who flip flops on something because they realize they're not going to be reelected if they continue on that course. Whether it's Mr. McCarthy, Speaker of the House, who everyone said to us will stop every dollar going to Ukraine, and then sure enough, that's not what happened because he realizes that when those generals speak to him and tell him fighting Russia right now, or having other, supporting Ukraine to fight Russia is a massive national security interest for us. And then, hey, magically, hey, yeah, we're not gonna stop that. Russia's the bad guy here. Russia's not, Russia. For those who don't remember, if you're an American, you're thinking, what's Russia doing to us? What are they try to interfere in elections? They've also, allowed for criminal gangs to blackmail your energy companies. That's right, literally hack into companies that provide infrastructure services for Americans and hold them ransom and have bribes paid out. That's not what normal countries do, right? So Russia's not your friend. If you think that, you probably, I don't know, maybe you need to have some more Hollywood propaganda and watch Dolph Lundgren fight Rambo, Sylvester Stallone, because it's a good representation of what you need to do. Anyways, I'm dumbing it down quite a bit, but I don't remember the movie. Does anyone know the movie? Dolph Lundgren? I don't know. He's not even Russian, obviously. Dolph. But yeah, it's. I can't believe we're having the conversation where people are still questioning who's the bad guy in the equation. Could be wrong, Tim. I doubt I am.
Thank you, Yehuda. Yeah, I just a little bit more color on that from me before we go to Hans, Finance Wardogger. You've been very patient. Thank you. I think why do people believe in this essentially conspiracist theory of war? It seems to come from the left, and it seems to come from a quite explicitly Marxist tradition. This idea that this nebulous group known as the people don't really have any agency. They have no interest in fighting each other. Therefore, somebody else is directing them to war. And if somebody else is doing it, we must be able to define that group. We can call that group the bourgeoisie. If you're a Marxist, if you're coming from a Marxist tradition, you can blame the Jews. If you're coming from an anti-Semitic tradition, it's this essentially conspiratorial mindset. The idea that there is this natural state of humanity that is basically passive, and if people are fighting each other, it means that there's some occult hand at work. I think there's a lot of that in it. As we've said, war is nearly always a financial disaster. The only charitable interpretation I can give to this conspiracist mindset is that maybe some wars are a sort of modern form of mercantilism. So you invade a country in order for some of your economic interests to profit from its reconstruction. So you're doing it in order to prop up a particular sector of your own economy. I don't know if that logic works from an Iraq and Afghanistan perspective. Iraq maybe, Afghanistan almost certainly not. But that's the most charitable interpretation.
Are you besmirching the importance of lapis lazuli? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'm a horrible man, Tim. I'm a horrible man.
I mean, many of these fine products. Opium as well. The opium trade did very, very well out of Afghanistan. I mean, I can only assume some sort of heroin cartel was directing.
Well, I'm sure the Iranians had nothing to do with it, Tim. The Iranians had nothing to do with the opium.
Absolutely. Let's go to finance. Finance, good morning.
Good evening. I was discussing in text International Women's Day with the Ukrainian, as I have discovered by putting my foot in my mouth as I normally do yesterday, that this is actually a big thing for Ukrainian women. I didn't know. In America, unless a friend tells you, sort of male or female, or you're in a social circle where they really, really care, we sort of miss this one. Anyways, yeah, I'm on the same page with y'all. Like, this is not a war of money. Thankfully, we stopped hearing this much, but there's, you know, the other side of this is true too, right? Like that Vlad did this for money. He didn't do this for money. It's going to cost, you know, it's costing Russia a generation of men and insanely more money than he could ever possibly make, you know, strip mining, whatever he winds up taking. And that's, you know, before whatever he's going to spend from this point forward as he continues to throw, for lack of a better term, good money after bad. If he wanted to make money, he could have spent significantly less sum of this money, not gone to war at all, and brought amazing new inventions like toilets and electronics and electricity to the ridiculously high percentage of the Russian population that didn't have these things, like indoor plumbing, I'm not even kidding, and indoor electricity for the war. And this has been massively proven to raise standard of living and would raise the global economy. So he could have done something really easily, makes a ton more money quickly, that he didn't do. And he absolutely did something that was all about political genocide. I'm completely with Tom Zimbardo that the analysis here isn't the economic one of a CNBC commentator or a Western news anchor. This is the analysis of a high-functioning psychopath. Think that way, and you were accurately hitting on the head the way that little schmuck operates.
Thank you very much, Finance. Watergo.
We briefly touched the point of conspiracy theories. I'm not great in that, therefore I've learned my golden rule, how to deal with that. As soon as, I mean, it's more like enlightenment thing, enlightening people, you avoid them believing such simple things that are simpler to believe. Therefore, my golden rule on the conspiracy theories is just wait until the conspiracy theorists discover that they are part of the conspiracy, to use conspiracy theories to spread disinformation via the conspiracy theories. So that's my golden rule, and I leave it to think here for a bit, and I cycle down for today. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, War Doggo fella. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Hugs and love from Estonia. David, very good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation. So, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I guess as some kind of background, I guess I've got a slightly different mental model of how Russia works to you and Dome and Tim. In that, you know, the feudal model is how it looks from the outside, but I think it's basically the KGB is the model of how it works. And you know, I would say that in some ways Vladimir Putin acts like a middle manager because that's exactly what he is, and that's kind of his job in that model. Nevertheless, this is kind of highly speculative, so I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on that for now. But what I did want to say was that there's a I think it's a really big mistake to try and judge. You know, we were talking about why countries go to war, okay? I think that the reasons countries go to war, as you said, you know, it's hard to kind of put those into rational rational terms, because basically they're not. Basically, people go to war, countries go to war because the people in power in those countries feel slighted by another country. So the First World War, is a great example. Germany wanted an empire; it couldn't have an empire. UK was some of that empire. The royal family of the United Kingdom, the British Empire, and the German British Empire are closely related. So in some senses, you could kind of distill it down to brotherly argument over over empire. And I think that it's quite easy for us to overlook that. And I kind of go back. I've said this on the space before, so excuse me if I'm repeating myself, but it's kind of similar to the Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky psychological stuff, that 90% of what we actually decide is decided emotionally, and then we build up a narrative to justify that later on. And I think you can apply this very well to states as well, the way states act. So, I mean, if you want to understand why Russia acts as Russia does, basically you'd have to look at their upbringing, right? You have to do some kind of psychoanalysis of how this character came to be, and why is it emotionally acting the way it's acting, and basically if you do that, you go back to 1462 and Ivan the Great coming to power and claiming he's the second Rome. So basically they've at the core of the Russian identity is this idea that we've made ourselves great with a lie, and they might have been able to pull the wool over the vast majority of the population's eyes through the Orthodox Church and through the Communist Party afterwards. The vast majority of the population probably believe this lie, but deep at the core of the Russian identity is this idea that they've got something for free, basically, and they're going to, and they get very touchy if somebody suggests that they shouldn't have it. And that emotional reaction is basically what's driving all this, from my point of view. So that's kind of what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I take umbrage. I mean, House of Windsor. I don't see the connection to Germany, but that's another story. It's a joke, David. It's a joke. Get it? House of Windsor. Don't know the connection to Germany. For those who don't know, there was a change in name, apparently. Who knew?
Yeah, Battenberg.
I heard Windsor.
No, that's a type of cake.
All right. Tim.
Sorry, Yehuda, you're far too sharp for me this time of the day.
No, I'm certainly not. I'm just a joker, is what I am. And I just, to relate the two, I'm pretty sure the Germans didn't really have an empire then. I mean, they might have called it one. I'm not sure what colonial possessions they had. I actually am sure, but I'm not going to get into it. No, good point. But I think it's important that, as you mentioned, the third Rome, that the Russians think they're the inheritors of. It probably does start there. It does start with this fantasist belief that, in fact, they are the progenitors of some kind of new civilization. I think where they're mistaken is that no one wanted where they're from, and that must hurt, I guess, right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's an element of very deep insecurity to their strategic thinking, right? And I mean insecurity in the literal sense of them being a relatively small population, inhabiting an extremely large piece of land. That means it's very easy to invade Russia. It's not very easy to win a war against Russia on her own turf. That's a very elite club of nations who've succeeded in doing that. But actually getting your army over a border is very, very easy. It's not a defensible country. And my take on this is that this is what drives their strategic thinking. This is what drives their strange ideas about what a border is. So rather than a line in the sand where my authority ends and your authority begins, to Russia, a border is a line they control both sides of. Hence the various iterations of Russian border empire building, be it the feudal system, be it the imperial system, be it the Soviet Union, and now be it Russia's Putin's activities in eastern Ukraine. David.
Yeah, I mean, basically it cuts both ways, right? I mean, borders are on plains, so it's hard to defend, but it's also hard to. It's also very easy to acquire territory in that way on the whole. And the areas where they've had difficulty, Chechnya, notable one, is because it's a mountainous area. It's difficult to take, and therefore the national character of Chechnya has been able to preserve itself slightly better than other places. So I think that the two things play together, right? So first of all, there's this insecurity at the center, that knowing that they're basically that there's a lie that they're perpetrating, and they know it's a lie, and they get very touchy if somebody points that out, because it would ruin the life for everybody else, and who wants to do that? But secondly, also, they've acquired all of this territory as the empire on false pretenses, and they've been able to do that because the borders run both ways, and therefore, the two things are, I think, intimately linked together.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. So on that bombshell, I will leave you for this morning. I will leave you in the very capable hands of Doman Mockers. I see we've got an excellent panel up here. We've got Tom, we've got Finance, we've got Axel, Prince, David, Chris. I may or may not be on a bit later on. But in the meantime, Slava Ukraini, and failing that, I will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, Slava.
And thank you very much, Tim. So, lovely people, I have some things for you, which I've been sitting on, not literally, but I will let you have some numbers while we're waiting for the lovely Tim. Oh, I flipping lost them again. That always blimmin' happens. Updates the flipping thing and runs away from me. There we go. Right, thank you for that. So, scores on the doors. On the 8th of the 3rd, 23, we have 700 liquidated personnel, 4 tanks, 9 armoured personnel vehicles, 7 artillery systems, so more of those. That makes 30 over the last 2 days. 3 UAVs, and unfortunately, not a massive number, but 7 vehicles and fuel tanks. And thoroughly disappointed I am that there's no special equipment today, but I'll have to live with myself. And good morning, Doman. Can you work yet?
Good morning.
Ah, there we go. Brilliant. When I first got brought up, everything went wonky, you see, so just checking you're okay.
No, all good here. I see there's a lot of chatter about things in Georgia, where I don't know what happened, but I can imagine, and things under the Baltic Sea, where nobody actually knows what happens, but everybody thinks they can imagine.
Yes, there's been lots of speculation about the Nord Stream, and well, I think it's just a case of, like that Spider-Man thing where there's 3 of them pointing at one another. Yeah, I think it's at that point at the minute.
I'll just remind everyone that thus far all of the sources are unnamed and very decidedly unnamed. I will also remind everyone of what the response of all the nations in the area was, starting immediately to check other undersea infrastructure and what the implications of that are. David.
Yeah, the Nord Stream stuff. I mean, it's another example of a massive disinformation coup from Russia, as far as I'm concerned. It's so disheartening that the New York Times, the Telegraph, are all this morning coming out with stories to kind of back this up. And if you look into the stories themselves, there's absolutely nothing there, right? And I don't know how they get away with publishing so much crap.
Tim?
Nord Stream 2, key takeaways. Number one, Russia has denied it. That should tell you something. Number two, Russia has denied it in using verifiably false claims, right? So, for example, the bullshit they were spouting about there being a US helicopter shadowing the pipeline for days, that's verifiably untrue. The flight path of that helicopter has been published. It was not. It was in the Baltic Sea, but it was nowhere near the pipeline. More bullshit is, well, on the other hand, there is also verifiably true information that implicates Russia. The first and foremost among them is that Russia has denied it. The second, I would say, is it is likely, it is verifiably true that Russian warships were in the area at the time. It's also verifiably true that Russia has been, shall we say, messing around with undersea cables and pipelines for some years now. This is something they find very interesting, and this is something they've built an extensive capability in. On the other hand, we have some tanky journalist with his unnamed intelligence source that he seems to base all of his articles on. So I don't know, weighing the evidence here. It's a bit like the Skripal poisoning. You know, Russia denies it. It must have been somebody else murdering Russia's enemies using a nerve gas only Russia has access to. Yeah, it was probably Ghana who did it. Yeah, it's kind of a case of putting two and two together, right, Dylan?
Well, there's that, but there's a few. I mean, I just remember what the Norwegian response was immediately, which was, "Oh dear, what are we doing with all of our pipelines and electrical infrastructure under the sea?" And for anyone who says, "Oh, but what motivation did somebody have to do this?" Well, that is the motivation that they had. That came to the fore. So it's not really under question for me.
Quick point of order. I have claimed responsibility for destroying the Nord Stream pipeline. Clearly, it was the work of a stupid brain damaged dog, not obviously Russian propaganda, because it would make no sense for Russia to do that for total propaganda purpose to distract everybody. It was really me. I got pissed off about it, thought Russia was being a bunch of jerks, so I just swam out there in the freezing cold Baltic Sea, took a bat out and bonked the thing and destroyed it. It was me. We claimed this. We talked about this on Space. I don't know why we're still bringing this up. I did it. I took 100% credit. Why are we still talking about this?
So this time it literally was the Jews.
Jew. There's only one of me, Tim. The Jew.
Why did you
not
release
the Jew.
that information?
I didn't need any help. It was just me. I went out there with my bonk stick and I did it. So just a Jew. One Jewish brain damaged dog.
Why did you release that information? There's photographic evidence of us both in the water.
Well, guys, now we've done it. Exclusive. You've heard it here first. It was brain damaged dogs, guys.
Then John.
Yeah, good morning. So a few things about Nord Stream. One, whoever did it, well done. We don't need that shit anymore. We don't want it.
Then John, thank you for the vote, by the way.
Yeah. We will, it's on the house. So whoever did it, good job.
So it was a houseboat?
Yeah, it was, houseboat, yes, exactly. Not one of those yachts. Anyway, most likely Russia did it. They wanted to create an outrage, panic, which didn't happen. So they blow up their own infrastructure or their own lifeline to Europe, and nothing happened. So, I mean, that's so it couldn't happen in a better way. They did it. They expected some outrage in Europe and panic for no gas flowing, and nothing happened. So they blew it up for nothing, basically. So all good, I would say, all good.
Exactly. Explanations abound. And here they're made by at least in part named people, unlike all the ones quoted in various other outlets. David?
Yeah, I mean, I instantly thought this was a Russian thing from the outset, and we're in the realms of speculation again. But I wanted to tell a kind of anecdote. I was basically doing construction projects in around the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, and one of the projects that I was working on was the British Embassy, and I was kind of a naive 26-year-old at the time, I guess, and I was kind of questioning the fact why is it that we bring all of this stuff like bags of cement and cement itself, precast concrete blocks. Why do we go to the bother of importing all of this stuff? And basically, the project manager on the construction side said, well, basically because Russia will bug or sabotage the materials. And I said, well, how can you do that with precast concrete or poured concrete, so concrete that's poured on site? And basically what he told me was that they'd throw bugs into the poured concrete, and the bugs would burrow their way to the surface at some point in the future. And basically these were clockwork mechanisms. And at some point they discovered this while they were building the American embassy before, and they had to basically stop work and start again. So that's why it was done the way it was. And consequently, as well, I came across construction projects which were carried out by minor oligarchs in the kind of on their run up the ladder, if you like, and they would do exactly the same thing. So the behavior was, somehow deeply ingrained that if you build something, you sabotage it so that you can destroy it later for whatever reason. Maybe you don't know the reason at the end, but in most of these cases, it was so that insurance money could be claimed. So they would build half a building and then claim much more damages and have some mechanism for destroying the building halfway through its construction. That's the reason for my prejudice against Russian construction stuff.
Sounds like a good reason to me. Daniel, you put your hand up. Go ahead.
Good morning. I first wanted to say that I agree with Dan John 100%. It's gone, and who cares who did it? But on the other hand, what I do care about is misinformation from Russian side that might affect opinions. And I read this thread from a guy called Patrick Oksanen, who's a Swedish author and member of the Swedish Royal War Science Academy, whatever it's called. And he pointed out actually some interesting points. I don't know if you've discussed that, but the thing is that the timing when it happened, it was just before the winters and everyone was fearing that we would not have enough gas in Europe and so on. That is pointing towards Russia. And also that they actually blew 3 out of 4 gas pipes. So there was still a possibility for them to open up one of them with limited capacity then. If Germany and other countries in Europe would have sort of gone the other way. They failed, but that points, in my opinion, very clearly towards that there's one side that is gaining something from it. And then also these sources that are anonymous, it isn't really that credible. So yeah, I think that is an interesting perspective, at least.
Yeah, anonymous sources, not always very credible. It's a bit like the trust me bro kind of approach. Pub test adjudicator.
Yeah, g'day, how are you going, mockers? Come on. G'day, Tim, see you there. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a question on the Nord Stream pipeline too. Chuck Barr was on there at the time, and he said that it would have required a submarine to get down to the depth of the pipeline. Now, I couldn't work out if a yacht went out there with 6 people on board, could they free dive the 80 to 100 meters with scuba equipment to get down to the pipeline? and then do all the necessary explosive requirements. Yeah, so the other point was, I believe at the time, the Belgorod submarine was up and down the coast of the English Channel, so I'm not sure. Would you like to talk about that, someone?
So, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's plausible for someone to be able to dive there. I don't know, because I'm not much of a diver at all. I leave Finns to their own decision making. Never tread on them. I hope somebody picked up on that. Ioana, please. Maybe you have a better context for this. I will say, the logic being, if the Russians have these RV submarine things that can be used as well. Ioana?
Yeah, so about the possibility to dive at that depth, it's about 80 meters. It's not for everyday diver. It's for specialized divers with the specialized composition of gas in the tubes. You cannot dive on oxygen at that depth, because the nitrogen will become soluble in blood, and it can give serious problems. After that, basically, when you go up, it gets out of the blood boiling, so it's not a good thing. You can really, you should really have an inert gas or just oxygen, but also just oxygen is kind of dangerous. So it's not for an everyday diver, but you can dive to 80 meters. Of course, after that, you will need a little bit of decompression if it's possible. If not, there may be consequences. So again, it's kind of dangerous. To dive just like that, a free diver, only if you are champion and if you stay there like 10 seconds. After, it's impossible to do. It somehow in some other manner. About the explosible, I think you need quite a sizable amount of explosives. So you have to bear in mind that I don't know the number of people that dive there, but you should carry at least a few tens of kilograms of explosive in order to obtain the effects that were obtained. And all the places, it's not just the same place. There were explosions in different places. So again, you have to keep that in mind. It's like making a trip and exploding things underwater. Highly unlikely for unprofessional divers. But what I wanted to say is about the timing. Let's remember the day. It was in the morning of the day when the Norway pipeline was inaugurated. It is very important to remember this, because keep modest. Who would have benefited from this big news in that day? Of course, it's Russia. Of course, it's Russia, and they were aware of the fact that those pipelines were to be not used in the future. So they did it just to have an effect and to show that they can do this to other pipelines. It's very important. And also about the timing, let's remember the newspapers in that period. I was very careful and I was reading them, and it was only about the failed mobilization and the failed military offensives that took place at that time. So this was everywhere. And if you want to change the titles of the newspapers, if you want to have a new subject for propaganda, if you want to menace Europe that you can do things, you do that. That's my opinion.
You are 100% right, and thank you for fleshing out the argument that I kind of hinted at, of why the reasoning of why they would have bothered to do it. Exactly, that's exactly why, right? The Norwegians, the Danes immediately had, Security Council meetings. What's going on with undersea infrastructure? Can we protect it? No, we can't. What can we do? How can we even inspect all of these pipelines and telecommunications cables and electrical cables that link Norway to continental Europe? This is hard. And this comes on top and after a number of these quote unquote research vessels of the Russian Federation having been spotted above certain pipelines or cables elsewhere, mostly cables, admittedly, mostly telecoms cables. This is not a trivial setup. And if they decided they weren't using it anyway, they weren't using it anyway. Tim.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the diving thing. Thank you for that, Joanna. Fully atmospheric diving suits have existed for over 150 years. This is a bit of a red herring. 80 meters is not desperately deep. Okay, for a guy with a wetsuit and a bottle on his back, yes, that's too deep. But specialized equipment for this it exists. It exists in civilian and military organizations. Certainly exists in Russia. The idea that they couldn't do the diving from a fairly basic vessel, I think, is nonsense.
Yeah, it can be done, but it's it's hard at that depth, basically. It's not a just jump in the water. It's fine, just swim down. Pub test adjudicator.
Yeah, g'day. I think Tim sort of really answered my question that I was going to raise about this, and Iona touched on it as well. From my limited experience of diving, I'm only lucky enough to have been diving on the Great Barrier Reef, but I went down 25 meters. Now, touching on the decompression side of things, if you went down, even if you had specialized deep diving equipment, went down 100 meters, and say you did get the bends on the way back up, you'd have no decompression on a hired rented yacht. So the propaganda story struck me yesterday as just being totally out there. And how could anyone buy into it at all? It's total Russian propaganda, and it's odd to me that it's caught on so much with the general public. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. I'll step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Pub Test Adjudicator. Now, question for the audience. Did you have Alex Caftelli up at any point during the night?
No, I haven't heard anything from Alex Caftelli.
Does anybody else want to go into what all actually happened in Georgia in the end yesterday? And all I saw was images of water cannons and protesters with 12 golden stars on a blue flag. But I don't know what actually, if anything at all transpired out of it.
They're supposed to start up again today. I don't know exactly what time, but they say that they will be protesting every day until things change. And Iona might have followed it more.
I believe Nale followed it all last night and may be able to tell us more.
Thank you. Thank you. I am half asleep. So thank you guys. I'm going to go to bed now. I'll see you in a few hours.
Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, bookers, and hello, friends. I just wanted to ask what Georgia doing, because all I've seen is some footage of protests and EU flags being waved and water cannons, and that's about it.
So I can give you a context of why things happen. I just don't know what happened yet. We want to know what happened. But basically, why things happened was because the Georgian government, which is, let's call it Russian reasoning, they're called Georgian dreams, they're not very dreamy. The guy in charge is the richest man in the country who owns a ridiculous proportion of the country's wealth expressed as GDP, just way more than you could normally see anywhere. So he's kind of behind it all. He doesn't actually technically run it, because he did try for a bit and then was like, it's too much effort. I think there are also some incompatibility problems. but there's a law that they're trying to push through, which would which is kind of similar to what Russia and Belarus passed in the past decade or so, which limits quote unquote foreign agents. And by foreign agents, they mean anybody who might have connections to the West or might not, just blindly follow whatever the Georgian government said. If you saw that video that got BBC an award recently, interview with Alexander Lukashenko, it's kind of like that. It's kind of the law that they're trying to push forward would entrench a very similar attitude to any NGOs, especially ones that might be promoting, I don't know, freedom of speech or pro-Western, pro-European values. Therefore, protests. What happened?
So indeed, the protests were started because the parliament passed a law at the first reading. This is highly unusual because usually you are bringing amendments and other modifications to the law. The law was that about organizations that are receiving more than 20% of their funding from overseas, and basically they were called to register as foreign agents, and otherwise they will face some fines. This is very similar with the law that was passed in Russia in 2012, if I'm not remember, and if I'm remembering well, and it's used in different ways by the Russians, and it was used in the last times just to persecute companies and people. So basically, after that, there was a peaceful protest. The people got on the street and protested against this law. They were chanting slogans about, renouncing this law, but also anti-Russia, because this intervention, legislative interventions, was seen as being kind of in a Russian style. Just a little parenthesis, there is a debate if the government in Georgia is pro-Russian or not. My belief is that it is pro-Russian. People say that it's just using the same methods that Russia is using, but it's not clearly pro-Russian. Well, it's a matter of debate. I think it is pro-Russian. So the government is kind of pro-Russian. The president is not really. And people protested on the street, but they were encountered with water guns. There were some powerful images with people holding up the flag of European Union and being just pushed and turned to the, I don't know, hit with the water guns and so on. After that, the crowd became a little bit more angrier, and they began to just try to get into the parliament and chanted anti-government slogans and so on. It took a few hours from evening into the middle of the night, and then the police used all the arsenal, anti-riot arsenal that they have besides the water guns. They used smoke grenades, they used tear gas, pepper spray, even stun grenades, those grenades that make a loud noise and a flash that basically make people just confused and so on. Late in the night, I believe it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, they pushed really hard on the protesters, and they managed to just make them leave with anti-riot policemen with shields, helmets, and with all the arsenal that I talked about. And yes, they will come out again, the protesters, because we have this experience in Maidan. We had the same thing in Romania when a protest against a certain law that was perceived as unjust or not good for the country, was met with such resistance, and the Georgians said that they will come out again. It is important to notice that the president of Georgia, she was in United States at that time in a visit, and she addressed the people of Georgia. She said that she is with them, and she considers that the law is not good, and if the parliament insists on passing it, she will veto it. And also she declared that she will just cut short the visit and come home. Sorry if I was like all over the place. I'm done for now.
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Anna. So, was there any big movements, or did it kind of just, started as a protest, end as a protest, and eventually people just went home after having experienced a bunch of water cannons, and or I'm guessing people packed up at some point in the night, right?
There was some violence. There were like person-to-person violence, and the water guns. It's powerful. I don't know if you see that. If you've seen that, I have seen it. I didn't felt it. This is good, but I have seen it from not far, like 20 meters, and you are thrown up in the air and pushed down to the ground in a minute. And let's consider the fact that it was -2 degrees in the night. So if you are wet and you stay for hours there and you are beaten and you are met with smoke grenades and tear gas, and finally you have to go somewhere because otherwise you will be not in a good state. And the police that that managed to push the manifestants and make them go home, it was like an impressive force, like at least a few hundreds, if not more, because we have seen the photos and they were like on several lines, pushing with the shields and with all the other arsenal. So it's not like just we protest a little and then go home. No, they went home because they couldn't stay there, because otherwise it would have been very dangerous.
Thank you, Anna. This feels a little bit like a Maidan type demonstration, because it is genuinely a demonstration against being against reversals of a European path, against reversals on the European path for Georgia, which is, like it was in Ukraine, I think constitutionally guaranteed, if I remember correctly. See, it's been a while since I looked into all of that, but exactly right, and it's a kind of a similar timeline, and let's see where it all ends up. But this is important to keep an eye on. I will also say there's a reason why last year in June, when after all three countries applied for EU candidacy more or less simultaneously, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, one of them, Georgia, was not afforded EU candidate status in June last year. There's a reason for it. And it is that, unlike the other two that have been making progress, it's been regressing, even though maybe 10, 15 years ago, probably 15 years ago, it was the best prepared and has been making the most progress, at least in the eyes of some of the three countries, towards joining the EU.
I have just one comment. I don't know if I said it already. So it started as a protest against a law, but at the end it was a protest against the government. So the crowd, the requirements of the crowd shifted in a very substantial way, and finally it wasn't about the law, because the law practically the president said that she will veto it. It's no longer about the law. It's about the government. The people want the government down and elections.
And not making steps back, right, on that trajectory is the underlying message. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Ioana, for the detailed update. Much appreciated. And let's go to then John and then Chris.
Yeah, hopefully this is. Hopefully the spark was lit yesterday, and they will continue. And also, if it was only about the law, that would be quite pointless, as if you have a government or parliament that will pass this kind of laws, an agenda which is not favorable. So I think, basically, or hopefully this was the spark to start the bigger things. And also, just to be more precise to what the one was saying about the anti-Russian slogans that we're using, was mainly Huilio Putin. Huilio, I can't pronounce it. Fuck Putin or something. Yeah, exactly.
Huilio.
Very poetic phrase. And then also there were actually Molotov cocktails used, so it was quite intense and some violence there, which is, yeah, I guess good. I mean, it shows that there's determination and they're not scared of getting it done. And then a question for Ioana or someone else. This law supposedly was to stop or to curb foreign agents, as they're called. So would that apply to Russian money as well? Would anyone getting Russian money be sanctioned by this law, or how would it work?
Well, I believe that it would apply to the Russians, but the main objective was to practically stop European investments in Georgia. I think that was what was that the people perceived, because if you are investing from a European country or from United States or whatever, you will be considered as a foreign agent. So I'm not sure about the Russians. I believe that they may be included in the law, but the people perceived it as a threat for European investments and European-led development of Georgia.
Yeah, there was some irony in my question. I assume 100% that Russian money would not be under any threat.
And we can flesh this out a little bit further, I think, even by saying very straightforwardly, there's the guy who's behind the Georgian Dream, the governing party. He has lots of Russian money, or money that was gained because of Russia in some way. So let's not forget that as well. Chris, very good morning.
Good morning. How are we all? Wow, Mockers, I was I could see there in the background, and that was a massive, big bada boom, wasn't it? Yeah, you're going to exciting times coming on the boom front, I think, by the looks of it. Just referring to a tweet that was up there, Doman. Doman, I just wanted to. There was a bit of a discussion about this, but I didn't get the conclusion. Is it the Georgian president or prime minister that's in America, or was in America? And can she veto?
I believe so.
Okay, you believe so. Okay, so I just wondered if there's.
I apologize, Chris. I am not up to date on the constitutional responsibilities and the role of the president of Georgia.
maybe Ioana knows, or I don't know. There was a discussion, but I didn't hear the conclusion of it as to whether she could or she couldn't.
Well, I'm not sure about it. In most presidential parliamentary countries, the president can oppose to a law being passed. Basically, he can turn it back to the parliament to modify it, and if necessary, oppose completely. But then he can be challenged. There can be a referendum to get the president down. I'm not sure about Georgia. I'm relating just to the Romanian legislation, but I believe that if she said she will veto it, she didn't say. I believe she has the possibility.
Okay, Ioana, thank you.
Here we go. I have found the Wikipedia page for the constitutional powers and duties of the president of Georgia. I've not read far enough on it yet, though. Let me see. I think Ioana had a call. I need to read this better. Let's go to Dendron. In the meantime, I should try to read.
Yeah, I was passively listening in yesterday, and this was discussed to some extent. And I think it was Laughing Tommy who looked it up, and the parliament needs 75% votes to overrule or overturn a veto. And also, Nick made a comment which was quite good. That I mean, if there is if the veto power is there, it needs to be. I mean, how should I say this? Say they pass a law with 51% of the votes in the parliament, and then the president tries to veto it. That veto will not be possible, right? Because if it then went back to the parliament, the same 51% would pass the law. So yeah, having a veto means that you need to have a higher threshold than the majority, and they have.
If I can also say that the president of Georgia is well, she was born abroad. She was born to Georgians in exile, basically, and grew up in France. Was a French diplomat. She was actually the French ambassador 20 years ago, and only then regained, I think, Georgian citizenship. Only at that point, I believe. She's not. She was kind of supported by the governing party when she ran for election, but they're not well aligned anymore, and I guess she's a little bit more in between, let's say the bulk of the opposition and the governing for now parliamentary majority. So that puts her in a pretty good position, I guess, despite being primarily a ceremonial role. That still puts her in a pretty good position to kind of pick a reasonable path in between all of it, which is a good thing. And it's also a good thing that she has a very solid Western experience, let's say, which not everyone, which not everyone that could have been the president of Georgia has. We shall keep on this. We shall keep monitoring events, and if and when the protests push up yet again. But I think we will also try to get our dear Kartvelian on to talk about that. And what's going on a little bit more later when he's awake. The law that is it's the sort of law that is then used arbitrarily by the likes of Russia and Belarus. The similar law, same-ish law, that is then arbitrarily used to limit those who oppose the government, who limit the government's ability to do whatever it wants, and this is why it's important that it doesn't come into force. But again, I'll stress this on the Georgian European path. This is definitely a step back, and this is where significant similarities exist between that and say the Euromaidan back in 2013, 2014 in Ukraine. Chris, you mentioned some booms. I don't know what booms you were referring to.
He's referring to some booms that I have retweeted this morning. People are saying that there was that
it could be a JDAM.
JDAMs, yes, possible JDAMs, and so that was something that's being talked about, shall we say, quite a lot. But they are indeed quite big booms. Yes, I enjoyed seeing that this morning.
Excellent, yeah. Chris.
I'm going to I'm going to get the big bada boom image out in a minute, Mockers. If what is it? The fourth dimension, I think, isn't it? The lady that goes big bada boom.
Fifth
I think
Element.
Sorry, thank you. That's right. Thank you very much, Mockers. Yeah.
Have we had any commentary by? We haven't yet, right? By Gunny or David Brookfield or some such about how this looks like and what this looks like. Don't reckon yet, eh?
No, but have you seen?
They were up late.
Sorry, Mockers. Have you seen Gunny's post about the British the way that the Americans view? Yeah, that's funny.
It's also true, which makes it extra funny.
Yeah.
Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. I also saw Marcus retweet, and I've always wondered. I never found out what Gen X is and woke and all these terms that are floating around. Probably because I'm too old. But boomers, these look like boomers we are watching. Thank you.
I've been called that once or twice. Doman, would you like the morning's MOD report?
I would. Did we ever do yesterday's, by the way?
Yesterday's was quite a sober one. We did it very, very early, but
Okay,
yes,
let's
I've never read
let's
it
go
for
on
you.
to today's then.
Okie dokie. 1 second.
I will say while you're doing that, I will say that I'll read the passage from the Times a couple of days ago. It's very on topic of the UK MOD. It says, casting himself as the chief sommelier of the Ministry of Defense, Ben Wallace, Ministry of Defense, likened the situation facing defense spending to an expensive wine tasting. He compared the army to a fine wine that has gone over, whereas the RAF was in the drink now category, and the Royal Navy was best left to lay down for longer. I always knew I liked Ben Wallace, but now I know why. And now I know that my intuitions were correct.
That he's a wine aficionado. You share the same interests, yes?
Yeah. No, well cultured chap. It's good. Carry on, Mockers, with the more contentful rather than styleful. Yeah.
I shall. So this is the MOD report for today, the 8th of March, 23. On the 4th of March, 23, the Russian Ministry of Defense released a video of a rare visit to Ukraine by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. There is a realistic possibility that this was partially in response to recent footage of the owner of Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, visiting his fighters on the front line. Wagner is in a high-profile dispute with the Russian Ministry of Defense, and Shoigu is likely sensitive to being compared to Prigozhin. The only deployed Russian field commander shown in the video was Colonel General Rustam Muradov. It is notable that Muradov is responsible for the Vuhledar sector of Donetsk Oblast, where several assaults have failed in the last 3 months. Until recently, the Russian commands likely saw a breakthrough at Vuhledar as a key way to achieve operationally significant breakthrough in Ukraine's lines. Russian planners are likely facing the dilemma of attempting another Vuhledar assault or supporting the intense fighting further north near Bakhmut and Kremenar. So, the British MOD are saying they're between a rock and a hard place, I would say.
I think they should do another Vuhledar assault, and then another, and then another, and then another. And I hope, as long as they keep going the way all thus far have gone, I just keep doing them. Yeah, that's my advice. I mean, they promoted Rustam Muradov to Colonel General, so for his activities in the area. So yes, let's please. I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, well, they've done so well there, so yeah, it seems like a good plan. Chuck last night, I caught a tiny bit of what he was saying, that in one particular area, Wagner carried out a series of 37 separate attacks along a particular axis in Bakhmut. 37. And, you know, after wave 20, you might wonder, is this really working? You know, how's this going to go the next time and the next time? Yeah. So when they say zombie hordes, they really mean it.
Oh yeah, there was this there was the note, right, from Ukrainian senior lieutenant saying that they're fighting a zombie war, that they're fighting zombies, and of course nobody would expect them, you know, doing it the 19th time, let alone the 45th. Chris?
Well, I was going to say, I think I'm learning. I think Chuck's information is seeping into my brain, and Yehuda's and all the rest of it, right? Because I was like, I've been studying Bakhmut and that, and I know about the rising ground to the west of Bakhmut. I was looking at the river that went through Bakhmut, and I was thinking, oh, that would be a nice place to stop and defend. And then and Chuck's, have you seen the post that Chuck's put up about that?
I have not, Chris. Paint me a picture with words.
Well, there's quite a nice river, that the Bakhmutka River, that basically runs through the city centre. So it's a bit sort of like Dublin-esque to me, and that, yeah. So I think it's Dublin. That there's a river runs through it. Somebody will pick me up on that, no doubt. No,
I think there are many cities where a river runs.
Well,
through. I mean, London for a start.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. So yeah, the Bakhmuta River, and Chuck says, photo of the Bakhmuta River in the city centre. This formidable natural obstacle is now the front line in the north part of the city. For the Russians, staging a contested river crossing would be suicidal. Is that more suicidal? More suicidal than what they've been doing so far, hey? Wow.
No, but it makes sense, right? It's a pain. It's hard to get across. It's a literal pain to try to do it, and it makes perfect sense that's being used to kind of limit Russian movement, right? Makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it possible that this might have been part of Ukraine's plan?
I mean, they would have rather for the Russians to have stayed, you know, further east, ideally a couple hundred kilometers further east. But under the circumstances, I guess I don't know, kind of makes sense.
Well, Chris, they did just have the head of Ukrainian special operations in town, probably telling them how to set up all these mines in the building on the opposite bank so that when Russians occupied them, they would blow up. And also would have laid out all the best 3D battlefield. See, the thing, Darwin, that's important is also crossing that river with the canal, they call it. When the Ukrainian soldiers were occupying it a few days ago, in the language they were talking, or in the voiceover on it, they were talking about going onto the canal. So it's a very picturesque. The picture from Chuck, it's a very picturesque European city type canal thing. But like a nice view, it has high rises on opposite sides of it. So they were, I think, probably, I would guess, the head of special operations was in town. Zelensky decided we're going to stay. A political reason, but you know, they decided to set up good fortifications, turn it into a 3D war. Still require Russians to do either contested
crossing on water, which they'd never do, or restricts them to just the choke points on the bridges. So great idea, but it's if you read John Spencer's book, and they have been pulling up, and you can see video of them pulling these TOS 1A thermobaric bomb launchers in close to the eastern side, and trying to use it on the buildings that the Ukrainians are holed up in. So I mean, it's a very high stakes game, but clearly, you know, this you can definitely still do better if your guys are, if the Ukrainian guys are incredibly well in contact with each other and trust one another innately. They can do this sort of ambush and move when they come into contact that should be survivable for them. But you know, like all that city fighting that you may have read about before, you know, you basically still have to shoot and displace, move, or you're going to get cut to ribbons by 20 or 30 millimeter cannon. So great move, I think, probably on the side of the Ukrainians to hold that city there, or to hold there if they're going to hold that city, that part of the city. And as Mockers mentioned to you, up to the north, right, the straight north, basically through Yehidne up into, I forget the name of that little town, but massive 37 attack loss up there, meaning that Prigozhin just told them to go and go and go and go. And, you know, like Chuck joked about, after the first 25, I'd probably put in a request to the officers to say, okay, I'll do 15 more, but that's it, right? You know, and so I also noted this morning, and Chuck didn't know what to make of it, that Prigozhin was on a rooftop about 3 days ago in Pereskovika and was telegraphing essentially what he was going to try to do: close the pincers, and then he went on to making his pleas and whines and complaints about ammunition and support and all that sort of stuff. But he basically said, we're about to close the pincers here, you know, and we need all the support we can get, and I'm not getting it, whatever. But looks like they may have tried to close the pincers today or yesterday with these 37 attacks up there in the north, but didn't get anywhere. And Chuck and John also spent a fair bit of time this morning talking about the fact that down in the thumb of that, if you will, that glove that's trying to close on Bakhmut, down in the thumb there, there's a couple of deep cuts because the counterattacks down there out of Ivanivsky have been excellent, and the artillery that Russia is using on that little town south of there, Klishkova, suggests that there's still a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers down even that far. So that was the summary of what Chuck and John were talking about this morning, I think, and plus my perspective on Prigozhin.
Thank you, Will. And I'll just remind everyone that the Ukrainians have a lot more data, and not just from one bit of the front in Bakhmut, but all the bits of the front in Bakhmut. And that's kind of the basis on how they're deciding things. Secondly, they also know that the moment that they move further west, Russians will follow, and they'll just have to do it somewhere else instead. So I have no basis to assess what the Ukrainians are doing or not doing. All I know is that I would really like to encourage the Russians to please go to Vuhledar some more and send more equipment there. You know, if we can get a nice rate of 10 tanks and 20 BMPs destroyed in Vuhledar every day, I think that'd be pretty good. Chris.
Yeah, thanks to Will for that. Now, I'm assuming that there's a bridge over the Bakhmutka river and or probably more than one. But so I've got that scene from Saving Private Ryan in my head now. You know, where they're basically defending the bridge at the end. Yeah, Will's laughing. Yeah, and except Will, I think it'll be either an F-16 or maybe an A-10 right, that flies over in the end and destroys the Russian equipment on the other side, right? And then an A-10 I'd like to see personally. I know I'm supposed to be promoting F-16s and that, but yeah, and Doman, yeah, the what I'm calling, Bakhmut, the black hole of Bakhmut, where all the Russians disappear into, and Vuhledar, the vortex, where another load of stuff disappears to as well. It's been sucked in. It's been sucked in, Doman, from the whole of the front line and from the whole of Russia. All of this stuff is being sucked in and destroyed in the black hole and the vortex.
For you, Doman. So I think that these 37 attacks in the north out in the next few days, and they'd lost an immense amount of troops in 37 attack type days, and who knows what other kit. Isn't that Wagner about done? Don't you think Putin will give up on Wagner as a fighting force to try to take things if Prigozhin said he was going to use his pincer and close the pincer, and it was actually his troops up there that mostly died? Won't they just wither away?
Well, I guess so. I guess there's a chance, right? What I would kind of say about that is, depends on how well or how much or how easily they can regain forces, gain new personnel. It used to be easier for them because they had the privilege of going to Russian prisons and recruiting from there. But that's obviously much more difficult for them now, since they were thrown out of that, and they're no longer able to recruit from prisons like they were previously able to, right? So in that context, I guess it's a little bit more difficult. What else? They're also being limited politically. Well, right? They're also being limited politically in the sense that they're no longer allowed certain provisions that they were allowed previously. I think Wagner is going to be moving back to sort of their previous approaches to things. That they're going to be going back to doing these more, picking up very old veterans and then having them press gang other people in other parts of the world, or pay them a pittance in order to do their bidding. Maybe they might be going more in the direction of information cyber warfare as well. Very possible, very plausible. This is something that they've been indicating that they're interested in for quite a while. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it is just, let's say, internal reorganization within Russian forces, right? Now, Wagner was set up in order to be kind of deniable whether this is Russian action or somebody else's. Well, in fact, it is Russian action, not somebody else's. It will make very little difference of who does what. The only difference it might make is that Wagnerites actually figured out how to be somewhat effective in their high, very very consumptive tactics when it came to making progress, very personnel consumptive tactics. But simply they don't have that much ability to do it, right? They simply won't have as much capacity to do it as they had previously. So yes and no, but does it really matter? Probably not. Will it come out in the wash? Yeah, probably. Will it be about the same either way? Yeah, probably. Will they have a different name? Yeah. Well,
so clearly if this was Wagner in the north, 37 attacks. What we'd heard back when we heard about these attacks and the way they were doing them, and got loading up the first guys with the heavy stuff and having them run up there and die and have the other ones go up. They were talking in those intercepted communications about up to 16 of those in a day, I think they talked about, right? So if this, they might have eventually been successful at gaining some ground, right? But the attrition rate was incredibly high, that they've decided to do one uphill or something like that down up north of Bakhmut, and did 37 iterations of that, which is why I would guess it would be spent as a fighting force. Nobody's going to want to join the military wing of Wagner, maybe the IT folks or whatever, but I can't see anybody wanting to join with that commercial playing in the background of how many the iterations of that they lost. And so they'll be small. He won't have his capability to recruit into it. I don't think he's going to get a lot of volunteers. And clearly his shine has come off, and he better stay close away from Windows, I suppose, after in Russia after this, maybe.
He probably should. Probably not coming from the central decision-making power, central decision-making authority, but very plausibly, coming from some other decision-making authority lower down. They might have just bitten off too much for them to chew, and now they have to kind of deal with it and live with it. So, such it is. I mean, well, looking at all of this, what do you think? What was your perception of it? What was your perception of these endless attacks? Yes, they might eventually be successful, but if success is measured in hundreds or thousands per expended per square kilometer, I think Russians on average expend about 25 men per square kilometer gained since the initial invasion, something like that. Which is a lot, right?
Well, there was another guy that did an analysis of their rate of movement.
Was it even more?
It was literally at a snail's pace. A snail traveled faster than the Russian army toward Kiev, I guess.
Yeah, I think whatever it was, I did the baseline math, and it was basically Russians would need 200 million dead Russians in order to get all of Ukraine at that pace, and that's a bigger number than there are Russians. Period. So just that alone should probably tell them to quit it. Klaus.
Thank you. Last year, after Russia had been trying to conquer Ukraine for 3 months, there was I read some articles in the newspaper that said that if Ukraine kept on fighting back and regained the territory, the Russian army would slowly collapse, or maybe not collapse, but slowly implode. But that hasn't really happened. So maybe I was just, maybe these predictions weren't made by military analysts, or maybe it was just some idea that after a while the equipment they had would slowly run out of be hard to maintain and be conquered by Ukrainians, but we still see that this is a battle of attrition where Ukraine currently have a slight edge. Is this some journalists that just have amplified a simple message and not really looked behind the numbers? Thank you.
So I checked, well, 400 per square kilometer, I think was the number, which is a lot. Either way, where were we? Right, Klaus's question. I think that the assumption was made with normal military behavior, rather than these very World War II at the most recent tactics, or Trojan Reservoir at the most recent tactics. So because of that, it's going for a bit longer. There was a very sort of estimatory analysis saying that Russians have about 1,000, non T-62 tanks left, probably something like that. So 1,000 more of those, and Russians are more or less done for when it comes to more or less any remotely modern equipment. That's where we see this much bigger influx of T-62s, but also BTR-50s and stuff like that, right? So the combination of all of that is probably going to give you a very good illustration of where things are going when it comes to their efficiency and their efficacy. It's very difficult to make predictions, obviously, because especially when you have someone who doesn't follow their own damn doctrine, right? Which was probably the biggest problem that they've been facing, is that Russians behave differently from how they told themselves that they were going to behave. So within that, you're really left out of parameters. Well,
so whether they run out of T-62 tanks first, or bodies which are willing to serve first, is, I guess, the big question and race to the bottom. But in relation to, because I think this is where your question is, my take on it is that you would think that would become unacceptable losses to the Russian public as they find out about it. Now, information restriction means they won't get it that quick, but people I know in Russia can find out about all kinds of things pretty quickly, and I think it will get out this time what the losses are, and they'll see it at home. The losses are from smaller regions, where it will be noticed more openly, and you'd hope that they would rebel. But I'm not going to be sanguine about thinking they will. But what I can tell you is the evidence we have in place right now is that there have been 4, I think, recorded incidents of mutiny, where troops actually, under the the military term mutiny, refused to fight, refused to follow a direct order in combat, and take up arms and fight. And some of them have videoed them, and they've been talked about in transcripts of communications, and I think also in written communications between some of the units. So if that's happening, at least the people at the front of the queue to die have started to rebel, and you would hope that they're getting information back, and Russian population is finding out by their own means what's going on a bit more, that it will become politically unacceptable, and they'll have to do something about it inside Russia. But I guess I probably, right now, if I had to bet, I'd go with them running out of 1,000 more T-62 tanks in the next year. No, they probably can't get them all going in a year, maybe 2 years. What do you reckon?
I mean, they don't need all the T-62s, right? I think that's a complicated one. Let's just simplify things. Let's simplify things and say, send them all down to Vuhledar, pretty please, so we can simplify these things somewhat. I think that would be for the best, really, wouldn't it?
Gentlemen, I have something for you. Would you like it? It's another one of the amazing Chris O'Wiki's threads, which If we recall seeing yesterday, there was another one of these videos from the Russian mobilized soldiers. However, Dmitry of War Translated pointed out that this one was a bit different because the commander was not appealing to Putin, but basically just saying, we're refusing to obey orders now. These people were transferred to this DPR and call themselves meat assaults. They lost a major part of their personnel due to what they say is a complete lack of training and reconnaissance. Lots of high hopes there for them. And Chris Owicki comments that the Russian authorities appear to have responded quite quickly to this particular one, denying that they were subject to mobilization and saying that they're working with them and their relatives now. So the Belgorod governor, Vyacheslav Gladkov, apparently, and the military prosecutor have met with the relatives and have sent a representative to meet with the men. He states that the men were drafted as part of a partial mobilization and underwent military training. In fact, he visited them himself when they were training in Kursk. Basically, he stated that we have tried to calm the relatives down and all necessary requests have been forwarded. And he's sending this representative to organise a communication session, which we all know what that means, don't we? It means that pressure has been put on the families to shut them up, and that the mobilised men themselves will probably also receive the same pressure. Apparently, one wife of the men published a video of her being concerned on this VK social media page, and then completely disappeared from VK soon after. The local Telegram channel, Belgorod Flashlight, reports on a statement issued by the regional military headquarters claiming that the men were not subject to partial mobilization due to age or medical indications. According to the regional HQ, they are meant to be serving in Belgorod in territorial defense roles only. Obviously, they're not. They're fighting in Ukraine. But we've heard this before, haven't we? That they'll be serving in territorial defense roles. They'll be on the back lines. And suddenly they find themselves in a trench on the front lines. It's a shocking situation. And, well, they're just very trusting, aren't they, these men? Anyway, they were basically used to form a full unit from, a partially broken unit, and then they were sent back in, and they got broken again, and they're not very happy about it. But of course, they're not complaining that they're being sent to fight their neighbours, their peaceful neighbours. They're just complaining that they're not being sent to do it properly. So let's keep that in mind before we start to feel sorry for these young and old men.
So they didn't even complain to Putin this time. They complained to. They just said they're not going to go. That's interesting. That's an improvement, I guess, in a way. Maybe even realizing that the man in charge doesn't really care at all. Well,
and that is by definition mutiny. So that one that's videoed, take that one, take the one in Vuhledar, where on like the second day of the first major attacks of that, a group refused to go out again, and so there have been actual mutinies in the Russian side. All four, I think, is the count I'm up to of credible situations where people said there was mutiny, and long may it continue, because that's the first step to making sure that the people get the message back home when they go home too.
Well, hopefully, yeah, they're disgruntled enough that when this guy turns up to berate them, they tell him where to get off, which station, you know.
Well, next comes bragging, doesn't it?
We've already heard of incidents of that type of thing happening. So, well, you never know. I wouldn't like to go and meet a big group of armed and very disgruntled chaps. I think it might be a bad idea. Especially when I'm not bringing them good news. Mikael? Mikael, can you hear me?
Mikael? There's a button in the bottom left corner which might be playing up for you, and maybe that's why we can't hear you.
Mikhail, you may be talking into a muted button. Press your mute button on the left.
Nope, I think this is a more deeply seated technical difficulty. You might have to cycle to listener and back to speaker later on.
Yeah, I'm getting nothing from that, unfortunately.
Right, let's go to Urian, and then I have another Crystal Wiki one. He's been very productive, which I found even more interesting, and I thought that was the one that you were going to go for. Urian, go ahead.
Thank you. This is my first time on MriyaReport, and thank you for letting me talk. It's actually I'm an infantryman myself. I see the back to the Bakhmut situation. The river crossings in Bakhmut isn't easy. I can say that as an infantryman and as a diver, it's incredibly difficult to get up on embankments from the water. If you have to cross through the water, if you can lay bridges, it might be easier. But since the situation is that there is no cover on both of the embankments, it would be deadly. Secondly, the rumors is that Prigozhin is now trying to recruit on psychiatric institutions in Russia. As the Russian media says, as it was stated yesterday, some Twitter reports. That was all, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining in, Urian. Yeah, I think I'm very much in agreement with your comments. I would add, psychiatric institutions in Russia often don't particularly well resemble psychiatric institutions you might be used to. Often that is done, people are sent there to be effectively in prison, to be removed from society, sometimes without the need for a judicial sentence, but so that they no longer cause problems, let's say, to the people who send them there in the first place. So it is the last place that anybody would want to be sent, pretty much, perhaps even more so than prison in some cases. And if that's the only place where Wagnerites are allowed to recruit for the front lines anymore, then that's probably going to spell the end of their utilization as light infantry shock troops, and instead they will have to, or they will probably steer more strongly into other directions, other bits that Gerasimov might not be terribly happy with them engaging in, actually, which would be quite interesting. Right, Gerasimov, of course, thinks of cyber warfare, information warfare as really important, and after you can unseat him allegedly, it's quite interesting if he'll be happy, he'll be okay with letting Prigozhin play in that sandbox.
Why can't they all just get along, eh?
Right. Shall I go through the other Chris Wikis thread? Because I found this one even more interesting.
Yeah, I saw that
Especially
one too.
because it's something that I kept talking about for a couple months now. Right. Russia's deployment system is so dysfunctional that many soldiers are reportedly spending weeks wandering around in search of their units in border and rear areas, with some being listed as deserters because they have not reported to the units that they cannot find. Ribar, the genocide cheerleader, mill blogger, has highlighted the Kafkaesque situation in which many mobilized soldiers have found themselves due to organizational chaos behind the front line. Because of the confusion in the border areas and even deep in the rear, there are whole groups of fighters wandering around in search of their units, some even forced to travel to their permanent deployment points just to find out where their unit is. The most unpleasant thing is that they're often mistakenly considered deserters. A person can travel along the front line for weeks in order to find his units, but at the same time, he's listed as a fugitive in his own military registration and enlistment office, which I think is very, very funny, obviously. Continuing, due to the confusion in the process of forming of new units, commanders might not even understand to whom exactly they were subordinated, and the soldiers might only know the number of their battalion. Ukraine's successful offensives last autumn made this worse as hastily assembled units fell apart. After leaving the battle, soldiers did not know whom to report to. Some got as far as the Urals, the Volga, and even the Far East, but even there could not find the information. So basically, the units fell apart. They traveled all the way home, sometimes to the Pacific Ocean, and still couldn't figure it out, which is very, very funny. This organization also makes it hard for those returning from hospitals. They didn't have many of those, right? Because many never make it to the hospital in the first place. I think that's quite an interesting situation. It's a very, very long one. I'm not reading through all of it, just the most important bits. What this doesn't touch upon is a similar situation that many newly mobilized have found themselves in. Right, many newly mobilized have found themselves in a situation where they were mobilized but not conscripted. So they were said, "You are now going to be a soldier. You need to report to your unit." And they're like, "Okay, report to unit." Unit doesn't exist yet, so they were made to just wait in forests on the outskirts of cities for sometimes weeks, sometimes months. So I found it very interesting how Russia really flundered and failed in their first attempt at a mass mobilization because they simply didn't have all that many people that as many as they have mobilized. So they got more anger domestically, right? They got more anger domestically against them than they benefited from them, which I thought was quite interesting, frankly. The other thing that they're doing, where did I stick that? The other thing that they're doing, which is also just as interesting, if not maybe even more interesting, in here is that Russian soldiers are often being assigned the units that are units of the DNR, LNR, mafia intelligence services run supposed republics, and in those cases, they are never evacuated. It seems. Quote here: DNR evacuation teams will only evacuate their own men and lightly wounded Russians, leaving the severely wounded Russians on the battlefield. And now, remember, this is a Russian genocide cheerleader mill blogger reporting this. This isn't somebody who wants Russia to be ineffective. It's like, no, they're doing it all wrong. This is a serious problem, and I think that's it's a pretty interesting setup that they're having. It very much fits, Mockers, as well with what you were saying about that unit that complained and then was sent onto Avdiivka, right? What happened with those, remember?
Oh yeah, they got sent to a place that they absolutely have no possibility of being able to capture, and they were thrown in there, and I believe 2 of them survived, and they're in hospital. They've got shrapnel wounds and have been told that they have up to a week before they'll be deployed back to the front line. So yeah, if you complain, apparently, you get sent to Avdiivka, and you may as well be sent to Room 101 because you tend not to come back.
And it was 2 out of 70 that survived, right? And it's not because the other 68 died in battle. It's because most of the other 68 were wounded and left there, and then they bled out or whatnot.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
This is their logic. This is their approach, right? This is important to comprehend. It's not just that their tactics are let's say wasteful of their own forces. Their operations are also wasteful of their own forces, which is interesting, I guess. But more more importantly, it's how and why they are so they're performing so abysmally poorly. In other fun news, there's a T-62. A picture of a T-62 came out with a big Z painted on it. Makes sense. Also Armata written on its barrel. I guess the first Guards tank army was promised to be re-equipped with Armata tanks, and so they were. Except there were T-62s with a very, very shoddy bit of paint job.
Yes, I saw that. Hilarious. So have Ukraine captured their first Armata yet?
No, but they have captured a number of T-62s back, and they were liberating the right bank in Kherson Oblast.
Well, I'm sure if they find one of these amazing T-62 Armatas, they'll be quite happy to show it off.
Klaus, would you like a T-62 Armata?
No, thank you. But thank you for asking. But I was just wondering, I thought it was the new T-14 that Marcus asked, but then I was going to say they have to fix the engine first, but I think you're talking about a different model. So thank you.
Yeah, we were talking about a different model. We were talking about T-62 being called Armata, being painted the word Armata onto it. For want of an actual Armata, they declared the T-62 as Armata.
Just like riding helicopter on a truck, trying to drive across a bridge that has been damaged.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Or there's some options there. Like writing a Berlin on a tank that gets destroyed in eastern Ukraine.
We've also seen they've devolved into contemporary art, putting different tops on, doing some welding that may not be so good, but it looks like art.
Are you referring to the naval turret on the MTOB, Klaus?
Exactly.
No, I figured that out. Okay, it makes sense because an MTOB is an amphibious armored personnel carrier, right? So it is kind of naval in itself. So it makes sense that it has naval armaments. They were clearly meant to be deployed, for riverine operations, undoubtedly. And then, John, we know what's really under that turret, don't we?
Sorry, Domin, I didn't. I had a call here on Teams, so I didn't.
Oh, no, I was just saying we know what's under that naval turret on the MTOB in reality.
Yeah, air. Oh, you mean the actual vehicle? Yes, we know the vehicle as well.
I mean, the
Oh
Dalek.
yeah. Of course. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Just to what Klaus was referring to, right? The helicopter on the track. I know the reference where that reference is coming from. I've seen the movie. I don't know. Have you seen it, Klaus?
Years ago, and I still remember this
The classic.
years ago, and I still remember this
The classic.
where they are trying to go out and have some fun, and there's a guard standing in front of a perfectly fine bridge and saying, "It has been destroyed, but it's fine. No, it's been destroyed." So they just took a banner and wrote helicopter on it and put it on the truck and drove towards the guard that had to jump to the side. So that's where the reference is from. Thank you, Denjan.
That was the state of the Swedish armed forces at the time. Plenty of them, but maybe yeah, not so serious.
Right. Thank you.
Solving all your problems on the MriyaReport. Sorry, just made me chuckle.
So, Mockers, when are you having your lovely squirrel meal next?
Oh, I've got some in the fridge, mate. No problem. Ready to go. The cats bring me them. I don't even need to go shopping.
Got a hunter in the house, I see. Nale?
Yeah. I just want to ask about this Bakhmut stuff, because isn't it true that there is really no other active front line at the moment? Or sort of active, at least?
No, that's actually not quite true at all. So Russians are still, I don't know if today, but at least only a few days ago, they were still making a push at Vuhledar. There also keep being Russian pushes at Avdiivka, which is, I mean, they've made zero progress there on the at least a little section of the front there since a year ago. The most direct direction towards Avdiivka. But there are pushes towards Avdiivka from the sides, from both the north and the south. There was actually a 500-kilogram bomb discovered out of Avdiivka yesterday, an airdrop bomb from the Russians. So clearly, there is capacity for more defenses there, for more air defenses there. Russians have also been pushing, apparently, in a section right in the north, in the very north of the front line, on the Oskil River towards Kupiansk. There was at least a partial evacuation out of Kupiansk, announced and done a little while ago by the Ukrainians. So there are pushes there as well. It's just that there's a lot less information. It's certainly lower intensity fighting than there is in Bakhmut. And the combination of all of those, gives you a little bit of a better picture. But Bakhmut certainly dominates the front pages,
though. Yeah. Okay. Then I want to actually thank the Swedes for a cultural contribution to the world called Bastuklubben. I get great enjoyment of watching that. So thanks, guys.
Then, John, would you like to explain what that is, or no?
Honestly, I don't know, but now I need to know. So I will look it up. Sorry, Nada. I might know, but it doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, just go on YouTube and type in Bastuklubben and hilarity ensues. And you're welcome.
Very good, very good. So shall we return to squirrels? Mockers, what's the story with the squirrels? yesterday, Skabiev, I think, went on, or maybe a couple of days ago now, went on Russian propaganda TV and declared that.
Yes, apparently, because we've run out of food. We're having a terrible food crisis in the UK. I've not noticed it yet, but anyway, we're having such a terrible crisis that we're, hunting stray cats and squirrels. To be fair, squirrels are really damn fast, so I'm not quite sure how we're doing it, but yeah, good for us. We're getting our hunter-gatherer skills back on. And apparently squirrel is served as a delicacy in places, and I can understand because damn they're fast.
If you want the squirrel, you can, in the UK, you can get it from the Wild Meat Company. It's £5 per squirrel if it's skinned and gutted, or £4 if you want to do it yourself. Very easy, pretty nice. Kind of like rabbit, pretty lean. Not much meat, but very good in a cassoulet. I find that it counterbalances with the confit du canard very well. We're very rich, fatty next to very lean and delectable meat. It's also easier to do it like that, so it doesn't dry out too much. Roasting them is a bit of a pain. So yeah, it's the funny thing is like the Russians say, "Oh no, the horror." No, it's actually a thing. It's quite nice. And there's lots of grey squirrels in the UK, which are an invasive species. It's pretty straightforward. Of course, it's not the only place in the world that eats squirrels. Plenty of places, especially in the southeast of the US, squirrels are quite, often hunted and eaten. So, and for squirrels.
We're actually fine on squirrels here, and squirrel meat is actually quite good. I've had it too, and very much like rabbit. Yes, I agree. Domen, what wine would you pair with squirrel?
That depends on how you make it. So, like with chicken, it's not really about the meat itself, right? It's quite lean. It doesn't have that much flavor. It's lightly gamey. So if you're gonna fry it, anything you'd have normally with a fried chicken would work, like a rich white Rhone, like a white Gros Hermitage, for example, or a lighter version of a Barbera, no more than about 13.5 alcohol. Dolcetto would work as well. Baira Dolcetto would be quite nice. If you're going to have it as a cassoulet, whatever you normally have with a cassoulet, a Southern Rhone, a Bandol, Terrasse de la Sac, lots of options, right? So it's really pretty straightforward. And like you say, it's like rabbit, with rabbit, likewise, the preparation method, the sauce would be more determinant than the meat itself. Vale.
Maybe we should have a company together. You give the wine recommendations, and I give the music recommendations, and I'll just stick to satanic noise.
Oh my. Yeah. No, but I found it really amusing because they're portraying it as this horrible thing. That was actually perfectly fine. 1, 2, 2.
So I tune into the space and I hear this talk about squirrels and pairing wine with squirrels. Are you going completely nuts?
No, we're conducting counter propaganda. 1, 2, 2. Because a couple of days ago, Olga Skabiev, one of the Russian propagandists, went on television and said, "Oh, those in Britain is so awful. Now they're eating squirrels." Like, no, actually, eating squirrels is a thing. Like eating pigeon is a thing, right? Pigeon breast being again a delicacy. So it's I just found it very, very amusing. I won't say that I have a lot of experience with squirrel, but I've enough to be able to speak to it well, and I just find it exceedingly amusing. What to do.
I think Mockers got the joke. I'm not sure you got the joke.
Yeah, I got the joke.
Yes, nuts.
No, but in all seriousness, I just wanted to come up and say, I just saw some Twitter about, there were reports about 5 tanks being destroyed in the Kupiansk area a few days ago or a day ago, and now I just saw that these are supposedly T-90, all of them, 5 T-90s in one go. I can't recall what they claimed to be producing per month in T-90, but I think it was around 20. So that would be 1/4 of a monthly production, if that's true, of T-90s. They're supposedly most modern tank. So just want to compensate that if they're losing that in one day. Yeah, not much else to say.
5 T-90s. That would be amazing. I mean, seriously, excellent. Still waiting for those armatas. David.
Yeah, I don't want to distract from T-90s being destroyed. That's fantastic, and I think that's true. So I've seen the video as well. But crows, aren't crows a thing in Scandinavia and Nordics generally? I thought you could have a hooded crow pies, or am I mistaken?
Not anything I know of, Dale.
Is that a joke or?
No. I was told once, but okay, maybe it's nonsense.
You have been told, yeah, nonsense.
David, have you been told that Vikings wore horned helmets as well?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that I was being sold a load of old flannel.
Well, it's good to know we're answering the important questions. So
All I know is that the crow is running low because so many people had to eat so much of it in January once the lepers were freed.
a couple of hats as well.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Chris O wiki tweets regarding the Russian troops wandering around in the rear for weeks. I'm starting to think that the Russian society actually will have trouble feeding themselves at some point if this is the level of organization they are capable of.
I'm also wondering if these guys have just sort of wandered off back home. Did they wander off with their firearms as well? Just a question.
I think they're issued the firearm at the front, or at least that's how it should work, I think.
But there were some that were, going away from the broken down units, especially in the autumn after the counteroffensives. And I would suggest that they probably, kept the hold of their AKs.
Yeah, so I endorse that behavior. Go home, please.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like the correct choice and the best choice to continue living. So,
absolutely. But this actually, the combination of that does explain why gun crime, for example, is reported to have gone up, especially in certain regions of Russia, right? And why would it go up in some regions much more so than others? Well, there was a group of soldiers from one region who whose unit got broken up and they just wandered off all the way home. It would really make sense, wouldn't it?
Nale?
Yeah, this gun crime thing. I mean, if you have a a handgun and then somebody brings in a AK-47, the guy with the AK will absolutely be king in that fight.
Well, I trust it's at least in part subject to who gets to the trigger first, right? That's probably a big one. Ioana, please.
Yeah, just to make a comment, like funny comment. You remember the Mobic with the red shoes? I was thinking about what Mocker said about the desire to live, and I think for him it was like the ruby slippers, from the Wizard of Oz. He clicked the hills and he got to be a prisoner and he got to live. So I guess they worked, And yeah, I'm wondering, all these guys are not really in their shoes and they are just waiting for the other shoe to drop. I don't know. I hope I use the expression well. And when they will realize that the Wizard of Oz is really not a powerful wizard, but a gremlin, and he can be taken off.
But I can tell them one thing: they're not in Krasnoyarsk anymore.
They probably wouldn't want to be in Berdyansk either. Did you see the big fire there yesterday?
There was a big fire in Berdyansk. Was it in the docks?
I can investigate further. I just saw a picture of a big fire and I was like, ooh, terribly distracting it was.
No, but this does somewhat matter, right? Because as the Kerch Bridge has been less than fully operable, Russians were using a lot of vessels traversing the Sea of Azov from various points of origin to go straight into Mariupol, straight into Berdyansk. And my thinking for a lot of the strike in Mariupol was that they were probably striking port infrastructure to limit the amount of stuff the Russians could bring in through the port. If the same were true for Berdyansk, that could actually appreciably limit Russian logistics efforts. So this is actually quite interesting. Dale?
Yeah, can I change the topic for a moment?
Sure.
Because our politicians are having meetings with the Hungarians regarding our NATO membership, and now the latest news I heard that in 6 weeks the Hungarians are going to vote on it in their parliament. But I'm not holding my breath. Are you, the Doman?
Sorry, I was holding my breath. It's the sort of thing that keeps being 6 weeks away, isn't it? It's always going to be, in next month or in a couple of months, we're going to do it. And then, well, we shall see how this happens, when it happens, if it happens. What's weird about those negotiations and the discussions is that they're being done with Hungarian parliamentarians, not government, but it's only parliamentarians of one party, I think, that went. That is to say, the governing party. So it's a real mess, isn't it? Daniel.
Yeah, I totally agree. But just to give some more news on that, yesterday the Swedish defense ministers stated that Sweden had now fulfilled all the parts of the agreement with Turkey, and that we are now moving on to the legislation to be able to get into NATO. So basically, a little bit behind Finland, but there.
Very interesting, because Orban kept saying we're not going to be last, we're not going to be last. Doesn't matter because we're not going to be last. And part of the reason why they might be speeding things up a little bit on their end is indeed to not be last, right? is indeed to not be the last ones to ratify things, to not be after Turkey, because at that point their leverage kind of goes out the window. Daniel?
Yeah, I just have to state also that is the claim of the Swedish government. It's not that Turkey is agreeing yet, so we'll have to see where that ends up.
In the oven, in a sandwich, who knows? 122.
So what does Hungary really have to negotiate with, or what do they want in the negotiation? Because at Turkey I can get, strategic importance, where they sit at, and a lot of other things. But what does Hungary actually have to, say, oh, you better do this or we do that? It's not like they, are that strategically important, etc. So have we discussed this? What they actually have to, bring to the table, so to speak, or demand?
Yeah. So they want money. Is the short version. They want Finland and Sweden to get other EU member states to give them money, and no longer block the money. And the cudgel that they have is that they need to ratify Finnish and Swedish membership. They're pretty upfront with it. It's about the money. Daniel, was there anything more?
Yeah, I was just going to add that also, since the Swedish is sort of presiding how do you call it? We are ordförande, chairman in the EU this half year. So I guess they want to sort of squeeze out whatever they can do from Sweden being that position during this half year, according about the money from EU, I would say.
Can I just interject here? I think you probably didn't get quite what I was looking for. Yes, I get they can block and they can demand things for that. But if you look at Turkey, they have strategic importance for NATO. They have real, tactical advantages of them. A lot of things. For example, does Hungary have NATO bases that they can say, oh, if you don't do this, we'll remove these bases, etc. Do you get what I mean? Not just not just say, if you don't give us money. What else do they have on the bargaining table that they can deny NATO or anyone else if we do not comply with their demands?
I'm not sure they really need something else. They just need to be able to block the vote, and then they can get some benefits out of it. That's all they need, or at least that's what they think they need.
Yeah, but the thing is, to me, they are really weak in their position if you compare to Turkey, which actually makes them look very bad. Which obviously they don't care about looking bad, anyways. But yeah, but just to me, they look very weak because they don't, bring anything else to the bargaining or extortion table.
May I agree with you that they are weaker than Turkey, and in the long run, it doesn't look good for them, and it will come back and bite them. But still, they're in a position where I think it's Orban think that he can negotiate some kind of benefit when it comes to probably money from the EU, and that's enough for him, I guess.
Exactly. They have one stick, and the stick is not letting Finland and Sweden in. They have another stick in the EU, which is not voting for sanctions, because sanctions need to be a unanimous vote, and they keep needing to be renewed every 6 months, I think. That's the other problem. So they keep having to vote yes. Then any expansion of sanctions, again, has to be a unanimous vote. So, for example, diamonds aren't a part of sanctions because Belgium said no. Rosatom isn't a part of sanctions, and a bunch of individuals from Russia aren't a part of sanctions because Hungary said no. So that's kind of their tools. But that's kind of it, right? And they really, really, really want and need money. And so it's kind of straightforward, actually. They're being shockingly honest about it, of it just being, yeah, well, actually, money. Money is what we're after, because when you really need that, the money, which is quite funny. No, it takes a lot to be dishonest about a negotiating position in negotiating aims. Klaus.
Yes, this is purely within the EU system that Hungary's stance is about. But what I would ask about is, will we see Sweden and Finland commit more weapons to Ukraine after the accession to NATO have been secured? Thank you.
Now that's a good question. Who of our Finns and Swedes wants to speak to that? Nalle.
Short answer, yes. Loads more.
Yeah, I think that is about right. Then John?
Yeah, I think it's the same for Sweden. It's kind of hinted when there's an announcement about it. I mean, about sending weapons. That we still, outside or blah, blah, blah. So yes, I think that's a yes for Sweden.
Daniel?
Yeah, I'm always the more pessimistic one, but I would hope so. As Denjon said, there's sort of hinted that the things that are said are both that we are in a situation where we're trying to build up the very neglected armed forces, and that we're giving when we are giving arms to Ukraine, it does have an effect on that, but it also happens to be about our security when we give to Ukraine also. But I also think that if you listen to some of the sort of more finer details, there is sort of I wouldn't say that people that they are afraid of it, but it's more that is a part of the calculus that you have to plan for the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is that something happened. Donald Trump wins in the US. He gets US out of NATO, whatever. Sweden doesn't get into NATO. Russia steamrolls over Ukraine, and then we're in a tight spot, because even if we have money and production in Sweden, we still have some weapons we can't produce ourselves. And when everyone wants them, it's very hard to get them. And that's sort of the experience from the World War II. But that is the worst case scenario that no one really thinks would happen. But as a politicians, you need to plan for that. And I think that is sort of also in behind. And being inside NATO would change that equation a bit, or quite a lot, I would say. So yes, I hope so.
Yeah, that's why it's important for this to happen, sooner rather than later, right? That's why it's important to speed up on these things. And there were some who thought, oh yes, by the end of the calendar year last year, it would already have been all sorted out. We're what, 2.5 months, I think, from the elections in Turkey, and I don't really care to think about how fair those elections are going to be, but that can be my sort of timeline that is going to happen around the Turkish election, either just before or just after it. And that's about a month before the Vilnius NATO summit. So that's my timeline. That was my timeline. That is still my timeline for eventual votes for accession by Turkey and Hungary. At least the later one of the two. So let's see when it will actually be. Klaus?
When Sweden and Finland, but in this case, Sweden is having Kaliningrad will be more or less useless, because then the only way out is controlled by 2 NATO countries. So before Sweden is in NATO, Denmark as a small country, basically have two things to bring to the table. One is the way out from Östersjön. The other one is Thule Air Base. So, but now that it will be controlled by two NATO countries, it will be quite difficult for Russia to sneak out.
And
Thank you.
just to translate to everyone, Östersjö is the Baltic Sea. In case you didn't quite catch that. Daniel.
Yeah, I would add to you saying sort of around the election. I would say I've said that all the time. I still think it's going to happen after that election, because I don't see how Erdogan would gain anything in the election from having bashed Sweden and primarily Sweden, but Finland also, and been obstructing in this and saying that we are evil and we shouldn't really get into NATO, and then just before the election say that, oh, by the way, I let them in, because he won't get any favors in Turkey for that. That would only giving the opposition something to complain about, I think. So I doubt it would happen before the election.
Wanted to?
Yeah, regarding Kaliningrad there, so you have to keep in mind it's not it's about the straits there, getting in and out the Baltic Sea. But one of the most important things here is or one of the largest land-based aircraft carriers in the world, and that's Gotland, which is super, super, super mega important. It's one of the most important strategic locations in the world. I'm not just saying that because I'm Swedish, but it has been one of the most strategic important places in at least Europe since way back to the medieval ages and before, because that island allows you to control everything in the Baltic Sea more or less. It controls the northern shores of what used to be Prussia, but now it's Germany. A whole lot of things, and if you put NATO assets there, and you don't need ISR planes up in the air, basically. Yeah, it's huge for NATO to have that island in the alliance. So yeah, Kaliningrad will be really isolated.
I would love for you to maybe explain the significance of Gotland at some point, because for Swedes it's kind of obvious, but for many other people it's not as obvious why Gotland was such a big deal throughout the Cold War, and why it was always considered to be so threatened. Or Daniel can do that as well.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to just add the 2 here. I think that if you look at it, it's more important for Finland and NATO in large to have Sweden come into NATO at the same time as Finland than it is the opposite way. Because if Finland goes into NATO by themselves, I think it's more important for Finland to come into NATO than come into NATO later with Sweden, but it's still more important for Finland to get into NATO together than with Sweden than it is for Sweden to get into NATO at the same time as Finland. Because we have Finland as a buffer, it's really not that big of a risk. But Finland would add a long border to Russia, and it would make it harder to supply Finland. It's not impossible in any way, but it's harder to supply Finland from the other NATO countries without Sweden. With Sweden and Finland, you don't just close off like Kaliningrad. You're closing off St. Petersburg also totally, because then you have NATO on all sides of the Finnish Strait. And the importance of Gotland, yeah, well, I think 122 and others will probably be able to do it as well as I'm doing to explain it, or even better. But I would say that Gotland is sort of in the middle of the Baltic Sea. And as 122 said, it's almost an unsinkable aircraft carrier. Oh, it is an unsinkable, it's an island. But you can have aircraft on it, so it's sort of like an aircraft carrier, because you are halfway out into the Baltic Sea already. And if you station air defenses there, you can block off all the southern part of the Baltic Sea, so that Russia cannot. I mean, you can basically almost shoot down aircrafts coming up from airports in air bases in Kaliningrad. So you would block Kaliningrad airwise, but you can also place anti-ship missiles on Gotland that would actually reach Kaliningrad also, so they wouldn't get out with any of their any of their ships. And at the same time, the opposite is also true. So if you look at how it looks like right now, before Finland and Sweden are in NATO, if Russia would want to get the Baltic states back, they're quite vulnerable. It's I would say the most vulnerable part of NATO overall. It's hard to reach them. There is a small corridor from Poland, and if Russia managed to quickly take them and also quickly go in and take Gotland, they can also control air and sea routes to the Baltic states. So that's why anyone holding Gotland is sort of controlling the southern part of the Baltic Sea. So it's hugely important. And when we talk about the threat towards Sweden, I mean, after the Cold War, I wouldn't say we see as much of anyone in Sweden see a threat where Russia would actually go in and occupy the whole part of Sweden, or go up and try to take the iron fields in Kiruna, whatever. The main threat is and has been for decades now, Gotland, that they would just take Gotland and we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they would have been so fast doing it, and we didn't have any military presence after the 1990s. Now that has reversed, and we have a lot of presence there now. So right now it's basically impossible for Russians to take it. I don't know if that was what you wanted to have, but that's sort of some of the information at least.
No, thank you, Danny. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I think you did a better job of explaining it than I could have, and I think it's important context because people think like Gotland. What is that? Is that where Vicky's dad was throwing the javelin on? No, it was Öland. It was different. Anyway, Ivana, please.
Yes, actually, it's not about Sweden. It's more about Turkey, because I have two questions. One is how the earthquake and the consequences of it influence the capacity of Erdogan to win the elections. This is one. And the second question is about also the elections. I have seen the news 2 days ago that the opposition, the alliance that is called the Table of Six, choose one single leader for the elections, one single candidate, Kılıçdaroğlu, if I'm not mistaken, the pronunciation. And apparently the race to the elections will be quite tight. So I'm not very familiar with the politics in Turkey. If you can explore this, and how does it relate with Ukraine and with the accession to NATO of Sweden and Finland? Thank you.
I've very speak to as much as I'm confident in, and if somebody has more understanding, feel free. So I don't know how the earthquake affects it. No idea. I'll just skip that. As to Kılıçdaroğlu, he's not particularly popular, it seems. He's tried to stand up against Erdogan a few times before, I think, in various contexts. As the head of the largest opposition party, mostly parliament, right, for parliamentary elections, and by extension for him to become prime minister, and he never did very well, right? So that's part of the reason why it's weird that he's been kind of decided to go forward, but he's the one he's the one with the biggest party behind him. There were suggestions that they should nominate either the mayor of Istanbul or the mayor of Ankara, who are both much more popular, have much better following. I think this is just uninspiring, and it's almost as though allegedly, at least that's what other oppositionists say, that they're setting themselves up for failure. I think the real question is how free the elections are going to be. Let's see. I think they're going to be close to free, but not quite. There's probably going to be a few percentage point handicap, but not a huge one at the same time. That's just a guess. I think a pretty reasonable guess under all the circumstances. The real question is, how does keeping Sweden and Finland out benefit Erdogan? Now that one I can speak to because, while I might not be up to date in modern Turkish politics, I did used to read quite a lot about their 20th and early 21st century history of Turkish politics. And one of the, I won't call it seminal moments, but one of the things that is quite prominent in Turkish politics is, of course, the relationship with Greece, the constant tension with Greece, despite both being a part of NATO, right? And it's to do with those islands just off the coast of Asia Minor, which are Greek, and overflights and whatnot. Now, in the 1970s, Greece briefly left NATO. This is something that's often forgotten. People say, "Oh, Greece actually genuinely quit NATO," and then a few years later they asked to get back in, and this is late 70s, and the Turks just let them in. This is something that Erdogan's political allies and politically aligned media have brought up again and again over the many decades since, right? This was 45 years ago at this point, more or less. But they've brought this up routinely as, that was the time when Turkey should have extracted concessions out of Greece and out of America. And I think that last year, as inflation in Turkey was going out of control, as Erdogan's popularity was commensurately decreasing, they started thinking, hey, we can't just let Sweden and Finland, and we need to get some concessions out of this. We need to at least be seen as though we're getting some sort of concessions out of it, and that's exactly what they went for. Right, Erdogan's trying to show himself to be a good, strong leader for Turkey. It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? But that's what this is meant to illustrate. First, with regards to Kurds, then with regards to the odd chap who was burning the Quran in front of the Turkish embassy in Stockholm because somebody called him up and said, "Hey, would you like to?" He said, "Yes, this sounds like a great idea." They didn't question it according to his own recollection. This is kind of what he wants to appear to be seen. By his predecessors having failed in this regard back in the 70s. We are strong, we lead strongly for Turkey and are able to do this and that. So that's kind of the logic of it. That's why he wanted to drag it out. This is why, I think, was it Daniel that we were discussing this with somebody else from Sweden, that it seemed as though the Swedish government was a bit too quick in implementing some of the changes, a bit too enthusiastic, because and they were running ahead of schedule, because the schedule was always going to be set by the election this late spring, right? So them fulfilling it quicker just led to more demands from the Turks. Anyway, but that's kind of the best I can do. But I will bounce it off. And we're going to go in order as appears on my screen. First to Denjon, then to Nale, and then to Laughing Tommy. Denjon,
yeah, regarding the importance and relevance of Gotland, now we passed that topic, but there's actually a big military exercise starting, I think, quite soon. It's in the spring sometime. And the focus of that is actually on Gotland and southern part of Sweden. And it's not only, it's not a Swedish exercise, it's multinational. Mainly, it's a NATO thing. And I think Gotland is, even with Sweden outside NATO, I have a feeling that Gotland wouldn't be just given to Russia if they try to take it. By NATO probably wouldn't accept that. Yeah, that's what I'd say.
So nothing in Turkey? I thought you had something in Turkey.
No, I like sliced turkey and smoked turkey. quite lean meat.
Very good. Nalle.
Yeah, thanks, Domen. I want to thank Daniel for bringing home the geopolitical facts that Finland is a buffer zone for Sweden. That was lovely. But then I have to ask you also, because prior to this NATO thing and the applications to NATO or countries, there was talk about a joint military kind of defense contract between Finland and Sweden. How do you think that would have worked out? And that's my question.
Daniel, if you want to speak to this, please.
In some way, some part of me would have loved it. It would have been so, yeah. I mean, it's part of the aged-old idea about the Scandinavianism. I mean, before NATO, there were ideas of having Norway, Finland. I don't know if Finland was in this discussion, but Norway, Sweden, and Denmark to create defense alliance. But then NATO won out, which probably is best. So I would say it would have been wonderful, but I think NATO is better, to be honest.
And remember, there's stuff that you can do within NATO as well, right? Like the JEF, for example. Then, John?
Yeah, I agree to what Daniel was saying. I mean, that would have been an excellent thing, and probably a strong kinetic force towards or against Russia. But what's missing is the nuclear umbrella. I mean, let's be honest with it. That's why NATO nations are not. That's a big reason why NATO nations are not invaded and attacked. You shouldn't have to use a military. I mean, that's the whole point.
100%. Daniel, quick comment, and then we're going to go to the place down south.
Yeah, really quick. I also think that one of the things that NATO brings is a changing mindset in Sweden. And we wouldn't have had such a large change if we had just in quotes, had an alliance with Finland. I think NATO is bringing some new thinking, and we're not there yet. It's going to be a lot of work, but I think it's very positive for Sweden and Finland.
There we go. Laughing Tommy, now that you've dug out the Panzerfias from the border, you can see across better.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm what I'm talking about is that until about a decade ago, apparently there were still Panzer IV tanks, so Second World War German tanks, dug in sort of as Tobruks in on the Bulgarian-Turkish border, pointing at Turkey. This was a part of the Warsaw Pact defenses against NATO, were dug in tanks made into pillboxes. And I'm shocked that you didn't know that. And I was saying, and I'm presuming you want to comment on the whole Turkey thing that you want to open up. And I was saying that now that they're gone, you can see better across the border.
Okay, I understand now. I totally didn't make the connection. Thank you for that. But it does sound like something that an insane little Warsaw hamster would do. So I wanted to point out that since there was a problem with the Turkish opposition, the table of six, the so-called good party left to see that if they would be able to garner enough support on their own, because they wanted to outcompete the CHP, which is the main opposition party. However, they were unable to, and they rejoined. Now, there weren't a lot of polls in between these events, but the first poll that came out since Mr. Kilikdaroglu was announced as the candidate show him up. He's 56.8% of the polled people versus 43.2, so a 14.6% lead. and crucially, it is above the 50% threshold. So he might even win the first round. Now, we should remember that some polls in Turkey are very skewed. However, as far as I have been able to see from poll aggregators and so on, this is somewhat, appears to me at least, somewhat legit, because it's in line with the total amount of opposition votes that were there before he was announced as the joint candidate. Now, most polls, for example, show Erdogan's support at around 35 to 40%, apart from a single polling firm that almost consistently shows him at 50, but that's another question. So what I'm seeing is that there are very, very good chances for him to be elected president, perhaps even in the first round. Now, as far as the party, how should I say, party polling for the parliament, there you have the People's Alliance, which is the alliance in which Erdogan's party, the AKP, is. So basically, it's the AKP, which are his populists, the MHP, which are the nationalists, and the BDP, whoever the hell they are. They get like 1% of the vote. I'm not even going to read about them. So basically, all those three parties garnish a support between 35 and 45% in general. But most polls show them at around 40. The Table of Six, the National Alliance, routinely polls at around 38 to 48. So basically around 3 percentage points higher, depending on which poll you get. Now, again, there's a single polling, there's a couple of actually polling companies that I think are connected to the government, because in the same polling periods, they show always show about a 10% advantage for the AKP. So my thinking on the matter is that the parliamentary election is not so much in the bag. We'll see how it goes until the end of April, and that's when we're going to have a more complete picture, because the election is in May. But I think the presidential election will, I'm hoping, if it's in any degree fair and honest, will not go in Erdogan's favor. So anyway, I'm hoping that we'll get finally again a reliable ally in Turkey, and I'm very optimistic about this, because even though there's a tendency in Bulgaria to view Turkey as a historic enemy, and indeed, if you look at the geopolitical situation, ethno-nationalist Turkey in the same style as Russia is actually a big security concern in the Central Asia and so on. But now, at least, we have a chance to see a cosmopolitan and so on Turkey back on track to be part of the Western family, which I am very, very happy about.
So, in short, you think there's a good chance that Erdogan might no longer be president after the election?
I think that his only shot to remain president, based on polling that I have seen, both before polls were interrupted due to different reasons in Turkey, and now that they have renewed taking them, I think we are going to be looking at a very good election result. I think I got a call in the middle of that, so I don't know if you heard me.
You did, but actually your audio became better because of it. So,
well, I don't even know what to tell you. This Chinese phone is killing me.
So it's spying on you.
Oh, most probably, but I've got a bunch of stuff through the development kits that I have, so I'm hoping it's not so much. But we'll see.
All right. Thanks, Laughing Tommy. So, this then contextualizes Joanna, right? The crux of your question: why would he bother doing this? Well, I reckon the reason why he'd bother, going through this would be saying, well, we need all we can possibly get. We need all of the news, all of the thinking we possibly can, all of the benefit from anything we possibly can in order to win. That's why he's pushing it as hard as he is, and I think that's really where all of this is going. In which case, I have a question for our two Swedish friends here. Well, I see we have 3 Swedish friends, but I'll direct it to 2 of them. Maybe we can pause on this because I think we have a different Daniel who wants to pitch in on the Turks, which is fine. And then we can talk about trench clearing afterwards. But if I wanted to, and Swedish Daniel want to think a little bit about trench clearing and why there's lots of videos emerging from Britain, especially about Ukrainian forces being taught how to clear trenches. Then maybe that's a good one for you to think about. In the meantime, we have a Romanian Daniel, whom I trust wants to pitch in on the question of Turkish election.
Chance like Erdogan recognizing the results of Europe. Thank you, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
I know where you're going with this, but I would think that he would, because he knows that at the next election he has a very large chance of winning again, and he doesn't have the same degree of motivation not to that some others would.
When you build a palace with 1,000 rooms, when you assassinate, jail everyone who can be against you, when you have in your pocket the judge, the general, everything, I don't think you want to reach the power.
Maybe he could rent it while he's not president. I don't know. Maybe they could come up to some sort of arrangement.
Turkey has a tradition of very nasty elections, very nasty change of government via military coup d'etat. They had their shock in the 90s. In the 90s, Turkey looked very, very, very good, very promising. That's why it became candidate status for European Union. After that, I don't remember the name of the female prime minister. Do you remember?
No, I don't. I know who you mean, but yeah.
Same like Pakistan, same idea. And now it's all on the window. Erdogan will not go like, I lost the election. I don't think so.
But that is a very nihilistic viewpoint, I think. That says, well, it's unlikely to happen.
Okay.
Nothing's ever going to change.
I'm not nihilistic, but it's Turkey. And not only Turkey. It's about Erdogan. People sometimes make assumptions. Turkey is Izmir, Ankara, Istanbul. Not at all. The base of Erdogan is not there. It's based in Central Ottoman Empire. And Erdogan just with Turkish flavor.
It's a better flavor. There is flavor.
Yeah, totally agree. Rose Turkish delight.
Actually, I was always wondering, with the rose flavor Turkish delight, does the rose base for it actually come from Bulgaria, or do they still have their own interests?
Of course, Bulgaria was their base for centuries.
No, I understand your thoughts and concerns as to this. Absolutely, and I'm just thinking that this is why I'm saying it's a few percentage points question, right? It's a question of if the opposition gets 51%, probably not enough. If they get 55, 56, then he'll go. I think that there's a breaking point that's above 50%, but not exactly at 50%, where it should be.
He'll contest the results. He will say Syrian vote, not Turkish. He will say, oh, irregularities in Istanbul because he hates Istanbul.
Which is ironic, right?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. He will say, Gulen fixed the election. United States fault. He will say anything to not lose the power. Why do you think Erdogan acts like he acts? He's an autocrat. He loves autocracy, not democracy.
No, but I really think it's amusing because he used to be the mayor of Istanbul, and mayor of Istanbul.
What? Because Gulen.
Yeah, quite. I think we will have to wait and see. The other thing we'll have to wait and see, and this is going to be my very elegant segue now to our Swedish friends, is see the results of all of the training that Ukrainians are undergoing in the UK primarily, where whole trench systems have been dug and set up in order to train trench clearing, which I think is something that even the Brits had to kind of think about and go back and say, oh, how do we do this again? How do we train trench clearing again? But if Daniel or have any thoughts on it, and why this is being so prioritized, and what this means for how the war is going to go forward, I'd love to hear their thoughts.
Okay, I'm just gonna start talking. If you look at, for example, they're coming up a lot of report. You know what the Russians are doing. The Zaporizhzhia area, they're building trench lines, and there are trench lines everywhere. That's why it's important to practice it, because if you practice it, it will make you more efficient. It will increase your survivability chance, and it will also increase the effectiveness of you taking out the Russians. So that's why it's important to drill it, because it's really a specific thing in warfare, so to speak. Assaulting on ground, that's something you can do. That's really you can assault similar in cities as you can to on forests, etc. It's not the same thing, but it's similar. Trench warfare is a totally different thing from anything else. That's why you need to train it. You also need to train on and make sure you have plenty of grenades. You need to train on how to use a suppression element that keeps the enemy heads down in the trench while your team breaches into the trench and starts going along it. You need to train on how to look around corner to minimize you as a target, because when you peek around the corner and you expose too much of your body, that will make you a large target. But if you peek in a specific way, you will not pose that much of a target, so that increases your chance of surviving. So that's why it's important to practice this over and over and over and over again, because the Ukrainians will get into situations where they need to storm trenches. Specifically, when they first need to breach through Russian defenses on an upcoming offensive, but in the long run, also when they get into areas such as Luhansk and Donetsk, which has been under Russian control for so long, and it's probably heavily fortified with a lot of trenches, the fighting might get really intense. So that's why you need to practice it, because if you attack a fortified position such as trench, the attacker has the disadvantage and will take heavy casualties usually compared to the defender, and that is something you want to avoid. So that's why it's really crucial to practice it, and how to sort of like it's like combined arms. You need to practice on how your infantry operates together.
to minimize the casualty rate.
So my next question to this would be, is this something that, for example, in the Swedish army, there would have been training on done routinely over the past 20 years?
There was some training, but it was not extensive training. There was training on how to build, defensive positions, but we usually tend to build defensive position out of forested areas. So we use the forest to our advantage. That means, hills and those things. So you don't generally build a lot of trenches. You build firing positions, of course, with protection, embankments, and all that. But I think Daniel is more the proper guy to answer that one. But I would say there was some basic training, but not extensive training at all, because that's not really what we how our army was designed to fight.
Daniel?
I was just going to say that I'm not really the guy to ask, because that is a kind of warfare that is a little bit foreign to me. I mean, we wouldn't even use our helmets in exercise and stuff like that, because artillery was sort of the last thing that would be a problem for us operating behind enemy lines. And it would just be heavy equipment that you would carry for very little use. But I mean, in basic training, yes, we had some. I don't remember much clearing trenches. We had one day, I think we did something, but it wasn't really that much sort of theory behind it. Some, of course, but it wasn't really very extensive. We did in several exercises in the beginning have sort of defensive positions where we dug sort of trenches, but that was in snow, and it's a little bit different, I would say. So no, I think you want to have more experience from that than I would have had. But I can totally agree with 122 here that it's something that you really need to train, and as everything, I would say, in this kind of situations. It doesn't matter if it's combined arms in a tank, or if you're doing trench clearing. You really need to be you need to know what how to react in different situation, and you have to have it in sort of in your in the back of you. You have to act on instinct, more or less. So you have to train that instinct, and everyone needs to know where they are positioning and so on. So it's as with everything like this, you need to train it extensively. Should be second nature.
You also have to keep in mind, when you're moving in a trench is really a confined space. I mean, if you're clearing rooms, a room is big in comparison to a trench. Some trenches, it's really hard to even, extend your arm out. So if just a thing such as reloading an assault rifle in a trench requires a specific movement pattern to be more, optimal and quick. So there's a lot of things like that also goes into it. You can in some ways compare it, to CQB training, which is also really specific on how you move and how you need to work in order to maximize your efficiency and your survivability rate. So there's a lot of things that goes into this kind of training. I mainly saw it because we were taught how to sit back and do overwatch fire support to troops storming positions. So that's how I basically know a thing or two about it, and observing people moving and providing fire support. To be honest, I would be scared to death to clear a trench, because it's one of those forced equalizers that you talk about. It's when you get into a trench, it's you and the enemy. It's not it's not the same feeling as your body and you against the enemy. Even though the bodies are behind you, you're going to get face to face with an enemy real close, and it's going to be a split-second decision or reaction that's going to decide if you live or the enemy does. So yeah.
I just wanted to. I don't remember. Sorry. In the 90s, we had like this training battalion that worked with urban fighting. They had built this. I think it was somewhere in the Stockholm region. But they had built basically a small town just for training purposes. And I would agree with you that it looks quite similar in how in what kind of challenges you have when clearing buildings and stuff like that. So it's probably quite similar to trench clearing, and I don't know if those guys got that kind of education also.
If you only have, say, let's make up a number, 6 weeks for training, and you end up committing, from 0 to go, and you end up committing a good chunk of that to trench clearing, what does that say about, what does that level of prioritization say about what they're expecting to be, for them to be finding once they go on the front lines?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. At first, they're probably going to need to breach 1 or 2 lines with a lot of trenches. So this is not just the Ukrainians that have been, building fortifications. It's also the Russians. You have to keep that in mind. But it's also, I think, I've heard about this, and I think it's okay to talk about. I believe the Ukrainians have, somewhat, since you're confining the training to such a short amount of time, they've trained different troops for different type of specializations and specific movements, so to speak, to make them more efficient at what they do. So, for example, you focus on trench clear. First of all, probably everyone receives some basic weapon handling and basic soldiering stuff. But then, for example, if you train X amount of people on how to clear a trench, you use these people for mainly that task, and maybe then you have trained X amount of people on combined arms warfare, getting out of vehicles, knowing how to move around them. So they all have specific tasks, and you use these forces for different situations. Then after they're done training, you can further the training with the bits and pieces that they lack. But I think that might be one of the ways they have tried to maximize their training efficiency by specializing in different tasks. I don't know if I'm correct or if I'm wrong, but yeah, that's how I would do it. If I would only, be able to provide my troops with that amount of training, I would focus on specific tasks and employ them to those specific tasks, mainly when they're getting to the real action.
Yesterday, those images of what was alleged to be Russian positions somewhere in Zaporizhia Oblast, the front line of Zaporizhia Oblast, and I never got it confirmed that that's actually what they were. But let's assume that they were, just because it's, it's a question of assessment of what there is there, as opposed to necessarily, whose it is or what it's for. But how did those look like for you compared to, especially, say, previous Russian defenses that we have observed in various places, imagery of previous Russian defenses, and just on the face of it, compared to what you would have thought to be good defenses, reasonable defenses, whatnot?
Yeah, I think I know what video you're referring to. I mean, it actually started to look more decent from the Russians. There actually seemed to be a more decent structure to it. The proper layers, where you have first a sort of like preventive ditch to slow down enemies, and then you have a secondary ditch for troops that actually was properly interconnected with other trenches in there, with the proper formation of the trench to provide maximum fire angles. And then there's a line going backwards so they can exfil out of the trench safely or more safely, and get out of there and get stuff and a lot of other things. And behind that there were some dug-in positions, I think, for employing or driving in tanks. So tanks will become slightly submerged into the earth, so it protects the hull and just provides, you know, an enemy tank to shoot at the turret, and even, you know, fortified ATGM positions or machine gun positions that were, you know, slightly built on an incline as well to, you know, get them up over the friendly trenches. It was actually starting to look like a somewhat of a proper defensive line. It's slightly worrying because that says they're learning about their mistakes. But in general, as always, you only see certain parts of it. You don't see how much there is. You don't see how long it is for that specific construction method. So it's really hard to tell on a large scale how good it is. But at that specific part in the video, it seemed like they actually starting to build decent, at least on paper, fortifications.
I was quite curious about those, dug-in tanks. Maybe you can share with us a little bit. You said, it only leaves the turret exposed. What I think it also allows them to do is to tilt the tank inside to be able to use it as indirect fire better, right? And this is something that we thought that they might be using their T-62s as once they would, when they first started showing up in the summer, mostly in Kherson, I think, at the time. But obviously, they ended up actually using them as tanks as well. So if you're in your 120 and you know that you're going to have to go somewhere where the Russians might have dug in some T-62, so only the turrets are showing. Would you be confident in being able to say, no, we're going to hit all of those turrets at a very long range anyway, so it's not really a problem? Or is that actually a much better strategy than it necessarily seems like it is?
I mean, in this case, where their tanks, they're using the older style tanks, which have weak hulls anyways. I would say this is, maximizing their effectiveness if you dig them in, or if you just not necessarily, dig them in entirely, but you sort of like provide positions for them to drive into that are pre-prepared, which is it's really an force multiplier for those tanks, protecting them. If you then make the embankment so it protects the sides as well, along with the front of the hull and along that, so then it also gives slight artillery protection as well, which is something that will be really effective. I don't believe, if Ukrainians do everything properly, I don't think this will be I think they will still break through one of these positions if they use the proper amount of leopards, the proper amount of artillery, everything like that. They will still be able to pierce a hole in this kind of fortification. The thing that might happen is that it will cost a little bit more in resources and manpower than they intended. But as long as you pre-scout a position like this and you drive up the resources and use them, such as the 122, you will be able to shoot out those targets just because of the power of the gun on a 122, and as long as they're probably not using a T-90, it will be able to destroy those tanks that are in those fortified positions just by hitting the turret.
And from my perspective, you'd be, I'm presuming, pretty confident in hitting those with the Leopard or Challenger or whatnot.
Yeah, I would be very confident in hitting them. That's not the problem. The thing is, it might require one or two shots depending on. The thing is, when you're doing that, it depends a lot on angles and all that stuff, because you can get what's called a sort of like a glancing hit, depending on the turret and the armor, because you need to overmatch in a certain angle. that makes it hard to penetrate turrets sometimes. But as I said, I don't think these are, intended to be positions where they elevate the tank. These are more like, flat with small, sort of like sandbags.
Berms?
Yeah, berms, exactly. So I think they're just, drive in, keep it flat, so it just can shoot straight over the trench line. Depending on how the terrain it looks like, if they're coming from a, if there's a hill behind the trench, you actually need to flatten out this space, because otherwise the tank, if it's running down the hill and is trying to fire sort of like, and then, let's say the trench line is on the flat part, the tank gun won't be able to, to point up because it's going down. It only has a certain amount of degrees. It can, it can raise the gun. So you might actually need to flatten the ground for these fortifications as well, or increase it or decrease it. So it might be one of those cases as well, where you need to provide an optimal fire position for the tank. So there's a lot of things that it's really hard to tell from the video what is really there for. But in general, it looks that they're trying to do things properly. How strange that even sounds like when we're talking about the Russians.
Daniel.
I just want to add that I want to do that your daughter is involved in this. It sort of gives me. Do you remember this like poster from the 1980s with Hua Dahlgren? It's a Swedish wrestler. He's a really big guy holding a small baby, and it's exactly. You know what I mean. Keep on doing this.
And they say men can't multitask. Ha! I'll show them.
I'm guessing all of that training of looking through two different sets of sites at the same time, as well as communicating with people both inside and outside the tank, was finally coming in useful.
Yeah, except I have to be using a slightly different communication method to get my thoughts through here and maybe get my will through.
So are you saying that the orders don't work quite the same anymore?
Not necessarily. She's not really, let's say, bringing them on board. Most of the time, it needs some repetition before it's fully comprehended and applied, if I'm lucky.
I'm sure that with enough time and enough training, eventually it will all be sorted out and put into correct direction.
Doman, did you see or hear a report about the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Moscow having some sort of fire yesterday?
I remember you telling me that the Ministry of Internal Affairs is on fire, but that you're not sure whether it is actually the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I do guess. I mean, we can all assume that Russian policemen do tend to smoke, and maybe some new types of cigarettes have recently been delivered to the breakout room. Who knows?
Well, there's a little bit of news. It wasn't a massive fire, and it appears to have been contained to some sort of computer or storage equipment, electronic storage or something like that. Might be awkward for them
So,
afterwards.
so you're saying it was a little fire in the server room.
Apparently so, yeah.
That's an interesting one. We can all hope that it was appropriately backed up, don't we? Daniel?
Yeah, you said new kind of cigarettes. I actually have a theory here about all the fires. I think it's old cigarettes. I think that all the sanctions have forced the Russians to open up their old stored cigarettes from Soviet times. And you know what happens to ammunition when you store it for a really long time. It gets a little bit unstable, and I think it's the same thing with the cigarettes. If you store them for too long, they're not really stable and they can cause a lot of damage. So I think that's what's happening.
You're saying they get a little bit soggy, and then the guy thinks, oh, the cigarette went out anyway. Yeah, I was almost done with it, but actually it's still going just a little bit, and then it as he drops it down somewhere, it catches on fire again, and then catches other things on fire. That's an interesting theory.
Yeah, or they get explosive. I don't know what the Soviets put in their cigarettes.
It's all down to the adhesive, isn't it? No, but that's quite interesting. On a serious point, I am not surprised that stuff in Russia keeps catching on fire. When you have old things that aren't maintained very well, as materials deteriorate, as especially they're exposed to a wide range of temperature cycles, year in, year out. It's not really surprising that eventually they deteriorate and catch on fire, especially when coupling that with poor health and safety practices. Yeah, really, really not surprising. Old electrical works with shoddy insulation from the get-go. Just what you end up with, isn't it?
Do apologise, Darwin. I was just eating a crisp.
No worries. Daniel, pop quiz. Who's in Stockholm today?
I think you're referring to the Ukrainian defense minister. Or rather, there is actually a lot of defense ministers in Stockholm. Or was, at least yesterday.
There's a lot of people in Stockholm yesterday and today. So also Thierry Breton is likewise in Stockholm today. I think it's a pretty big one. He's the EU Common Market Commissioner. And he's in charge of getting more 155mm shells made.
Yeah, I read about that. I actually think I saw something from our defense minister supporting that also, that they are looking to increase production capacity in Europe.
How far has the EU gotten? 13 months ago, who would have thought, yeah, what the next task is going to be? Figure out how to make more artillery shells. This is going to be something that the Common Market Commissioner does. Thought no one ever. If you want to see real Zeitenwende, this is real examples of Zeitenwende. Scholz might have been talking about it, but shockingly enough, it was von der Leyen's commission that has actually made possibly the biggest turnaround that I've ever seen a large mastodon like that make, right? I just think it's really, really impressive, but really shocking at the same time. Now, it's difficult, right? It's difficult to actually get it all done. It's difficult to get everyone to agree. It's difficult to get the scale-ups, the financial commitments. So much so that Thierry Breton, who I don't think is actually from Brittany, or maybe he is. I don't know. It's a question of crepes and galettes, isn't it? That he wants the European Investment Bank to change the rules by which it operates and actually pump money into the defense industry instead. That's not been what the EIB was meant for. Really wasn't. And so talk about departures from tradition. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something that we have really forgotten from the Cold War. Sort of having spare capacity and being planning to quickly ramp up production for whatever arms and other necessities. I mean, if you look back 30 years, 40 years, 30 years, I think we had in Sweden, telephones were owned by the government. You didn't have your own phone. You got phones and it was basically owned from the telephone company. And that was a governmental body. And they took care of, they had a monopoly. They took care of everything and made sure that phones worked, that the phones lines were working and so on. And they also were planning for war. My father worked in the telecommunication company, or verk, it's called in Swedish. It's not really a company when it's owned by the government, but and he was like, even though he had a military sort of education as like everyone as a conscript, he then, when he started working in Televerket, as it's called, he got sort of his war placement inside there, and he was sitting in committees with the local municipalities and stuff like that they set up, that were preparing, and they had these war games regularly where they were training how to take decisions and how to handle crises and war and so on. And I mean, we need to go back to that. Every country in Europe should go back to that, and it should be mandatory for weapons company to have plans and capability to ramp up if it's needed. There should be, we should have storage for much longer times for weapons and artillery shells and stuff like that. And it's not just for that. We need to have these kind of plans, backups, and also not just plans, but also have capability to ramp up when needed. If we should learn something from this, that's one of the big things, I think. I mean, if you look at Swedish, during the Cold War, we had these big bomb shelters. They had planned that minutely. They had printing presses prepared underground for delivering papers, newspapers. They even had, I saw this documentary about it, they had even a small factory for snus, the tobacco you put under your lip. That is essential when it comes to Sweden. But that's sort of the level we had. And I think Finland, to some respect, still have. But I think all countries in Europe need to do this again.
And, yesterday we were talking to Major General Barr, right, who leads the George C. Marshall Center offering Garmisch-Partenkirchen, which, great place to run an organization like that, as he attested to. But if you just think of one of the things that he said was resiliency. We haven't yet figured out how to make sure that our societies, our countries are overall anything like sufficiently resilient, and this is a big task for us. Well, that's exactly it, right? And this is something that I think Finns really epitomize in a way, right? What with the shelters, with the thinking, and also part of the reason I think why Finland is the least affected usually when it comes to any sort of Russian propaganda. Even when you see sort of tanky, vatniky protests in Finland, it's like the last protest was fantastic. There was the one who was taking the pictures, and there was the protester, singular protester, which actually made it quite believable that they were Finnish because they were, well away from everyone else. But that sort of societal resilience, both at the very granular level, as well as, of course, this, very systematic level that you mentioned, Danny, that is absolutely imperative, isn't it? And it is indeed something that's a little bit missing nowadays, and that has been a little bit missing for a good while now.
Yeah, but I mean, I remember like half a year ago, we talked about if Sweden is peace damaged, and it's a little bit funny, but I think it is, and resilience is not just about being resilient in crisis and so on, but also to actually continue having that mentality that it's important and that we need to take the cost. That's also resilience to me. Because otherwise you will see in next generation everything will be done again. They will see that this is a lot of cost keeping this resilience and this preparedness, and then you will slash it again, and then the next conflict comes and we are equally ill prepared. So I think that's something that the Finnish people don't have, the peace damaged that Sweden is and some other countries, but primarily Sweden, since we were not involved in the Second World War. You don't have the stories in your families about what happened during the war. People died and had to make sacrifices. I actually read an article here in Sweden just a few days ago about just that. And if you look at the stories in Sweden about the war, it's primarily about the Holocaust. That's something we have to prevent and it shouldn't happen again and so on. But there is no sort of debate about what did we do during the war and how did we endure and what kind of sacrifices did people. So that kind of knowledge, to keep that for several generations, that is a hard thing to do, and I haven't figured out how to do that, but it's needed if we want to keep this kind of resilience.
I think this is very much on the menu, right? Thinking about this, talking about this is crucially, critically, very much on the menu going forward. And this might be one of the more, lasting aspects of the post-Russian invasion of Ukraine environment that we're going to be living through. And it's going to be, yes, there are lessons to be learned about military this, military that. There's lessons about procurement stocks. There's going to be big lessons about resilience to information and cyber warfare. There's going to be big lessons about societal resilience, and I think it's a really, really big deal, Daniel. Malin.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment to Daniel about this keeping stuff alive. The way you keep stuff alive is you talk about it, and maybe somebody makes a documentary about the Swedish volunteers that came to help us. That would be a start, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I think it's a little bit of a, as far as I understand it, in Finland, it's a little bit of a hot potato, because some people say that Sweden didn't do enough and we stopped help coming to Finland, and others are saying that we basically sent a third of our army to you. And it's a very hot potato. In Sweden, it's not. And I don't really know how to, since we don't have these stories in our families for people actually doing these kind of sacrifices, it's very hard to keep it alive. It's very hard to get someone wanting to do that kind of documentary and people wanting to watch it. There are always people that knows these things, that are interested in these things, but it's hard to get the majority of people actually engaged in this kind of things.
Nelly?
Yeah, I understand that, but still, I mean, you have to somehow get the info out there, and what we seem to do here is talk about it, but then when you talk about it, we have a bunch of Vatnik lefties that think it's some kind of, I don't know, a laughable thing to bring up, for instance, the winter war all the time and stuff like that. But I mean, you can't deny it that it's a part of our history and it's a part of your history too. So why don't keep that fact alive without making it sort of like crammed full of hubris and pathos and all those nice things. And then my thoughts on the Swedish mentality regarding all of this is that it somehow seems to me that Swedes are like halfway ashamed of the fact that you were once a superpower. It's really weird because that was a long time ago, you know. That was Karl the 12th, wasn't it? Who was kind of the last warrior kings you had. And that affected Finland too, since there were a lot of Finns in the Swedish army back then.
I would actually say it wasn't really Sweden that was a superpower. It was Sweden and Finland being a superpower. I mean, you should be proud of that history also, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think pride is a bit the wrong word here, because it was a long time ago and everything was of all the stories about the Hakkapeli and stuff like that. So fact of history to inhibit you today to make sensible decisions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I totally agree. And when I say pride, don't mean that you should boast and so on. But it's a part of our history. It's part of your history too. But I think that one of the things when you look at why Sweden is sort of ashamed of its great power, sort of the time when it was a great power, it is also because it has been a little bit hijacked. In the 90s, it was hijacked a lot by the far right, celebrated a lot, and then everyone else had to sort of make some distance to it. So I think that is one part of it. But also think when we talk about sort of looking at and celebrating the history of what happened during the Second World War and what we did, and be honest about it, it's also hard because, as you said, you have your Vatniks, but I think you have far fewer Vatniks in Finland than we have in Sweden, and the Swedish official policy have for almost all the time after the war been sort of pacifistic. We have done one thing with the one hand and the other with the other hand, because we've had a strong army, we had a strong air force. It was the fourth largest in the world for some time, and out of necessity, of course. But at the same time, there has been one part of the official Swedish story where we basically denied all this. And it was something ugly, something that we didn't want to show. There was, the peace movement has been really a part of the ruling party for a very long time. And there's a whole generation that doesn't really understand, have seen the real politics behind it, so to speak. So I think that has colored everything in Sweden.
Since we're talking about this resilience, it made me think of something I was reading a couple of days ago and went to look it up. And it was the joint statement by the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis from March 6th, so from 2 days ago, when Landsbergis was in Washington. And I'll just read the last paragraph of this short joint statement to you. Finally, Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Landsbergis underscored the importance of the Summit for Democracy process as a means to strengthen democratic governance and protect human rights. In this regard, Secretary Blinken expressed appreciation for Lithuania's ongoing leadership in building resilience to authoritarian coercion. The Secretary and Foreign Minister endorsed efforts by academia and civil society to increase resilience in the face of propaganda and false narratives. This is what I was kind of referring to obliquely when I noted that this is going to be a large part of the discussion going forward. This is already a large part of the discussion, but it will maintain being a large part of the discussion going forward. I'm very, very sure of that. there's going to be a whole lot of focus being put on societal resilience to propaganda, false narratives, information warfare. I just wanted to interject a little bit with that this isn't just my perception. This is something that is being discussed at highest levels of government. Nale, please carry on, and then we go to Daniel and Hendrik.
Yeah, well, keeping things alive again. I don't know. If Daniel really wants to know, he could come over here and I'll show him around. Open invitation. Please do that, because we are quite friendly people over here.
Just don't approach too much.
Yeah, yeah, and don't talk too much, but counter to the stereotypes. We don't carry knives, for instance.
And if you do, it's only to cut up food for easier access. Daniel?
Yeah, I know, Nala. I know. I've actually worked with Finnish people for some time in professionally, so I definitely know. It's a lovely people. I was thinking about what you said about resilience, Domen, about information space. That is something actually that we really need to do something about in the Western world. I heard I think it was in the beginning of the conflict, on this full-scale conflict, that someone mentioned that you should actually open up in every country an OSINT authority. I mean, it's not such a bad idea. I've seen people sort of saying that's basically what we have in some countries like Sweden, when you have a public media and so on. But I don't think it is that, because what we need is someone that fact checks and sort of through open intelligence methods, so you can actually publish everything. So it should be definitely totally separated from the military intelligence, and where they publish information about basically such stuff that the OSINT community is doing right.
You basically
right
want
now.
a large publicly funded Bellingcat.
Yeah, exactly. Where you can kill this kind of different rumors and misinformation and campaigns and stuff like that. And I understand that media today, they don't have time and they don't have the money to fact check and go back and look and so on. But this would be a service that could be used by citizens, but also by newspapers to really sort of, it wouldn't be possible for them to actually print any garbage. They have to check it, because then also normal people could check it. So if they want to print something, they should use this kind of service. I don't think it's too bad idea. I don't know exactly how to implement it, but it should be something that could be thought about at least.
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, I'd love to for that to be a thing. No, no question. Want to do?
I'm reading a book for my kids, so excuse me if you get the occasional animal sounds. Yeah, I just wanted to. It was quite funny that you brought up this about Sweden being the shame of its history, and I would say it's true, actually. And I think you can also see this in that the far right parties, they're sort of idolizing Carolus Rex, which was Charles XII, because he was the at the pinnacle of the Swedish Grand Empire, which basically we were controlled parts of northern Germany, everything around the Baltics, basically. And yeah, we had a lot of territory, and we were pretty feared as a military power in Europe, which the Russians tasted at Narva, and we got humiliated at Poltava. And I think it's a historic thing that you go from being such a large power, and then just straight through the elevator shaft, crashing into the ground, becoming losing a lot of ground, losing a lot of political power in Europe as a whole, made us realize, okay, we are not the big country, we don't have enough resources to be this kind of country. So it sort of like humiliated us. We tried waging war the coming century, didn't work out that great for us. So we sort of like tried to adopt a new style, which was more build a I wouldn't say Potemkin, but build a large defensive force to deter and just sit in our own corner and keep ourselves and not attract too much attention. So we are slightly ashamed of our military plan. You know, we have stuck to this internal focus rather than external. But as Daniel said as well, we have, you know, the past maybe 30-40 years said one thing and done the other with the other hand, which you can look at. We say we shouldn't export weapons to certain countries, but then again, suddenly they appear in certain countries, and it comes out a report saying that the Swedish government apparently sent these things. So yeah, so it's just curious, quite funny that someone, you know, touched upon it, that we are slightly ashamed of ourselves, which we are, and I think we're slowly but surely we are turning around and, you know, becoming more aware and taking a more leading role. You can just look at the defense spendings going up as well, and also that we now actually split the responsibility for, you know, civil defense actually became one separate part in the sort of military sphere now. So it's civil defense actually has its own what's it called, boss, or so to speak, or one department. You know, so we can, you know, get the whole society back on track again and realize what the threat is, and that we need to take, you know, preemptive measures in case someone needs to, or someone tries to target our society as well. So we are slowly but surely waking up and realizing we need to prepare ourselves and also participate in a different way than we have done the past century.
Vale?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on Daniel's this open OSINT stuff, or publicly funded OSINT. We kind of have that already, and it's called the public broadcasting companies, but they are not up to the task, at least in my country. And one problem is that that these things we talk about here, for instance, the things are so big and have so many aspects to them that you really can't put the whole thing into a nutshell and give it to people. It would be too hard. And then when they actually try to do that, I find at least that one of the problems is so-called lying by omission, although they are not probably lying to us that they would like want to lie on purpose, but they have to leave out so much of the story that you can't even form an educated opinion on it if you only listen to them. And that's why I hang out on the MriyaReport and retweet the space. Please. Thank you.
Daniel?
Yeah, and that's I mean the situation is the same in Sweden, and that's why I also mentioned that the public broadcasting isn't really the same thing. At least here in Sweden, they are not just broadcasting news and stuff like that. They are also doing entertainment. They have requirement of sort of reaching large swaths of people and so on. So it's quite different. And what they do is at least it should be journalism. And what I'm asking for is not really presenting stuff in a journalistic way and having broadcasts about it, but more make information available, not in a always easy to information out there. So it's quite a different thing. Information out there. So it's quite a different thing. But I see the problems in it. I'm sort of showing the historic sort of double standards we've had in Sweden that has affected how the Swedish mentality is. For those that are not aware of the history, Sweden pursued a nuclear weapons program that was really far gone. We were almost there, having a bomb it was closed as late as in the early 70s, I think. And in the same time, somewhere around there, we started to propagate for having the Baltic Sea as a nuclear-free zone. So you can see sort of the double standard, getting nuclear weapons and propagating officially that we think nuclear weapons are a bad thing. Now I think that was also like an effect of closing down the nuclear program, but it shows people didn't know about this really. It was quite secret. So that shows a lot about how you have a double standard, and the official story is what sort of got stuck among people, I think, to a large extent.
Yeah, kind of as a resource for the journalists to be able to rely upon. Before we go on to Peter, I want to say we have a note from a Norwegian listener saying that the Swedes want to really be honest about their history during the Second World War. The backstabbing of Norway has to be a part of the realization of it. I'm not going to go in details of it because it's quite long, but I'm sure that all the Swedes know exactly what is meant by it. Peter, please.
Thank you, Doman, and hello, everyone. I wanted to chime in on the theme that Daniel has been raising, this frustration that defense has been, and the total defense, including industrial capacity and civil society preparedness and so forth, that this has been neglected in later years. And I think that is true, and it's a frustration I share. And I also think it's right to say that there are people who have been very peaceniks and potentially vatniks who are the forces that have led to this decline. But I want to see that in the perspective of our mantra that the center must hold. And the center consists of center right and center left. And I think that sometimes we don't really understand the concerns across our coalition. So we are on the space maybe tilted towards understanding, taking lessons from when we needed our defense. But I think the other part of our coalition also takes a lot of lessons from when our weapons, and then I say more broadly, the West or NATO or whatever, when our weapons were turned unjustly against others, not for purposes of really defense, and the weapons inflicted war crimes and suffering on other populations. And I think, and also contributed to weakening the very international rule of law or the legal framework that we're trying to protect in Ukraine. And I think we have to recognize that that is a valid concern. And so the compromise in the center that must hold should be that those who are on the peacenik side should concede that a strong defense is very important for keeping peace and protecting populations. And those of us on the more defense-focused side should also concede that there have been numerous events since the Second World War where our allies and sometimes ourselves were involved in military adventurism abroad that we shouldn't have undertaken. I'm not going to name examples because each one of those examples will be controversial to somebody, but I think everyone can think of a case where, say, well, I can take one example actually there regarding my own country, which is when we were bombing Libya with our F-16s. That didn't turn out very well for the Libyans. We didn't really achieve anything. We took a stable dictatorship, which was a bad thing, and we turned it into a lawless country with warlords, etc. And I don't know that the Libyans were better off for it. So if we can acknowledge that point and work for a world in where the threshold to go abroad with our armies and air forces there's a very high threshold to do that, then we will keep our coalition together, and we can get people who are more peace-oriented to join our coalition for defense.
Thank you, Peter, and the snow sounds wonderful.
I didn't realize you would hear that, but yeah, I'm walking in the beautiful Norwegian forest right now in my lunch break.
Yeah, no worries. Just it's a very particular sound. It's a very specific sound that if you know what it is, it's very easy to recognize. Sounds nice and dry, notably. Let's carry on. Let's go to Nale. And then actually, I have a question for Peter after that.
All right. My quota of words is waning. Yeah, so I just want on Sweden, and I'm not ragging on Sweden or anything. It's just an observation that every time I hear some news story or report in the Swedish media about the military, it's always sort of a in a negative light that there's guns and weapons and death and destruction. But I mean, that's one thing that one could change actually, and just be more neutral and talk about the defense forces, that they are for defense and we're not attacking anybody, because last time I checked, Sweden wasn't about to invade Finland again, or not that they technically ever have done that either, but they don't have any future plans for it. That's my point.
Oh, quite. Then, John, do you have any future plans for it?
No, not currently. No, but actually, to what Nala was alluding to there, I saw an opinion poll. I can't remember now where I saw it, but the trust and confidence in Swedish authorities, and actually, if I'm not wrong, the Swedish Defence Force has sailed up to top places. If it's not on top, it's like second or third or something. Really high confidence and trust, and it was really low not that long ago. So things are changing, obviously.
Good. Heja Sverige.
So, question for Peter, because I'm glad that we have a Norwegian with us. A few years ago, there was quite a concerted effort by Russians to try to interfere with, let's say, Norwegian democratic decision making, broadly speaking. But they failed so much that they even shut down Sputnik Norway at the end of it. Right? They simply weren't able to advance their purpose at all. So, is that an example of would you consider that an example of reasonable levels of resilience against information warfare, or is it just a case of them being too obvious and taking too obvious a path forward? Now, I would say that maybe not to the Finnish degree, but nevertheless, they're being a reasonably good level of resilience. Hence, they're not being a viable avenue for Russian advances. Similarly, also something visible in Norwegian parliamentary voting a couple of weeks ago, where it was everyone but some of Rut, if I remember correctly, that voted correctly. What do you think? Where does this stand, Peter?
I think that's if you could answer that question, then you would have very clear prescriptions for what to do in other countries. But unfortunately, I don't think I have a clear answer. I would agree with you that the Norwegian society is quite resistant to Russian influence operations, but not not 100%. I see a lot of media still adopting Russian originated narratives, such as calling what happened in Ukraine between 2014 and 2022 a civil war, and that kind of stuff. Also, what annoys me a lot is that whatever Peskov or Lavrov or Putin or Prigozhin wants out into international media, and they say something outrageous, it's always quoted. However silly or irrelevant it is, it's just such a simple way of making news. So just being that platform for those guys is, I think, a weakness of our media. But in general, we're doing pretty well. I think there's a lot of factors to it. I think authorities are trusted, and what some people try to deride as mainstream media is also trusted, and so it's very hard to. And there is also even though they are sometimes influenced in their angles and their wording of stuff, they will never go off on a completely Russian fabricated direction. They will fact check. They will, the journalists and the editors of the so-called mainstream media, they will make sure that what they report is solid, and then they will report it, and then it will be trusted. So it's very hard to sort of pull the population very far away from some sort of reality. But there is, I would say, maybe 15% of the Norwegian population is into the Russian narratives and into sort of MAGA style, wrong end of the horseshoe stuff, and that's a success for the Russians. So that was a long way of saying I don't know the answer, by the way.
Yeah, thought it. I just thought it's a good good example to raise.
I'll add one thing actually, which I think is a trait about maybe all the Nordics and other countries, some other countries in Europe, which is basically sort of this middle of the road approach to many things. So not going into the extremes of total censorship of anything that comes out of Russia, but also not going into the extreme of opening ourselves up naively, and also in the rhetoric of the politicians. If you try to do hyperbole or hypocrisy, or you start lying, and those kinds of things, that just disqualifies you as a politician. So there's this tendency there's this political culture that doesn't reward opportunism and other super populist approaches that could help amplify Russia's messages.
Thank you, Peter. Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to say that there seems to be a lot of similarities between the Nordic countries in this respect also. I recognize a lot what you said, some less in Sweden, but I mean, primarily there are still some Russian narratives in Swedish media that is parroted up. But at the same time, I think there is a positive sort of development, because if you look at the same time last year, it was a lot more of the Russian narrative being reported in Swedish media, and also they reported much less. So it was a lot of doom and gloom and Russian narratives, and sort of the real things that we hear on Twitter and other social media places where we have quite well informed people. They didn't find themselves into Swedish media, and if they did, it took like a week or something. And nowadays you actually see a lot of these things go directly up in Swedish media, and they are much more sort of reporting the facts in a different way. So it's a positive trend, but I see the same kind of things as you see in Norway also. But then you can also say that is sort of a positive thing when you have a crisis or something, that an open society is often quite late in reacting, but once they react, they actually do, and we can actually change things, and that's a positive thing.
Nope. Okay. Nale?
Yeah, thanks, Toman. I want to ask Daniel, what specific things do they report from the Russian narrative in Sweden? Because here it's more of this silly escalation talk, so much that even my wife actually asked me last night that what do I think about the escalation aspect, and I thought that, well, escalation with what exactly? It can't escalate any further, this whole thing.
Well, what I was referring to nowadays is more that, as Petter said, that they are always quoting Lavrov and so on, because they, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's sort of they are not writing in a way where they say Lavrov claims, or they would say that we just don't bother about publishing this. But if they say something, they will quote it directly. Russia says, Russia claims that this is, and they say it in a way where it's not in any way hinted that this could be propaganda. Of course, some media do that. Some media are really good at doing that, but there's still a lot of newspapers that sort of just burps up that kind of things. Now they have stopped, I think, to really write just the Russian narrative. I think it was a lot in the beginning where they only got their information from sources that had Russian origin, I think, in some way. But that has stopped to a large extent. But they still quote Russian officials.
So are we saying that actually some of the journalists are really lazy?
Yes, I don't think that's news.
Yeah. I know, but I just wanted to clarify.
Going from people who are lazy to people who certainly aren't. Ryan, how are you doing?
Good. Give me 1 second to get my earbud fixed.
Yeah, it sounded a little bit off.
Let's try this again.
It's okay, Ryan. It's just a bit.
Try it now. I just rolled the windows up.
Ah, much better. Okay. Windows
Perfect.
up? Are you driving
Windows?
with windows down?
Cracked, yes. We have the heater on, and it's a little toasty in here because we're well dressed.
Where are you going, Ryan?
Convoying currently to Kharkiv. We have two massively loaded, arguably overloaded vans with what would you call them? Care packages or food and supply kits for 5 different military units. I thought it was 3, but I was corrected this morning. It's actually 5. A few volunteer units, and I think 2 Ukrainian military units. And then we've got a bunch of baby items for an orphanage somewhere around Kharkiv. I'm not sure exactly where. And a bunch of food that Kharkiv Humanitarian has requested. We also have hygiene items for women, some adult diapers, and 102 Renegade Relief handmade family meal kits. So we've got a bunch of stuff going on, a number of people, I guess 3 vehicles in total, and we're expecting some other people who are heading back in from Poland right now to join us in a day or two, and we'll be shuttling things back and forth between Kharkiv and Kyiv, at least for the next 2 or 3 days. So 2 truckloads going. We'll send 1 van back to probably rendezvous with the guys coming in from Poland now, and they'll bring in a second load of 2 vehicles. We'll have a total of 4 van loads. And they are jam-packed to the gills. There is no empty space in either one of the 2 cargo vehicles. And I also have a very interesting guest traveling with me that I won't say any more about. I'm sure eventually you'll all find out, but I'm not going to spill those beans. So somebody everybody here would recognize has joined the group.
Excellent. And I think there's a hint. You left us a little hint in the way you phrased that. Those beans. It must be Tim.
Not Tim. No beans. No beans from Tim. I haven't heard from Tim since I got here. I did see someone posted a great photo of an English breakfast the other day that had beans in a cup, and they tagged Tim on it. And I thought it was a perfect breakfast because the beans were already scooped up, so you could just throw the cup in the trash and enjoy a breakfast.
Ryan, I'm with you on that. I'm not very excited about beans contaminating the rest of my breakfast. I note you said you were taking some hygiene products. Obviously, it's International Women's Day, and congratulations to all the ladies out there just for being who you are. So obviously something like that, really important. If your local chemist and local shop has been looted to an empty building, these are things that people need on a regular basis, and it's horrific if you're caught without, believe me. So that's as far as I'll go with that. But I take it you will be visiting places where there's going to be women who are obviously working and helping in the back lines, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Not just civilian women. One of the care packages we have prepared is going to a volunteer unit that actually has, I don't know if she's leading the unit, but she's definitely a part of the unit, because I asked why we were packing dry shampoo, and I was told that one of the units we were preparing a care package for was actually a unit with a woman in it. So if there are women serving in all aspects, there's a former translator from the Ukrainian military that volunteers with us sometimes. Obviously, Julie is here volunteering all the time. And Kharkiv Humanitarian takes stuff out to villages. You don't see a whole lot of people with young children or babies necessarily in the frontline areas or the recently deoccupied areas, so much as you see elderly people, and some of them can need incontinence underwear and items like that as well. There are old folks who need care and stuff like that, just like those young babies. We're delivering all of the above. I mean, we've got stuff literally for people from infant age all the way up to geriatric. But I was told, since you brought up International Women's Day, I was informed by one of the people with our volunteer group about it being International Women's Day. So I now have to go help celebrate International Women's Day when we get done with our work this evening.
Sounds like a perfectly good reason to celebrate to me.
yeah, I guess the girls aren't paying for any beers today, if we manage to get any before things shut down.
What was the curfew schedule, Ryan?
It varies. 11 o'clock in Kyiv. Speaking of, we had an incident last night. Apparently, there's an 18,000 hryvnia fine in Kyiv if you violate curfew, and I was threatened with it last night, and that roughly approximates to $500 US. That's wildly expensive, especially for any Ukrainian that might catch that ticket. But I guess they've been having some issues with people not obeying the curfew regulations or thinking that the rules don't apply to them. We were out last night violating curfew, but we had to take someone to the central train station in Kyiv, so we have a legitimate reason for being out after curfew. Still, we got chastised on our way back into the suburbs and told not to be out again, and we might face a $500 fine. So I've suggested that we properly mark all of our volunteer vehicles to at least give us a little bit more street cred as we're passing through a checkpoint. If I pull up to a checkpoint and I have, 3 people in the car and it's 11 o'clock at night and it looks like a civilian vehicle, that's a little different than if I pull up in an aid work vehicle. I haven't had these problems ever. I was warned last night before we went to the train station that might happen, and it did happen, but normally I'm driving in a cargo van that's obviously seen some better days and been down some dirty roads. And I think if you show up looking like an aid worker versus looking like someone who's just violating curfew, you get different treatment. All that to say, I won't be violating curfew in or around Kyiv anytime soon. Last I knew, it was 10 or 11 o'clock in Kharkiv, but places like Kherson, it's 5 or 6 o'clock. It really depends on the security situation in the area and local authorities. I think it might be set by the governor or whatever the equivalent is of the oblast, maybe by the mayor.
I saw a photograph last night of Kharkiv, all lit up. That they've restored the electricity to the main areas now. So it might be a little different.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least. Roman Kakanov on a couple of times. I hope Axel's not here to correct my pronunciation. Anyway, when
Kachanov.
Kachanov, thank you. When Roman Kachanov tweeted a couple of months ago that they were going to be without power for weeks, if not more, I ended up in Kharkiv the last time right before I left, expecting there to be no power. And when I called him coming into town, he said, "Hey, meet me at this restaurant we've been to before." And I asked him, is there electricity? Yeah, come over. Got there and talked to him, and he told me, I don't know how the power service employees have managed to do this, but they really are magicians. He saw the damage firsthand. He's, the head or one of the leaders of the fire department in Kharkiv, so he was actually on scene to witness how extensive the damage was, and he didn't think they were going to get it back on within a month, and they managed to pull it off in 4 or 5 days. So if a captain in the fire department is awestruck by how good the power workers do in Kharkiv, I think that credit. Sorry, I was talking to my driving partner. I'm riding today. One of my friends from the States who's been a 3XR volunteer longer than I have is driving, and I'm riding shotgun, so I have an opportunity to talk for a little bit.
That's good. That's good to know you're behaving on the roads there.
I wouldn't say I'm behaving. Maybe that's why they have me in the passenger seat.
You're behaving now.
Yes, I'm being behaved. I have seen a couple of interesting convoys coming through. I think I shared one in the private chat. I personally
Yeah,
don't
maybe
think
let's not talk too much about that.
Well, it's been a few days ago, and I was wondering if that's an OPSEC violation, pardon my French, considering that it didn't actually happen in Ukraine.
Oh, no, then it's fine.
I mean, technically it wasn't in Ukraine. It was really close to Ukraine. But where do we draw the line there?
Well, Ryan, what you can say is that, let's put it this way. Ukraine is being well resupplied with various armored mobility and fighting vehicles by its Western partners.
In quantity.
Yeah.
In quantity.
And that's
pretty good
to know.
We have just pulled over here on the side of the road. I don't know why, so give me a second. I'll be back.
Cops have got him.
He's not getting out of this one easily.
But there you go, Ryan, in Ukraine, walking the walk as well as speaking about Ukraine. You know, we all can sit here and talk all the things about Ukraine, but Ryan's actually walking the walk as well, and we all love him for it. So while he's not here, we could talk a little bit about International Women's Day, and you'll be able to see up in the nest at the top here. The most recent tweet is Ursula von der Leyen speaking with regards to International Women's Day and giving a shout out to our very own Melanie Lake of Operation Unifier. And well deserved, very well deserved. Shout out there, and yeah, extremely happy to see and hear that. I think it makes a difference that the Canadian Armed Forces spent that time in Ukraine, because it gave them the skill to be able to manage until they got some real assistance. And yeah, made a difference, that, and it's good to hear that it was acknowledged.
And then a speech to the Canadian Parliament, no less. Just to note that as well.
We have a visitor in Kyiv today, don't we? I'm pretty sure I saw.
Yes, last time he was there, Putin tried to bomb him, so let's see how it goes this time.
Hopefully not quite so dramatic.
So it's Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, visiting Kyiv today. What is he supposed to be talking about in Ukraine with the Ukrainian government mockers?
I believe part of the talk is about extending the grain deal, or something to do with the grain deal.
and this rather matters. I don't even have to go into why. Ioana.
Yeah, so Mogers already gave the answer. Yes, they want to extend the grain deal. I believe there are 14 days left or something like this. I have to check it. So it's very important to do this. And the problem is that Russia is pushing to its own interests the fertilizers, which are not sanctioned. So Russia can export the fertilizers, but they are indirectly affected by the sanction because of the banking system and because of some entities that are sanctioned. So Russia is pushing its interests in this, and I'm really looking forward to see how Ukraine will manage to extend the grain deal. It's very interesting that Gutierrez went to Ukraine first, because the last time I believe he went to Russia first. So it is really interesting, and maybe Russia will be out of the deal because it didn't do much good. We remember, Doman, that they tried to stop or make some problems for the ships that were passing the Bosphorus. And by the way, I think I have the information. I think the total quantity that was exported by Ukraine is 23.5 tons.
Million
and
tons.
Million tons, yes, million tons, sorry. And the total of about of almost 800 ships, 795. This is amazing, isn't it?
It's quite a lot, right? So, for a bit of context, normal agri exports from Ukraine, so that being wheat, corn, sunflower oil, sunflower seed cake, that's what's left over after sunflower oil has been pressed, right? Seeds have been pressed into oil, and that's used for animal feed. Very useful, very important, both commercially but also to keep the prices down. Very nutritious, by the way. All of those usually totaled around 50, maybe 60 million tons. So in the, what is this now? When did it start? Around 1st of August, right? 5, 6, 7. In 7 months, so just over half a year, they pretty much exported half of what they normally would have expected to have exported in a year when it comes to agricultural products. So that gives us really good contextualization, I would say, right? It gives us an understanding of just how much gets through this. And this isn't even taking into account these alternate routes that were previously not used very much, be it through the Danube. I hear that the routes to Poland have basically stopped because there's no more need for them. And of course, the baseline is lower, right? The baseline is now going to be lower because of all of the agricultural surfaces that are going to be going unplanted, unharvested, covered in minefields in some cases, under occupation, of course. Those aren't going to be accessible. So, it's quite significant. And the Ukrainian agriculture sector itself finds this significant, finds this important. So should we. The one thing that Russians tried to do last time when it was up for extension, what was it, November, December, something like that. The thing that they were pushing for last time would be for Ukraine to allow the export of ammonia produced in Russia. It's a very straightforward process, just very energy expensive, energy consumptive, produced in Russia through a pipeline that goes across Ukraine into Odessa, and to authorize the export of that through Odessa. This is what they were pushing for. They were pushing for this, I think, primarily because they knew that they were going to get a no on it, right? That, of course, the Ukrainians were not going to be agreeing to it, so it was a way for them to scuttle and to scuttle the deal. And this is what they're kind of again pushing for. So which is kind of frustrating on the one hand, but just to explain a little bit of what's going on there. Ioana?
Yes, indeed. So about the pipeline, I don't see that Ukraine will agree to this, but they are pushing also for other for lifting some of the sanctions for the export of fertilizers, as far as I understood, because as I said earlier, they seem to be affected by the indirectly by some sanctions. So we have to check to check this out to see exactly what they wish. I don't have. There was an article about this a few days ago. I have to recheck it.
Now, in other news, as regards ship transport, there has been a little something published by Sky News. I'm going to put this up in the nest so that it's front and center. Published by Sky News that the Russians have gotten at least 2 ships worth of Iranian-manufactured munitions, including shells, artillery shells, as well as small arms bullets from Iran by ship, which is very annoying and very frustrating. And it just again illustrates the projection that the Russians are doing yet again. Because they're effectively accusing the Ukrainians to be doing what they're doing themselves and getting stuff in through the Bosphorus, necessitating the need for inspections in the first place. And frustrating as it is, there's very little we can do about it. But I just wanted to highlight that it's not just stuff coming in from Syria that Russians might be repatriating, but indeed also vessels coming straight in seemingly from Iran, full of stuff for the Russian military. What else it tells us, and I think this is just as important, if not even more important, is that Russians are actually, in all fact, running low on shells and ammunition. That the mythical Russian army, with its infinite supplies, doesn't have quite as infinite the supplies. Ivana?
Yes, I didn't see the article on Sky News, so I have to check it. But from Iran is not more easy using the Caspian Sea, because
I know, and they have certainly been using the Caspian previously for some of this. So I'm not sure where the ships went actually. I didn't do a careful enough reading of that bit of where. But yes, absolutely.
But there was another news about one commercial ship that apparently transported some military stuff through the Bosphorus, probably from Syria. And there was a news about 2 weeks ago that I described it as being kind of science fiction. You know that there are some ships in Mediterranean that are military ships that are carrying caliber missiles. And there was news that those ships went to Syria, unloaded the missiles, and then they wanted to take them from Syria to Russia. And I'm wondering, is this science fiction, or they are so desperate that they are practically taking those missiles from the ships in Mediterranean and trying to get them to Russia some other way, because they cannot pass through the Bosphorus?
It's plausible. It's possible. I will say that if they really wanted to, they could always just sail those caliber frigates or whatnot through the Gibraltar, through over the Atlantic, through the Baltic to Russia, and unload it there and then ship them south. So it was always possible for them to get their hands on those calibers, right?
Right, but it's much longer, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of it's kind of the same. It's kind of same either way. It makes relatively little difference in practice, I would argue, if it is really just about supplies. Then John?
Yeah, about the noise.
Oh, sorry. Can I just say, Ivana, you were right. It was via the Caspian. How did I miss that? I don't know. Anyway, then John, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so regarding the delivery from Iran, one comment: shocker. Of course, they're going to do this if they can. But I have a serious question on this grain deal, which is somewhat seen as a success. I don't know if I agree. It's good that they can export their grains, obviously. But I mean, what's the official rationale from Russia to inspect departing ships? I can understand there will be a rationale to inspect incoming ships, but leaving ships, leaving through the Bosphorus. What is the? I understand why they do it. They want to slow it down and possibly stop it. But what's the official rationale for them to actually do those inspections? Does anyone know?
I think it comes to because.
Yeah, exactly, because.
But I think that's where it ends. I really think that's where it ends. I don't know what the official rationale is, but I have been wondering the same. Because, and I think it just ends with because.
Actually, that would be a great question for a journalist to ask as the Secretary General in Kiev.
I think you're onto something. In practice, as you say, they're doing it in order to slow things down, right? So, as Joanna earlier said, there are about 23.5 million tons of grain that have been thus far exported from Ukraine into the Black Sea. However, something like 3.5-4 million tons are stuck in the Black Sea at any given point, and that number is only increasing because the backlog at the Bosphorus is only increasing because the inspection teams, which are mixed inspection teams, Russian or Ukrainian, Turk, maybe someone else as well, are not clearing as many ships as they could or they should, because the Russians are intentionally slowing things down. This has been well documented already. This isn't really news. It's just a case of more of this still happening and still going on. It's very it's very frustrating, but it is how it is. So apparently the official line is to ensure that Ukraine is not trafficking weapons out of the country. Which, yes, fine, great, but they wouldn't, would they? That's the whole point. They want more weapons, not fewer weapons. And if anybody would be wanting to stop them from doing so, certainly wouldn't be Russians, right? Because Russians would want to encourage that, so it makes no sense whatsoever. But there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Toman.
Sorry, but I want to mention this again. About these inspections, yes, I don't know what is the reason to inspect the outgoing freight, because, of course, you can export whatever you want, and Ukraine will not export weapons. And they are slowing it down in order to increase the cost. We have to talk to Freight Monkey possibly, but the transportation cost has a fixed cost and a variable cost, and I think that the longer the ships are staying at sea, the higher the cost for the merchandise is in the end. So this is one. But what I wanted to highlight is that Turkey is still letting Russian ships with stolen grain from Ukraine passing the Bosphorus. Of course, they may have documents, whatever documents they want, but still it's stolen grain from Ukraine. And Russia has declared that they had a record harvest this year. I wonder why.
Oh, exactly. And actually, Russia is now exporting a lot less grain than they were previously. So the Russians, people say, "Oh, Russia went and launched this war for economic reasons." Actually, the one place where they did benefit economically was the export of agricultural products. So what they were doing is, in the immediate aftermath of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Ukrainian exports floundered, obviously, right, for kind of obvious reasons in the of corners of the world about would they be able to procure as much as they needed, as much as they wanted. So during that time, Russia could, at the spot prices, get twice as much for a lot of the grain, but their grain, as well as as well as for grain that they stole from Ukraine, right? What they also did was at the same time gain some diplomatic goodwill from a number of countries by basically giving them discounts, but not discounts off of the normal price, but the discounts off of this massively inflated price that they just whose inflation they caused themselves. So that was one kind of place where economically Russia actually benefited from the invasion initially. And that was during the time when Ukraine couldn't physically export almost anything, because all of these bypasses haven't been sorted out yet, and they ended up actually somewhat benefiting economically. So going forward, Russia seems to actually be exporting less than normal right now when it comes to foodstuffs, and that's because they seem to be worried about the quantity of the harvest in the upcoming year. And there's various theories on this. Akash has been speaking to this a little bit already some months ago, and it's a question of whether it's going to be an equipment problem, because a lot of, especially combine harvesters that Russia has been using now are the Western ones, and will they be able to function? Will they have spare parts, support, coverage from Claas, John Deere, from everywhere else? So that's one part of it. The other part of it is personnel. Some of the biggest producing areas for agriculture are some of the ones where not the highest, but some of the highest levels of conscription have occurred. In Russia, for example, Krasnodar Krai, right there on the Ukrainian border, some of the highest levels of conscription, some of the highest levels of death as well. Will they even have enough people really for that? So it's a complicated question. It's going to be a fairly detailed question, but how much will they actually be producing this year will be quite interesting to see. So complicated, but certainly interesting. Lexicon, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm well. Is anyone, are any of you following what the views of the of Erdogan's the Turkish opposition might be to vis-a-vis this war, Russia, Ukraine, etc.? Anybody? I should do some searching. Given that they perhaps have a good potential of replacing the man, it would be interesting to see. Anybody?
So this is a very interesting. Question. What I will say is that Turkey, even the current government, right, has made it quite clear on the security on the security level, saying that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. There shouldn't be any questions about that. Russia should get out, and on the other hand, working economically with Russia, right? Trading extensively with Russia, very substantially increasing exports to Russia, for example, right? So I think that's quite an interesting. It's quite an interesting situation that they're in. What Kılıçdaroğlu's attitude to Ukraine is, I actually don't know, which is a very good question. So if anybody does have a good grasp on what the opposition attitude to the Russian invasion of Ukraine is, I would likewise love to know. And if not, then Lexicon and I were just going to have to go and dig into it, at some point today, and find out, because I'm really curious now. And how have I not thought of this previously? This is how you know it's a good question, where none of us know.
Guess you got your homework for the day.
Woohoo!
I can tell you a tiny bit more about the big explosion that appeared to happen in Berdyansk.
Please tell me about the explosion in Berdyansk. In the meantime, I'll try to look it up.
Okay. It appears to have been claimed to be a base, a military base with soldiers. That's the one, soldiers. Or, you know,
I mean, that's good.
soldiers. Them. Yeah. Well, it's certainly taking out people. So, yeah, the reduction of mass, I think, is never a terrible thing.
No, certainly not. It can certainly be helpful. No, it's one of those things where it kind of makes sense why they would bother to engage in it. No question about that. And I see that we have Bloke with us. Hi, Bloke. How are you?
I'm well, Doman. Thank you. I just woke up and I'm trying to catch up on the news, and I just thought I would ask you what's going on in Georgia. Please tell us what's happening in Georgia, because the last thing I just read was that these protests are going to continue, and there a number are scheduled today. And I just was hoping I was wondering if you've been following this and if you have some news, and so that we can push more people to DM you about what's going on in Georgia.
I can tell you it has been stated that at 1 p.m. Time in Georgia, it did indeed restart some sort of protest. So, yeah, it is continuation.
And definitely not in Serbia. Definitely not Serbia or Syria. Definitely Georgia.
But
I don't know if the misspeaks were intentional, but they were funny either way, Bloke.
Yeah, well, we won't ask anyone to DM you about what's going on in Georgia for the next 6 months, I promise. So.
Yeah, no, don't, because I'm not exactly fluent in Georgian.
Okay, maybe Alex. But I would like to have a little bit more context. I mean, how serious do you think this is? Does this have legs in it? What's your overall assessment? If I could just get some commentary on it, because I'm pretty, ignorant about Georgian politics in detail, and I was wondering what your take is on this, or anyone else who wants to comment for that matter.
Oh, no, that absolutely. So, the law that was being proposed and that passed in the first reading is very similar to what has previously been enacted in countries like Belarus and Russia. These sort of foreign agent laws are made to stifle opposition, stifle criticism of the government, and they're definitely, if anything, reversing the flow, reversing the European trajectory for Georgia, right? Bloke, you'll remember that 3 countries applied for EU candidate status last year in March. Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. 2 of the 3 were given candidate status in June. Georgia wasn't. And that was for very good reason. And this was after this was after Georgia was probably the best prepared of the 3, I would argue, back in sort of 2007, 2008, prior to the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008. I'm pretty confident in saying that of the 3 countries, Georgia was the best prepared at that juncture to become an EU candidate, was the farthest along that course for EU membership. So what has happened since then has been a series of very sort of small steps back. And this one would have been a very big step back. There's a reason why there were so many European flags out in force in Georgia. And as Nick would tell you, they're not necessarily EU flags. It's not really just an EU flag. It's more complicated than that. It was first designed in the Council of Europe decades before it was adopted by the then European Economic Community and whatnot. Doesn't matter. it's clear what it symbolizes. It's clear that protesters were decidedly displeased with Parliament passing a law which was going against Georgia's European path and Georgia's pro-Western attitude and European and approaching the Euro-Atlantic integrations, which is actually a part of their constitution, right? Just like it was in Ukraine in 2013 and late 2013, when other moves, but moves very much reversing Ukraine on its European path by Yanukovych were the crystallizing point for protests on Maidan. So we'll see how far these go, but certainly the trajectory is clear. The trajectory of this is similar to that in Ukraine in 2013. And we'll see how it goes. Just as a reminder, despite Russia occupying large chunks of Georgia, and have done so for a long time, the current Georgian government is, now I'll call it a peacenik, let's say. It's the party Georgian Dream is based around an oligarch who controls this very disproportionate proportion of Georgia and Georgian economy. And a lot of that, and they're built sort of around working with Russia as opposed to countering Russia per se. So that's also why they're less interested in European integration. Somewhere where they seem to disagree with a very large chunk of the population of Georgia. So that's what I can tell you, Block. And
So
if you have more, I'm happy to.
Yeah, no, that was a great assessment. Now, these protests in particular, though, more to the point, do you see these as a threat to the government and the law? Do you think it's likely that the people will succeed in getting this rolled back? And after that, I've just when you said out of the three countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, Georgia was the best prepared. That sort of reminds me of in Servant of the People. Do you remember that that scene where Angela Merkel phones Zelensky and says, congratulations on being in
There
the
was
EU.
meant to be Albania, isn't
it? No, Moldova.
Oh, was it Moldova that she was playing? I see, right.
Yeah. So that's funny because anyway, but what's your assessment, or do you just not have one because it's too hard to assess?
Sorry, assessment of what exactly? So I don't answer the wrong question.
These protests specifically, are they likely to succeed in getting the law rolled back? I mean,
yes.
Okay. So this means that there's a chance. Okay, thank you very much, and we will see what happens for the rest of the day. Appreciate it.
I mean, I'm saying that because the president of Georgia, who's currently visiting the U.S., said, she doesn't agree with the law and this is wrong and so on, and that's what makes me think that it's likely. I don't think it's going to necessarily happen, but certainly, likely. George, very good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's it's interesting to see the developments in Georgia. What are the chances the current government winds up stepping down or being replaced in Georgia?
I think for me, that's too complicated a question. And I already told Kafteli he better show up today.
Okay, so the other thing is, April, end of April, May is a good time for Georgians to decide to take back the territory occupied by the Russians, because at last count, there's not many there. There's not many Russian troops left.
Are you saying they're distracted?
So, considering that the Georgians have about 300 javelins, that would be the perfect time to say enough's enough and liberate the rest of their occupied country and finally shut the door on the Russian military, because they have been getting trained, right? Uh, the last few years by the United States and other NATO countries.
More than just few years, George. Georgia had very large commitments to U.S.-led operations, elsewhere in the broader region. And I can't speak to it very well, but I'm sure that some others might be able to. The quality of training and learning that they had undergone over the course of the last couple of decades. I'll just leave that one hanging there. Then John?
Yeah, I think based on comments here on Twitter and also on YouTube, that the initial complaint was about that law, but it has grown to more than just being that law. Government that actually want to propose something like that is a problem. And even if you stop that particular law, then you still have that government who wanted to impose it. So I think it has grown to something more, and it will not stop with that veto, I think. And the word you were looking for with regards to Russian troops in Georgia was detracted. Detracted. So they've been moved.
George?
Yeah, so I think the last estimate I saw of Russian troops, we're talking about less than 5,000. So it's time to bring out the brooms and sweep the trash into the rubbish bin.
Yeah, and George, if I may, well equipped as well, right? Those 5,000.
Oh yeah, the only way they're getting to the front is if they take the Russian equivalent of Uber.
Yandex Taxi, I think.
Well, it's going to be a Lada, right?
I don't know. I think you're going to need a lot of them to transport several thousand.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, at this point, the Georgians just need to just decide that enough's enough. Liberate the country. There's not much that the Russians would be able to do, because they just there's another country they're having a huge issue with. You know what that country is doing?
Tell me, George.
I don't know. It's got blue and yellow in its flag, and actually, what's funny is that there's a lot of.
Is it Sweden?
Yeah, Sweden.
No. But Sweden is helping its fellow Viking descendant country. I always thought that was cool. The Swedes, the Vikings, are helping their Viking descendants. But there's a lot of Georgians that went to Ukraine, for a holiday and decided to stay. And maybe those Georgians, some of their battalion might, go back to Georgia, help finish the job. Let's put it that way, because they're really good at what they do, Doman. And that's putting Russian orcs, sending them to the other world, Hades, as we used to call it.
Tindran?
Yeah, before it completely melts away, you said Lada. To that I say was. That's what in German, by the way.
Yes. No, it's
Yeah,
funny.
car? What? Really?
Years ago, and I don't know why, it was just very strange. In the 80s, somehow with Canada, there was some kind of agreement, because it was still the Soviet Union, and we started seeing a lot of show up in Canada. A lot of people bought them because they were cheap. They soon regretted that because within 2 years, they were completely rusted out. Completely. Russian.
That's Canadians' fault. That's Canadians' fault for putting salt all over the roads. That was never spec'd for. And I mean, who would do that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why would you want to put salt on the roads? I mean, isn't it better just to leave them as sheets of ice where everybody goes careening and killing each other? I mean, come on.
Yeah. No. See, George, what you're forgetting is that those ladders had a safety mechanism, right? The safety mechanism was that it was too cold. It was so cold that you would need to salt the roads in order to make them drivable. The ladder just wouldn't start. And then you wouldn't get all the salt all over the ladder, so it wouldn't rust. The silly Canadians parked them indoors, so they started. And then, of course, they drove all over the salty roads and ended up with rusty buckets.
Yeah.
So it's all Canadians' fault, really, fundamentally, but for not using the cars according to specification.
No, Doman. What you forget is a lot of Canadians put engine block heaters on them, and that was the problem. You see, we plug in. You see, we were. Musk was the gleam in a young man's eye. He was still in his daddy sack. So, yeah, Canadians have been plugging cars in for a long time, and you're right. If we hadn't plugged them in, they wouldn't have been able to start.
For the record, I've been in one of those things in the winter a long time ago, and I will tell you the heater was entirely non-functional. It was just such a joke, like a VW bus had a better heater than that thing.
Exactly.
And to say, Bloke, do you want to explain to people why this is really funny because of how a heater on a car fundamentally functions?
Well, so in most cars, I would imagine, really, so in most cars, the heat of the engine will warm the car through a radiator, basically, essentially. That's why, if your radiator is busted, you can turn on the heater in the summer and roll down your windows, to keep your car from overheating sometimes. So that's generally how it works. Unless you're using electric cars, of course, which don't have the range here.
Exactly, but the logic here, Bloke, is that basically they couldn't figure out how to efficiently move hot air from around the engine about 70 centimeters further back to where the cabin was.
Precisely. Yeah, it was just like, it was awful, and you would think that this would be something that they would be good at, right? Because, it's just as cold there as it does here. So very confusing.
Did you not listen, Bloke, when I explained that when it's too cold, the engine's not supposed to start? And this saves you from getting salt all over it. It saves you from being cold in it, because you just get to be cold outside of it instead.
Okay, fair enough. Well, by the way, while we're on the subject of Blame Canada, I just saw something really nice on Twitter today, and that's that Ursula von der Leyen, when she was giving a speech in anticipation of International Women's Day
in the Canadian Parliament,
gave a shout out to Colonel Melanie Lake, who, as our listeners may or may not know, is one of the co-founders of MriyaAid, and who trained over 35,000 Ukrainian troops. And so that was really nice to hear.
And you think we didn't mention that yet?
Oh, well, I just got up, Axel.
Only a half dozen times, but
So
if you want to see the video, it's the second in the nest.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Okay,
you know what?
It's great. Look, we're so happy that you said it as a Canadian, because it's made everybody proud here, and we're super happy to see it.
And because this way it was said more politely.
Exactly.
That's very happy to see that, and very happy to listen to you guys in the morning. And it's obviously time for more coffee. And
Don't run away. Don't run away. It's simple. You were asking questions about Georgia and Doman, whilst he was not here yesterday evening when this all culminated, also exploded, one would have to say, actually. And when many of us were tracking it closely, and Kaftelli was still in hiding. I don't know. Maybe he's somewhere, coordinating things. Who knows? But the movement onto the parliament yesterday, and the arrival of riot police, not regular police, but the riot police with shields, canister, tear gas, water cannons, all of this. It had exactly that kind of sense, the way this momentum grew from during the day, because this all started 2 days ago, when essentially students in front of university were congregating. And then a day yesterday when the students actually were shouting Dinamo, Dinamo, because Dinamo Tbilisi, which is the biggest single football club in Georgia, and most important because they've participated in the UEFA Cup in the 1970s and 80s, and when they were once in the Soviet League, and unfortunately, of course, champions and nice, they participated in the Champions Cup and whatnot. Everybody knows the club as such, and people respect Georgian football. And Dinamo is very important. And Dinamo is, of course, what? Dinamo is the club of the police originally. So it has both a meaning of national identification as the main football club, as well as being the football club traditionally associated with the police. And yeah, it's interesting. It is very, very interesting how it all grew. And this momentum had the same kind of odor of the second phase of Euromaidan. It didn't have, of course, people camping out in front of the parliament before and the likes, all of this. No, it did not. But it had that second phase in it, and it looked very sturdy. And the movement of the people against the water cannon with the European flag is iconic. But then again, the Georgians have experience in this. They've been demonstrating against their government for years. So the question is, can they hold the momentum?
Well, may they achieve what the Ukrainians were able to achieve, and move their country forward, closer to Europe and closer to a truly functioning democracy. That's what I'm hoping for this morning, and I'm really just the march towards the liberation of these countries is inevitable, as far as I'm concerned. So thank you so much, all of you. And, they say you're not supposed to check Twitter first thing in the morning. I do, to try to get caught up, and realized I'm still behind.
No, but it's fine because you go on Slovak Twitter, not Czech Twitter, so it's okay.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
And why would we know that, Domen? Because if they were to go to Slovenian Twitter, what would they find? Only one voice. Domen.
If only. Alex, I believe you're Canadian.
Yes, more than that. In this instance, I work for a Vancouver MP, and I was in the galleries for that speech last night, and it was quite a barn burner, as they say. It was a wonderful speech, very much so intertwining the International Women's Day with the struggle in Ukraine.
And not to mention that Canadians are rather attuned to burning government buildings.
Oh, naturally. Well, our parliament burned down, well, at least once. So,
No, he meant burning down other people's government buildings.
Well, we have a knack for that too, quite the pyrotechnics. But moving on, there's some great quotes, from the speech, really focusing on how the number of women serving in the Ukrainian military is, doubled. As she said, the Ukrainian women have smashed the glass ceiling over Russia's head. And boy, doesn't it look good. As much as it's painful to see, it's wonderful to see women take such an active role in fighting back against genocidal imperialism. So she did a wonderful job. And unfortunately, I seem to have a habit of being in the same area or vicinity as Melanie Lake and never having met her yet. So I'm going to have to try and correct that the next time. But unfortunately, when I come up with some good news, I also have to come up with some bad news. And I have to say, the calls in the last 2 to 3 weeks on at the office here it's been all anti-vaxxer, Azov Nazi types. I'm not hearing the support as I once had before, which is unfortunate to say the least. I know it's there, but it's less muted, and it's quite clear that Canada stands behind Ukraine. If you were to see the MPs in their standing ovations for the various keynote drops on the speech, again, smashing the glass ceiling and all that, everyone was up on their feet and loved it. So there's no concern there. It's just a long-term thing. We have to sustain the political support because when MPs and elected officials don't have the people at their back, we're just relying on their individual goodwill to push things forward. And I know that's not the case in Canada, but the more voices that are behind our elected officials, the further they will go, the further they will push. And if there's no one pushing, we're just kind of relying on what it is that they want to do, which is a lot right now, and thank God for that. But we need more voices, and that's what I came up to say. So, thank you very much.
No, thank you, Alex. Block, please.
Yeah, just to reiterate that, phone your MP, once a week, and even if the MP is not with the Liberals or the NDP or a part of the coalition, if you've got a Tory MP, phone them too, especially them, if anything, and explain how this is really important to you. It makes a difference. Okay, when I phoned my MP a week later, there were another 4 Leopards. I asked for a squadron, but there were another 4 Leo 2s going to Ukraine. So I'll take all the credit for that. But all sarcasm aside, it makes a difference. You really need to do it. So please, this is a shout out to everyone here. Please phone your MPs. It matters. Phone them. Don't just send an email. Phone them or write to them. Okay, you don't even have to put a postage stamp on it if it's a letter. And these are all registered, and they need to know that you've got their back, that you'll vote for them, that it'll make a difference. And even if it's a Tory MP, or God forbid, a Green candidate, for the few of them that'll be left after this, make sure that they know exactly where you stand and that genocide is unacceptable. And if they are ambiguous about it, you will not support them. Be crystal clear and do it once a week, please, everyone.
One thing I would add to that too is it's even better if you can write, call, etc., and be very proactive. Sound that you're working with your MP to come up with solutions and to advance this cause, because pretty well each and every one of them up there does. And some are more fervent about it than others for sure, but they're all on board. The more you can be, not to be, of course, respectful, because if you're not respectful, you're not going to get anywhere in life, much less in in politics. But the more you are again proactive, idea, solution oriented with your MP, the more they're going to want to engage with you. Like on any issue, when a constituent writes in, whenever they're providing solutions, we always make sure to provide a very fulsome response and engage with them on that, because they're clearly passionate about it, and it helps buoy confidence that they're being listened to. So that's one of the recommendations I would put forward, is always be, when you're engaging with any legislative body or official, be very, as solutions and ideas oriented as you can possibly be. Be critical, because there's plenty to be critical about, but always have the two in tandem, and you'll go a lot further.
Yeah, and if I could just state one other thing, also be concise. Like, don't list 10 issues that you're concerned about. Be concise enough so that it is a digestible message and not just a list of grievances, right? So say specifically what you want, whether it be Leo 2s, whether it be financial support, whether it be support for a particular legislation, but be concise and make the message digestible so that it's clear and understandable.
See, it mattered a great deal that you both came on here in review of Melanie Lake's mentioning by Ursula von der Leyen. Or as we say, Uschi macht keinen Quatsch.
And just to stress this additionally, right? And if you do it now, if you're Canadian, you did today, tomorrow. Push it from being front page news for a couple of days to front page news for a couple of weeks, and top of the priority list for the parliamentarians as well. George.
That you guys, that everyone on here can do. Call your local news affiliate and you really haven't covered any stories on how they're helping Ukraine or anything like that. And ask them. Call the news desk. Ask them why aren't you covering this? Why aren't you covering the humanitarian crisis? Why aren't you covering the fact that Russians have abducted over 400,000 Ukrainian children? What news desk doing? The more people that call, the more they're going to get a hint that, oh yeah, maybe we should do something and cover this. And by covering the story locally, then you get people that might be, have put it outside their mind, hey, hello, it's still going on. These crimes and these atrocities are still going on. Maybe we should, pitch in at the next fundraiser or something.
Exactly. Thank you, George. Robin.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to mention, first of all, I always am thankful when Axel is on because he always manages to increase my German vocabulary with words I can never find in Langenscheidt for some reason. So thank you. I think, strangely enough, I appreciate if all the people who've been talking about speaking to our representatives again. I feel like I'm shouting into the void sometimes after a while, and you were all right. It's very important to keep up the interest. So I will, I've got my marching orders for today. The other thing I just wanted to ask people about is someone mentioned on Twitter this morning, and I'm afraid I don't remember who it was, that they've noticed, and something that I've noticed once they pointed out, is that the completely wacko MAGA bots going up against NAFO people and against Ukraine, to the point that you begin to wonder whether this is Russia's newest attempt to deunify Ukrainian support. Now I'm just wondering whether other people have noticed, and I think it does point out to me again how important it is for us to not get sidetracked by you voted for Trump, therefore I won't accept that you are supporting Ukraine, or you voted for Biden, therefore I won't accept that you're pro-Ukraine, because it's just too important to let these internecine internal political wars get involved in all this. So I'm just curious what other people have noticed and how we can work against it. Thanks. And thanks as always for your hosting, Dalman. I'm always happy when I wake up in the morning and hear that you're on. Anyway, Slava Ukraini.
Slava. As the bots, they go through cycles, right? And there's going to be different ones at different points depending on what someone or other finds useful to promulgate at different points. Having the same stuff all the time doesn't really work very well. I think the Soviets realized that. And the Russian Infowars operatives now realize that they need to cycle through things because people's attention spans aren't long enough. And also, if they keep hearing literally the same thing over and over again, they start questioning it. And I think it might be as simple as that. Axel?
Yeah, maybe. It might be. Mach keinen Quatsch. Simple.
Look, you pronounce this nonsense, not me. George?
Quatsch is nonsense. That's exactly why I said it.
Well, yeah, the thing is sometimes you just, if you know it's a bot, obviously Russian bot, engaging sometimes just, especially if they don't have many followers, just kind of like promotes their nonsense. So the best thing is just to avoid them. And if it's something like, if I'm getting crazy, when the crazies come out, and it's the ones, and I see that they have a profile that's active and they've been on Twitter for a while and they're just completely delusional and part of the Trump cult, and they've got all this Christian nonsense. I just point out that they lack empathy, obviously, and the Christianity's fake because their Bible clearly states in the New Testament that you should be actually helping Ukraine. You should be helping the refugees. That was the message by their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So, but sometimes you just don't engage. When they start promoting some like Kremlin talking points, you can always post something that obviously exposes that it's a bunch of bullshit or that the video's doctored. That they one of the things going around the last couple of weeks was a speech Zelensky gave, where he was talking, and in context, what he was saying is that if Ukraine loses, right? If Ukraine loses and the Russians move on, the next the next phase of this battle against Russia is going to be, it's going to be probably on NATO soil, and the United States is going to have to send its sons and daughters to fight. But it was taken out of context. They forgot that part, and just play the part where he said United States has to send its sons and daughters. Yes, but the context was if Ukraine loses, which is obvious, right? Because if
It should have been, yeah.
yeah, so things like that, then you can post the original video and say you're full of shit because here's the original video, you idiot. Things of that nature. But other than that, you just pretty much, I would just say avoid them. I mean,
Yeah, I think what, I also just block them if just because from what I understand that does help limit their reach a little bit.
Oh yeah, and you can also mute their when they you can hide their responses and things like that on, like, say one of your posts or something like that. But sometimes engagement sometimes promotes their nonsense and gives them more followers because they tend to,
Right.
sheep tend to flock together, right?
Birds of a feather. Johannes?
Yeah, some news from Sweden regarding the blow up of Nord Stream 2. As we've probably discussed a few times here, and most people here have read, there was an article in New York Post yesterday pointing towards a pro-Ukrainian group that was supposedly behind the explosions. Today, just now, the prosecutor
the Swedish prosecutor who's leading the investigation made a comment about this, and he says it's my job to find out who blew up Nord Stream. Do I think it's Russia who blew up Nord Stream? I've never thought so. It's not logical. So yeah, that's some news.
That's very very interesting. In that context, I'm just very curious why both the Danish and Norwegian authorities were immediately very panickedly investigating how they can protect their other undersea assets, be it pipelines, cables, telecoms and electrical, if it weren't, logical.
Yeah, that's true, and it's also very strange that a prosecutor would make such comments during an ongoing investigation. It's not very common for them to comment this at all during one. He adds that just like a murder investigation, I have to keep all possibilities open. But yeah, his comment there is clearly pointing towards someone else than Russia.
Then
John, you failed us for
Yeah.
not delivering this earlier.
Yeah, actually, I actually just saw it, but I mean, this is very, very unusual in Sweden for prosecutor to come out like this, especially on a high profile case like this. So I would say follow the money. I mean, this is he's basically putting the verdict already on the table, which is very unusual in Sweden, I would say. Don't you agree, Johannes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think I can recall seeing something like this coming from a prosecutor of a high-profile case like this before. So it's very peculiar. There's also some other stuff that I read earlier that basically the yacht that was supposedly being used, that it's been seized by Germany, and there was someone saying that they found traces of explosives on that yacht. I don't know
okay.
if it's
Johannes, I can
yeah.
clarify this. So this someone saying this is all traces back to the both the article as well as the screening of the whole document in the magazine Kontraste, which is part of the research network of parties who've been participating in this. Besides the Georgian situation, yesterday in the evening, we'd been diving into the topic of exactly this, meaning the media hype campaign surrounding Nord Stream 2, in regard to what supposedly has been found out. If you take the article of the colleagues at the New York Times and contrast this with the statements by the various German newspapers, which then were also quoted by the Telegraph, you end up in a hodgepodge of ambiguity without any real evidence, but with one notion that the New York Times, at least, had this time the courtesy to highlight that the officials, as they say, that means somebody in the government, the officials who reviewed the recently collected information, they just reviewed it, they haven't collated it. That should give you a sign. They reviewed the collated information, and now I have to paraphrase, but I could technically call up the article if you give me a second, but I can paraphrase it as well. That it is possible, they said, that the participants in the group could be, well, first of all, it was said that they could be pro-Ukrainian, but they couldn't exclude false flags. But they said that they could be Ukrainian citizens or Russian citizens or a mixture of both, which gives you absolutely nothing. In the news in Germany, there was this, for lack of a story, they came up with the granular detail so that they could feed drip, drip, drip components, which would somehow support the heading that the tracks lead to Ukraine. This yacht, if it ever was used for that, this yacht was leased by a Ukrainian entity, a company. There is more than one Ukrainian company which can be utilized, for example, by anyone who is of Russian descent, or could create a Russian false flag, or could have whatever kind of motive, just highlighting. That wouldn't be any surprise. But the key aspect is that the yacht and these little, what the Germans call Indizien, these little clues, do not evidence make. They can help in an investigation, but they are not in themselves evidence. They can only link, and then you still have to find whoever was behind what you believe might have been the action. And then we have David here, who is a former royal engineer and frogman, who's been laying cutting charges hundreds of times in his life because it was his job. Doing, say, things like this, blowing up bridges, blowing up underwater structures was exactly his job. And he's been a long-time speaker and moderator now here for many months. And he highlighted the difficulty of carrying out this operation without being seen and without being noticed. But at the same time, he highlighted the fact that this could be conducted by anyone with a cutting charge. But technically, what you would need is to have submarine access. This yacht, if it ever has been used for anything, and even if it were for, so to say, the infiltration by people who were in support of any operation, this yacht is not a submarine. It really isn't. It's a surface vessel. Can you scuba down and do a short-term operation? Potentially, yes. Will it be very difficult? Absolutely. Does it have the possibility necessarily that you can then create a time-delayed cutting charge, cutting into concrete on the one side and then cutting the other pipeline? That would be more difficult. For that, you need slightly more comprehensive operations. We've discussed it here on this space in excruciating detail last time. And we said, okay, fine, at some point in time, the Allies will let us know because they will have better intelligence as to who was where, when, and how, and what. And this is the thing which this Swedish prosecutor failed to mention publicly. Our intelligence as to the Baltic Sea, as to the passage of ships, aircraft, and people in those days, hours, and minutes is complete. Let me repeat this. It is complete. Our satellite coverage, our overhead flying coverage, and our sensor coverage of the area is complete. We know exactly which Russian vessels were where. We know exactly which Russian submarines were where. We know exactly where they've been before. The likelihood of this wonderful granular detail of this media campaign playing without being countermanded, I would consider this to be low. Will it play hard? Yes. Will the Russians play it hard? Yes, absolutely. Will all those wonderful, I'm sorry to say so, usual suspects, let me read out the names of the newspapers who typically participate in this. There is a research network which comprises of the Süddeutsche Zeitung. It comprises typically also of the Taz, but okay, Süddeutsche Zeitung. Then you have Die Zeit in Germany. Then you have whoever is on the left within the German television news. You typically end up having the Guardian there, and you definitely have the New York Times in there, and sometimes the Warpol. So whoever out of that network comes with, and you can find the names now because they are there again. They have their own self-fulfilling prophecy in it. Ukraine. So let's wait.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. The topic right now and is basically the prosecutor's comments and why he made them, because it's very unusual for the prosecutor to do that. And
Who put him in
I
place
was
in
not
Sweden?
trying to.
Who put him in place in Sweden?
Yeah, absolutely. But I was not trying to enhance the Ukrainian, Russian
I
narrative,
understand.
rather. That was not my.
I appreciate it, Johannes. I didn't mean that. I was not implying that. I was just highlighting to the audience as to where this fits into it. But maybe you can highlight who the prosecutor is and who actually created his job role, and whether he was put into how actually a prosecutor in Sweden gets into office in that format and gets such tasks assigned. Maybe we can drill into this.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting too. And obviously, yeah, you would not get a case like this unless it's from the government or some other high official. That's when this kind of case would end up in your lap, so to speak, and career building one at that.
Well, maybe you and Dan John can find out who the man is, what he has done, and who put him there, and at what point in time who decided to get him there. It'll be interesting, I think, to follow him.
Looking.
I love this space. Dom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hog everybody, but please.
No, that's fine. Let's go. Let's go on to Clyde. The suggestion is: could it have been some poaching, some fishermen poachers, who did the dynamite fishing method? Worthy theory, I think. Sorry, Clyde, please.
Yeah, two questions. One is about Bakhmut. Just from a layman's perspective, it appears that they've widened the mouth significantly. And I read an analysis that actually it would be highly beneficial if they could get back across the river, that there's defendable. Wanted to know what the prospects were of that, and if the Russians have culminated in Bakhmut. I think the term is culminated that the military guys use for this. And then I had a question about the Slavic Spring after you answer that.
Axel, what's going on in Bakhmut? I don't know.
Okay.
In Estuvesna, then maybe I can help.
I literally fell asleep with the wonderful, deep, resounding voice of our friend Chuck Farah dissecting the surroundings of Bakhmut together with John Spencer, who had joined in for the bullet points during the night, which we'll post on Spotify soon. And at the moment, Chuck and John and a couple of boys who provide them with information from either on the ground or people who are following the on the ground extremely closely from Kyiv seem to have a good grasp on these matters. Chuck was not, shall we say, Chuck says that yes, they have difficulties, the Russians have difficulties conducting offensive operations in two areas surrounding Bakhmut, yes. If you are unable to conduct offensive operations and you've exhausted yourself, that is a typical definition of culmination. However, culmination would mean that, for example, you can't also be resupplied by someone right next to you quickly so that you can regain the strength and the capacity to conduct offensive operations. So we have to be a little bit careful because both Wagner as well as the Russian army are in theater, are there, and they may very well still be able to resupply. So we have to be careful. However, there are two areas surrounding Bakhmut where the Ukrainians have actually made hay out of the fragile position of the Russians after the many, many wave attacks. And what's it? Dobry. Jesus Christ. I'm missing the name.
Chasivyar?
No, the other one. Dobry something. Shut. Axel. It'll come.
I'll have a look.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
Okay. 2 days ago, the Russians fielded, and this, Clyde, is, I think that this is where your answer is vested in, fielded 37 individual attacks, 37, within the space of about 28 hours.
Підхородне? Яхідне?
No,
Ivanhrad, Opitne, Berchivka, Chromovo, Klishchivka.
No,
Dubovo.
it's not.
Dubovo.
Yes, thank you. Dubovo.
Dubovo Vasilivka. That's where the
Dubovo
37.
Vasilivka, exactly.
Yes.
Thank
it
you.
was
Dubovo
Dubovo
Vasilivka. I told you it was with a D. Dubovo Vasilivka. Now, if you look at the map, let's do this for a second. Or somebody could put, if you have time, you can put Chuck's latest map in the what's it?
I'll go find
Thank
it.
you. All right. So
Done. Done. I just put it in there.
okay. If this is we are northwest of Yahidne. All right. This is the area where the Russians had pushed forward and created a little they created a little salient by themselves. They pushed forward into what seemed to be open countryside, got stuck for lack of logistics. They couldn't resupply easily. The MO3 is about what? I think this is, let me just check whether I'm correct. It's 200, yeah, it's 2,700, not 250, not 2,500, but 2,700 meters away from Dubovo Vasilivka. And they couldn't resupply the salient and their approach from the east, from Berchivka, and they were trying to take exactly this along that little road. There's a little road crossing from Berchivka to Dubovo Vasilivka. 37 attempts. It's not clear whether they lost, let's put it this way, only 50 or 60 or 70 an attempt. But it seems to have been the single biggest individual blood loss of the Russian troops in this theater for months. Chuck said, hey, if you have a human wave and you only lose 100 per wave, that's one thing. But they did 37 attempts with mechanized support, everything. They may have lost anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 soldiers, KIA and wounded. That is grounds for saying culmination. Yes, that is one of the two fronts. The other one is that they have not been making any hay between Opitne and Ivanivske. They were repelled again and again and again. I can't tell you which number because we have no real hard and fast number, but George is right. Dubovo Vasilivka is the key element. So they couldn't take the road. They couldn't encapsulate and encircle Bakhmut. The Ukrainians in the last 2 days have made significant ground. They've put between Chasiv Yar and Bakhmut more troops in the theater. And they have started to use precision-guided bombs to take out positions of the Russians. And as my friend Gunny said, I think you can find it on the interweb, on Twitter, 2 days ago, that he wasn't quite sure as to what kind of an operation is now really happening in Bakhmut. And he goes to the variations and then says, or thunderclap, to which I replied exactly that. This is the backhand slap. This is the thunderclap. This is a classic Manstein/Guderian movement. You let them come on the flanks, and then you take out, then you attrit their flanking attacks, and you encapsulate those flanking attacks, outflank one of those, and encircle the rest, and take the whole. And you create a crucible, or what we would call a kessel, and that's it. I think my personal view is, whilst they haven't culminated quite yet in full around the whole Bakhmut area, what we said here a few weeks ago, that the Russian forces surrounding Bakhmut are being attrited, that they're very brittle, they're very fragile, and that if the Ukrainians are to succeed, they could very well succeed by outflanking them and taking the whole area. Which does not preclude them, by the way, to fight a mobile defense and even, as Yehuda said, leave Bakhmut. You can leave Bakhmut. There's no hurt in this, quite literally. Yes, it's difficult for the civilians who still remain for whatever reason. Yes, but they have chosen to do so by now. If there are still 2, 3, 4, 500 who choose to remain there, you can't move them. But if the troops were to cede the ground, the Russians get exhausted into Bakhmut, then you counterattack and take them out. So any which way is good. But what is happening in Dubo-Vasilivka and say surrounding the roads of Ivanisk is that is a thunderclap. George?
Yeah, I was going to say, so because one of the questions that was asked was about the river. Do you move in east of the river? If you look, there's several pictures of the river as it flows through Bakhmut. There's no sloping shores to it, right? It looks like the edges of the river are built up. They look like concrete bluffs. So in other words, to get into the river, you have to jump into it off of an elevated area, right? And then you're swimming across, and then there's another small bluff on the other side. So it makes the perfect defensive position. And if you can get the Russians to try to cross it, and you can take them out, you use that. You use the river to your tactical advantage. Crossing over to the east right now would expose some of your units. Right now, in the northwest of the city, it's working pretty good as a water obstacle. Now, I'm trying to get confirmation, but there looks like in the small area of Ivanisk that the Ukrainians have pushed the Russians away from there. So they've opened up that salient even more. So they've pushed the Russian lines in the south of Ivanisk.
Yeah, they pushed them across the fields back.
Yes. So that's good. And like you said, Axel, we don't know. We're not privy to the overall plan. But right now, as as the Ukrainians are fighting there, it's become a magnet for whatever reason for the Russians. They've become obsessed with this, and even though it's a small, people say Bakhmut City, it was like less than 20,000 people before the war. It's a town, yet the Russians are obsessed with it. And then I love Zelensky, during his interview, I think it was yesterday or something like that. Oh, if Bakhmut falls, right? Oh, it opens the doorway to, the rest of the East. I mean, talk about just setting them like, it's like taking candy from a baby with these idiot Russians. They're just buying it hook, line, and sinker. And as long as they buy it, it's good, right? As if we're seeing 1,000 guys get killed a day, tons of vehicles getting destroyed, equipment. They're moving in like air defense so they can try to use like their air assets, and the Ukrainians are able to take out their air defense systems as they move them into that area. It is a win for Ukraine. And like you said, so you mentioned the German General von Manstein. The backhand's getting ready. We don't know where it is. Is it going to be in Bakhmut, or is it going to be north or south of Bakhmut, or both areas? But it's coming.
Thanks a lot. And then my other question was, and if he was on, I probably missed it. Did I think his name is Alex? Did he ever come on and talk about Georgia, or is he planning to come on? And I know he's got
a lot on his plate. He didn't revert as to timing yet. But when he does, we'll highlight this before he comes on. We'll make
Yeah,
we'll
I
make a
understand.
timestamp when he comes on, and maybe we can just put out a little clip as well, because typically he knows his country left, right, and center.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I can confirm that the protests in Sibley have restarted, and I've just retweeted something to show what's happening. About 10 minutes ago, there was a tweet posted out showing them massed in the square and singing the Ukrainian anthem. Welcome back, Toman. He obviously can't unmute yet. My
Thank
phone
you.
does that every
Thank
time.
you. Thank you, mockers. Yes, it takes me a few seconds.
Hello, Dan John. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So Axel had a question before about the prosecutor, how it's or how they are put in place. So basically, on that level, that this guy is not a political appointment, but obviously the head of the prosecution authority is political appointed. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's not dig down in conspiracies, but not much information is there on who and when and so on he was employed.
Could be a maskirovka in a maskirovka.
Was?
Auto.
Dada?
But sorry for not putting my hand up on this topic. If you look at the cases that he has been handed the past few years, it's basically everything related to these spirings and like pretty big cases. And I think it's very fair to say you would not get these unless you in the eyes of the government would be considered a team player, so to speak. And yeah, that's just some more information.
All it is a curious combination of statements, systematically unattributable and set up to be unattributable, which is very interesting, obviously in itself. It is what it is, and we'll just have to wait longer, I guess, for anything concrete to come out. I am again, fascinated how the Russians were clearly completely clueless how to deal with the situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have jumped on the Seymour Hersh bandwagon when they did. So clearly, they thought that would be the best that would come out of all of this, and that's another, interesting aspect of it all. Then, John?
Yeah, another data point. He apparently got the question in Swedish press to comment on this, and then he didn't have any comments. And the comments he gave was, I think, was the U.S. News newspaper. I'm not sure which one it was. But anyway, as Johannes said, I mean, he's been leading high priority cases before, so probably a trusted soul. But and again, I'm convinced it was Russia did it. They wanted to have a strong reaction, and it didn't come. So basically, they did it for nothing. But then again, it was done on the same day as the Norwegian pipeline was inaugurated. So yeah, I don't know. I think they did something which is not reversible, and they thought they would get a really strong reaction, which they didn't get.
And to underscore then, John, what you always say about the pipelines.
It's like parents finding a crack pipe. You take it away for whatever reason. And actually, whoever takes it away does a good job, even though maybe the teacher at school is not allowed to take anything from a student. If they find a crack pipe, they take it away, and it's a good thing, good deed.
I hear Oompa Loompas might have done it.
Or was it Bamse?
Does Bamse have any, fishy friends? Froggy friends?
Don't think so. Honestly, that's a good question.
Maybe a dolphin?
Nope.
Finance has already admitted it was him. So, there's no other people need to get involved now. It was finance.
Didn't even use a laser.
And I've already told everybody that he was not alone, because we do have photographic evidence of him and me in the water.
Peter, good morning.
Well, I have a confession to make. I was the one who blew up Nord Stream 2. It's time the truth were finally known.
You did it too?
Yeah, it was a really busy night out there on the Baltic Sea. Devin, I just wanted to touch base and check in and see how much we've covered this very interesting development by the writers of season 2023 for Planet Earth on Nord Stream 2.
Peter, we did yesterday in the evening when it came out, late in the evening, with a couple of the Germans reporting on German media hype. We did about 1.5 hours, and I think this morning twice the load, right, Domin?
And I'm curious because, for me, I have developed a very high tolerance at this point, a low tolerance at this point, I should say, for unnamed intelligence leaks that seem to resolve all questions. Instead, they tend to produce more questions than they answer. More of the intelligence. It did strike me, Axel, earlier on when this happened, Chuck, who does have a little bit of experience in underwater demolition, was talking about all of the complexities of such an operation, the amount of training that would have been involved, the timing, the logistics, just you name it. And then when you go underwater for such a thing, deeper and deeper, it becomes all the more complex. And Chuck's general sense was that this had to be some form of state-sponsored activity. And if the word on the street is, oh, it was a random group of an organized group that was, in Ukraine, that just seems to be a heavy lift for some vaguely referenced intelligence sources. And I was curious as to learn more about what we've been hearing here on the report, and perhaps to share a few thoughts of my own.
It does seem a little bit of a what we might call a jackanory.
Oh, you have to describe that or define that one for me. That's a new word for me, Mokers.
Jackanory was a children's British television program where they told you stories. So like, children's stories. And they sometimes had special people come on, read the stories. And it just sort of fell into the language that if somebody's telling you a tall tale, they're telling you a jackanory.
Well, I think you're right. And, the sense here is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I said the same thing about Seymour Hersh's unsourced, anonymous allegation that the US government was behind the explosion of Nord Stream 2. Okay, extraordinary claim. Where's your extraordinary evidence? And the answer was, well, I've got a source, an anonymous source. Oh, all right. Well, that doesn't really hold a lot of water. I do, again, have to ask the question, how is it that a couple guys in a dinghy with some scuba gear could have pulled something like this off? Referencing all of the insight that Chuck has shared with the space before on just how complex it is to pull off an operation like that underwater.
Yeah, the funny thing, Peter, before when this came up at the very beginning, David Brookfield, who's been a Royal Engineer and frogman for the Brits, who's been blowing up bridges and underwater structures, and had to work on this hundreds of times. He and Chuck, so to say, have been living the same life in different ways. But he's a specialist for this, and he also said exactly that it would be much more helpful if you had a submarine going along with that, to say the least.
Sorry about that. I'm making coffee this morning. I hope everyone else is as well. Yeah, I mean that's the point. It's the level of complexity just seems to be. It seems to make all indicators underline a state-sponsored actor. That would be either Russia or the United States for sure. And I just cannot see the Biden administration in any way, shape, or form authorizing such an operation, given just all of their propensity to not escalate, to hold the Ukrainians back. Look at how long it took us to get to this point with some of the weapons. Look at the policy of drip, drip, drip that they've employed with our Ukrainian friends. And that same administration is expected to authorize a Mission Impossible styled, Tom Cruise styled covert operation that straddles the geopolitics of the world. I find that hard to believe, lacking more evidence. And I would say the same for this news story that's breaking about some non-governmental group. Heck, the MriyaReport is a non-governmental group. We have a lot of experience, but experience and will are one thing. You have to have the logistics and the capabilities to pull something like this off, and it just doesn't seem to hold water at this point, barring more information, of course.
Peter, did you just allude to the wonderful children's game, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Did you allude that where in the world were Chuck and Dave on that day?
Well, maybe this is all a big matryoshka from our part, and we were very guilty of blowing up Nord Stream 2 ourselves. Certainly, the net benefits to the world are great. So I certainly would applaud whoever did it. Although at the time, I still say we shouldn't totally discount the possibility that the Russians blew up their own pipeline as a power move to say, hey, all right, fine, we're going to take our toys, reorientate towards Asia. There's a lot of options on the table. Here, we like to explore all of the options in great detail, but without evidence, we can't form any more harder conclusions than just speculation on who could have done it. It is a great whodunit of our time for sure. In addition to Where's Carmen Sandiego, we can bring in the sleuths here, but it's a whodunit that I find quite fascinating. And with this news story, the plot has certainly thickened.
Has anyone checked Tijuana?
Hey, Carmen Sandiego taught me all about the world, Domin. I played that game probably too much when I was a kid.
Oh, shut up. I didn't even know it was a game. I just picked up the San Diego name.
It was a game, yes. And out of the game came even the television show and everything else, but it is a game. And it's actually quite funny, and it told kids about geography and the likes, and it was beautiful. But that's exactly the thing. It is, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world was someone at what point in time? The classic whodunit. And Peter, I think this is what this appeals to. Russian narratives since ages. And this is one part of, how shall I put this? A specific part of their own conspiracy theories, which they like to float, and narratives they like to create around this, to weave that web of insecurity, create doubt, and ultimately sow seeds of discord to destabilize the trust in our institutions by means of highlighting that the CIA has done something absolutely terrible, that our intelligence services are collaborating against us, that Olof Palme was murdered by the Swedish government itself. You know, all this kind of stuff, just in order to make sure that the public, steered by media and stirred by media, by the hacks of Fleet Street, as we once called them, can delve into this and get shaking in their boots, which Arthur Conan Doyle once called the poisonous drip feed of the media. And yeah, nothing has ever changed. They just understood it better, right?
Axel, can you imagine if Arthur Conan Doyle could see our media environment today? He might just close his door, go back into his room, and smoke his pipe and never come out again, for sure. Also, the point you are underscoring is an important one we should all remember. We think sometimes that the war of narratives is intended to change minds, but really it's not on Russia's part. It is intended to befuddle and confuse people and bring them to the point where they say, oh, well, perhaps we'll never know. Or, well, I guess both sides are always lying. And I guess I can't trust anyone. And if that occurs, then Russian propaganda has succeeded. So, we tell a lot of jokes and we point out different possibilities on the space, and that's all really good. But what we should never lose sight of is the fact that truth does exist. And we here at the MriyaReport live not by lies, and we like to get to the truth, to understand the world around us. And this is one of those examples where so much sand has been thrown into the gears on the Russian part, et cetera, that we just need to remember not to be befuddled, not to throw up our hands and say, well, I guess we'll never know. We need to just sort through the facts, wait for new evidence to come. Sometimes this can take a very long time. It's not instant gratification, but that's what we're here for, day in and day out, to take it as it comes.
Thank you for that, Peter. David, God almighty, where have you been on the 26th of September 2022?
Yes, I was here. Yeah, no, exactly. So I guess if I was a bit like Gunny, this would be a moment where I'd come in and go, listen here, right, and do a speech. But I'm not like Gunny, really. I'm not even as wordy. But let me explain the complexities of this, right? And this is part of the problem. It was very simple to me. As soon as we got the first parts that it's a cutting charge, we can't deny that. I know the other day someone came in and said someone's got some images on a Substack somewhere that this was all a little pinhole break and the rest of it. Right, okay. And it sort of infuriates me because it's all alluding that only one person on some Substack happens to have pictures, right, and all the other sorts of bits that go into it. So let me explain complexities of blowing stuff up underwater, right? And I have. In fact, if Gunny is listening, the pier that was at Gosport, the Victorian pier, I blew that up, right? So I'm to blame for him not being any Victorian pier. Blown up many things. I have never blown up a pipeline though. I think that I should make this very clear. Never in my life did the British forces say, go find a pipeline, go and blow it up, right? So the complexities of doing this at depth, right? Because this isn't at 10 meters, it's not at 15 meters. So at 10 meters, it would be pretty easy, right? You could just go down with some cylinders and you'd be fine. You wouldn't have to worry about getting the bends, which is a real risk, right? 10 meters, you could pretty much spend your whole time underwater with compressed air and be okay. Although there is a story that some German a diver who sometimes on the canals they spend a lot of time down, spent close to 10 hours or something and got a bend, but they're not sure whether in actual fact he'd actually gone below the 10 meters. Right. So other things that you have to take into account. As you get past 30 meters, you have a thing called nitrogen narcosis, right? Basically, standard air, for ease of calculation and the rest of it, 20% oxygen, 80% nitrogen becomes narcotic. Nitrogen under pressure becomes narcotic. It's like you're smoking a spliff, right? And the deeper you go, the greater that problem becomes, right? Now, I think the pipelines are around about 85 meters or 90 meters, which is at the limit of diving on air. You could dive on air, and I have dived at 80 meters on air, but I can tell you that the things you have to do to get yourself to be able to dive on air at 80 meters, you need to dive regularly. You can, in actual fact, I don't assume that I've never been a regular smoker of pot, right? But where nitrogen narcosis is concerned, what happens is that you can train yourself to recognize the effects of it, and in actual fact, if you do it quite often, you get limited effects. I guess it's a bit like an alcoholic who can drink 5 beers without worrying, right? And you get something similar like that. But the lower you go, as in the deeper in the water you go, this problem becomes higher, right? So if they're just on air, for which they could have standard, air compressors and the rest of it, right? They could probably be able to do this. But here's the other one, right? So this isn't a 1 second job, right? If you go, when you come up, and you're at, let's just say you're at 85 meters. I haven't looked at the tables, by the way. Years ago, I used to you'd be able to memorize them, but downtime at 80 meters is without decompression, or as we call it, compression, would be, I don't know, maybe a minute, right? And the longer you stay there, the longer you need to spend decompressing. Now, there's a reason why you have to decompress, is because, right, under pressure, that nitrogen dissolves into your bloodstream. And what a bend is the expansion of that molecule, the nitrogen in your blood, right? So if you come up too quickly, literally, everyone sees, you understand, hopefully, that if you had you take a gas down to depth, it changes in size, the volume, it becomes more dense, right? And at 10 meters, it halves, right? And it keeps going down like that. So the amount of gas you've got, so that you would have 10 times the amount of nitrogen, and it just expands to become where a point becomes a bubble in your bloodstream and inevitably kills you, if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, you may survive, right? And you could end up with different types of bends. There's all sorts of very, very nasty bends. Cerebral bends, for instance, in the brain just makes you a vegetable. You could get bends. I've had a bend in my shoulder. It's a very, very painful thing, right? Because guess what? You've had that gas bubble expand to 10 times the size it is in that joint. You don't want that. It is deeply unpleasant. So if they were on the surface, let's just say they're on the surface. Let's just say they have cylinders and they've taken loads of cylinders down with them, right? So they're down at 85 meters. So we're not even getting to the point of where we're even getting to the blowing up stage. This is just the planning stage of what you need to do, right? So coming on the way up, they'll have to stop at different positions in the water, right? Because you have to stop at, say, 21 meters and do some decompression at 21 meters. If you went down as far as 85 meters, you might be stopping at 30 meters, right? You might have to wait at 30 meters for 20 minutes. And then you could come up to 20 meters, for instance, and wait another 30 minutes, right? Because you have to allow this nitrogen to slowly be removed, right? And then you come up. So maybe in your decompression, you've spent somewhere in the process of 85 meters, depending on how long you've been down there for, you may have spent a couple of hours underwater, right? All of that time, you have to be supplied by oxygen. If you only have cylinders like you see in the Jacques Cousteau, which is cylinders and the rest of it, so someone's come down, but you can't. How did they get there? So you have to have this massive rope and a huge weight. Now, I guess they could just tie a rope around the pipeline if they needed, but you need to be anchored there. And you have all the cylinders there. What happens if there's a problem with the cylinder, right? Or what happens if there's a problem with your compressor that is compressing all these cylinders, right, to give you the air, right? Well, ultimately you die, right? So that's just with cylinders. And as I said, and then the other problem, right? Let's say this is September, isn't it? So the sea may be a bit choppy. If the sea's a bit choppy, what happens is, because obviously that changes, and you've got high seas, let's say they're 3 meters, right? That may be changing the depth at which you are at and decompressing, right? So you may not even have been at the right depth that you thought because you had choppy seas, come up, etc. Now, there's another way you can do this. You could just do what's called surface decompression. You have a couple of minutes in which to get up and to get into a compression chamber, and you can do it, and people do it, but this is a highly practiced thing, right? But it is something that you need to do, right? Or you can do a thing called surface demand, which is where most of everyone here hopefully has seen the old pictures of the sort of really old diving equipment where there's these massive brass and copper thing that goes over your head, right? That's called surface demand, and nowadays we have different stuff, right? It's called Kirby Morgan and all these other things, but basically it's a hard hat or a semi-hard hat that goes over your head, and they supply you with compressed air. Now, and by the way, we're only talking about what to do on air at this moment in time. So any questions so far with this bit?
Keep going. In fact, we need to perhaps have a diving with David segment that's regular here. I'm loving this. Keep going. I would have a question at the end is, what's your take? Is this something that a random group of volunteers or a nonprofit organization could pull off, or is your sense that this requires some level, and by that I mean this requires a state-sponsored actor with all of the equipment and training? But keep going, David. I'm loving this, and I'm learning from you.
Well, then in my so if we forget about the explosives component, so if you had a highly trained group of ex-military divers or experienced commercial divers who were on a mission to blow up a pipeline, right? And I would find that then possibly, right, you'd be finding the right people, you could do it. But how would you find those people who were mad enough to try and do this? Right. Anyway, so let me get back to, so we've only got to the surface demand part, right? And so that's that bit. You've come up, you survived. If you have a surface demand, it means you have loads of really, really big cylinders on a ship. This isn't something you can do in a dinghy. It's on a boat, right? And these cylinders are maybe 6 foot by 1 foot, 1.5 foot in width, right? And they supply an awful lot of oxygen because it has to go down 85 meters. It's supplied at pressure, and you have to have a lot of them, right? And also you still need to have a compressor, right? Because guess what? You're probably going to likely, because there's so much oxygen you need, because it's compressed so much, and you use it and you waste so much because obviously every time you breathe in and because you're not on a rebreather system, the air comes back out, right? So it's just such an incredibly complex operation, and that's just on air. Now, right, you could do this differently. There is a thing called trimix and different things, and it's because of a thing called partial pressures, right? The thing that gives you that gives you the high or the the giggles or whatever it is, nitrogen narcosis, is as a result of the nitrogen. Partial pressures basically change. It says if you change the percentage volume of a gas, then there'll be a difference to the behavior of that gas. So if you remove, say, 40% or 50% of the nitrogen, so you got yourself 40% of nitrogen in there, and put in an inert gas, argon, for instance. I'm thinking it's argon. Anyway, one of the inert gases, you could put it in. It doesn't matter. It's not going to affect you, right? You still have all the oxygen you need, and that changes the partial pressure, right? It's really, really complicated, but you still need vast quantities of it, and you still need people who are experienced with diving it, right? Again, this is before we even get to the point of laying the explosives. And if you're buying large amounts of these inert gases, someone somewhere, I suspect, will have noticed, right? So there you are, right? So this is just to the point before you get to explosives. So now, right, let's get to the point where we're going to do something. You have managed to find the pipeline from a ship above, right? Okay, I guess you might be able to do that. There might be sort of little radar systems that will do that. But when you get underwater, let me explain how difficult that is, right? So especially in something like the North Sea, especially in the Channel, when you get to about 25 meters, it is zero visibility, i.e. you can't see anything, right? You can have really, really powerful torches that might give you a foot or something, but you just don't see anything. There's a reason for that. It's because it's so murky as a result of I say dust, but the silt and everything that's moving. And you also have underwater currents that you also need to traverse. So when they let you down and you've got these really big heavy weights on you and the rest of it, and they let you down, you don't know where you're ending up. You don't know if you're in a straight line. You don't know if you're 50 meters away from where you're trying to go, right? Eventually, you'll get onto the bottom of onto the ground. I've forgotten the word. Anyway,
seabed?
That's the word I was thinking of. You hit the seabed, right? Now, that could be 2 meters of silt. Try walking in 2 meters of silt, right? Just give it a try when you've got these. It's a difficult process, right? Okay. Now, what you don't know is because when you've been down there, you've gone down, you're on a line, you've been spinning around and around like a figure skater. You have no idea in which direction you need to be walking. Absolutely no idea. It's not like you're standing on the ground. If you were in a parachute, you go lots and lots of twizzles around, you see where you're going. But again, let's go back to that bit, zero visibility, right? Okay, so let's just assume that you've got some way of still finding that pipeline, okay, and you eventually get to it. Now you've got your explosives, right? Did you take the explosives down with you? Because it's a lot of explosives. That's quite a big pipe, right? And it's a shaped charge. But you will have, by the way, prepared that shaped charge in some way on the surface, because you're not doing it down there, because again, it's zero visibility. Okay, so we're now at that zero visibility, and now what you're doing is you're putting a shaped charge around something. As I said, I mean, if you've got really powerful lights with you, then you'll get enough to see what you're putting it around, right? And in fact, when we see, so at the moment, so I think you've seen the sort of, when I say zero visibility, I'm going back to, I've seen the video, so it's actually more like 2 meters, isn't it? So it's 2 meters. So that's what you've got to do. Then you've got to put the explosives around. You need a way of anchoring it, right? Keeping it on the bit you're trying to do. This all requires downtime, right? So you're down there for 45 minutes. And again, you've got the problem, right? Because guess what? Someone's either supplying you with the with your gases that you need from the ship above, right? Or you've taken loads of cylinders down with you. So in that period of time, you'll probably have had to have changed your cylinders, right? Well, it's not hugely difficult, but it's probably something you don't want to be doing, right? It's another thing that's a risk to your life, right? Okay, let's go to the explosives. It's a shaped charge. Someone somewhere. I mean, in some ways, this is a bit of the easy point. Is that it's anyone who has access to the internet would know how big that pipeline is. They would know how much concrete they would have and how much steel that they would have, right? So it would be the feasible part, and the easy part in this would be the explosives, because beforehand, you could have just bought several sections of this pipeline, just told someone, and this is the bit where you need lots of money for this, because all of this requires huge amounts of money, right? If you were a privateer, and otherwise you would still be something that would be coming up or for notice, because if you were a country buying it, okay, what do you want the pipeline for? Oh, I just want a couple of sections because we're running some random test somewhere. But you could conceivably you could spend your time cutting into that, or making your shaped charges, because they're shaped, right? And there are other things you need to do. What type of metal are we going to use in the shaped charge? How much explosives are we going to do? Does it matter, right? Okay, so, and here's the thing, and clearly, because it was a shaped charge that was used, it did matter. They didn't want to, because the easy task against this would have been just take a mine down there and explode it. But someone decided somewhere to do some sort of neat job, right? And there's that. So they would practice doing that. They go, okay, this is how much the explosives got. This is the type of metal we got. And you would have to form this, right? So there are different types of metal you use. Typically, they're quite soft. You might use lead. You might use copper. You can use aluminium, as we've discussed before. People have used gold, but I suspect they probably wouldn't be using gold on that, because it would be large quantities. Good question. I don't think. I think some of that would have been obviously from the release of gas.
Thank you.
So I can't really
The
tell
release
you.
of gas creates exactly that. The explosive is just the trigger. It's the fuse. It's the very, very quick and massive burst of the release of gas which can create exactly that.
Yeah. So let me carry on. So we've got that bit. So now you have the problem. And this is a problem, right? You have your timer, right? Because you're not using det cord. You're not running det cord up to the top of the ship and blowing it from there, are you? Right? Because that could be a little bit unpleasant, right? So you've got your timer. How is your timer at being at 95 meters, or 85 meters, or 80 meters, or whatever the depth is, right? How is it? Right? How does it react? Right? And you're not going to just try one and go, that's okay, right? You would try several, right? And make sure they were 100%, right? And you may even have some sort of backup mechanism for making sure that blows, right? So you've got your timer, make sure it doesn't leak and it's not going to fail, right? Put it around, you would anchor it some way. I would probably think you would probably preformed some sort of, when you people have and I'm just doing this off the top of my head, right? It's just an idea. There are ways you could do this, other ways you could do it. You might even be able to glue it, right? If you had glue, but I would probably go for something a bit more mechanical. And the strops you have for keeping stuff on lorries, I would probably have something like that with a little anchor on it. Pull it in so it keeps it in tight, because with a shape charge you need it tight into what you're trying to blow up. You don't want huge gaps, because that's going to change the effectiveness of your of the explosion. And then you're away, right? But you're not away, are you? Because you've got to get back onto that boat and all the problems we've just discussed about decompression and all the other things. Let me go into what we do know from the evidence, right? So we've seen the evidence. I've looked at the thing. I'm going, as far as I'm concerned, that's a shape charge. I mean, we call it a linear straight charge because it's in a straight line, as opposed to going in a zigzag or anything along those lines, right? Okay, so we're pretty certain it's a shape charge. Now, I know there was someone saying, "Oh, well, yes, but they've got pictures of the pipeline, and there's some places that it looks like a failure." Now, let me explain that failure to you, right? Because no one, and I haven't seen any pictures, by the way, that sort of show a broken piece of pipeline. Apparently, it's someone on Substack who's got them. I've not seen them. But let me explain how that could happen as well, right? So when that initial explosion goes off, right, we know that was big enough to measure on the Richter scale, right? It isn't incomprehensible to think that maybe, just maybe, that pipeline shifted enough so that 100 meters down the other end, it moved and it sheared. Thus, therefore, because we don't have both sides of the pipe, we haven't seen all of the edges, that would actually explain why they may even have something that seems to appear like it was a gas leak. I could carry on. Any questions?
David, can I just ask one about training? Everything you're explaining to me, in my mind, makes me think, well, if I was in charge of this, I'd want to make sure we'd maybe done a practice run before. We kind of, if we weren't in the Baltic Sea, we'd trained before. Again, this would indicate some level of state-sponsored sophistication. In your mind, is it possible just to chug a few beers and go on this operation, or do you think that this would have required some form of advanced training and preparation?
I do not think the local sub-aqua club in a pub one day concocted this plan and thought we could go and do it. Firstly, the amount of money needed would be huge. You've got to rent, and not being noticed, by the way, isn't cheap, right? So all these things go to state sponsored, right? But equally, I'm not saying that someone like as wealthy as a Shoigu or something couldn't do it themselves, right? But people spend, ages, years training to get on and do this stuff.
Can you do it without a submarine?
Well, I've just told you how you would do it without a submarine. but is it feasible?
How you
Yes.
could technically do it without a submarine.
Would you?
Can you do it?
So
would you?
No.
Would you?
No, that is the thing. You would never do it like that. I might, Why? Why would you do it? All the risks, because you get someone who dies, and you have a problem with someone halfway, on their decompression or whatever. No, why? Right? There's just so many things. Why? Thanos.
So
sorry, Axel. Yes. Ask what you want. Yeah.
Probability. My question is then, if you can only technically and theoretically do it, and if the likelihood of success is so low, would any organization, private or state-born, dare do it if they have a better option?
No, you wouldn't dare do it. But I need to be a bit accurate here. If someone said to my diving team, said, we want you to do that, they didn't say it's a gas. Let's just say it was that someone said, right, because I would never blow up a live gas thing, right? But if someone said, go to 85 meters, blow up this, let's just say it's a piece of an old oil rig or something that's proving some danger, yes, I would do it. But the complexities are really, really high, right? And they would be something that someone would notice, because you just don't randomly turn up in the middle of the sea and start putting divers down there, right? And the amount of time that people would need to be down, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, it could be done by diving. There are divers who do this sort of thing, right? But it's all highly planned out. Everyone knows about it, and doing it, and this is the point, doing it clandestinely, not possible. That's probably the best way of saying it. Do it in a submarine.
Peter, did you hear this? Nigh on impossible without a submarine. Peter? I think we lost Peter. Thanos.
Peter's coming back.
Yeah, just to concur, there's no way this is being done, not only without a submarine, but also without a modern swimmer delivery vehicle team. And Chuck can wax poetic about this from his years on the teams, but I'll just say that this is a combat swimmer operation. This is something that you're going to require a significant amount of technology, underwater navigation, high tech explosives. We're talking about a lot of non-attributable components and elements, and the only way you're not getting punked out is basically if the U.S. Navy SEALs and a SEAL delivery vehicle team in particular is doing this, and we know for a fact that they didn't. I maintain the most likely explanation for this is the least sexy, and that is that due to poor maintenance and the fact that this was not a in-service line, that a massive ice chunk was able to build up within the line, caused a pressure, rapid pressure increase, and it led to the explosion. A internal event vice an external event is the easiest way to explain the ferocity, what registered on the seismograph, as well as the rapid discharge of all the gas. It's not sexy. It is ironic that it would happen, but given everything else we've seen with Russian maintenance, it should not be surprising. When the Russians kicked out all of the Western expertise in, Gazprom, when they lost all the Western experts in the oil industry and the rest of the whole petrochemical fields, this is what happens. You're stuck with Russians. Imagine today that Saudi Arabia kicks out everybody who's not Saudi Arabia. How long do you think those oil fields would run? About 30 seconds. It's why it hasn't happened. So I appreciate the discussion. I think I have no idea where the Wall Street Journal or whoever ended up leaking this story got their source. But to be quite honest, U.S. media right now, unfortunately, has a tendency to make up sources. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is BS, or if they got paid off by some sort of Russian agent or blackmail or honeypot or something else like that, because this story is bullshit.
So I'll answer that. So in normal respects, I would say, yeah, if the photographs of the pipe, now it's entirely possible it's not the pipe, right? Someone's made it up there and just put a cutting charge on some pipe and laid it there, right? But the photographs show that was a cutting charge. It wasn't an explosion from inside, right? So I know people have pointed to the fact that the edges of the where the edges of the metal are, and they tend to be going outwards. But yeah, you would, right? Because you've just had a huge explosion and a massive amount of gas for what, a month, and it's really big pressures in these for a month is big. So you would get some little outward bending of that, but isn't what you would expect from a failed weld, right? That isn't what you're seeing. What you're seeing is a cut, right? So ipso facto at that point, that's the bit that tells you that someone did it. And I would agree.
Can I add a little bit? There were 3 pipelines that went boom, 2 of which in one place and one many tens of kilometers away within the same day. So it's a bit more, the theory of this being an ice plug kind of went once there was the second and the third.
I would also add, right? So the whole thing about the ice plug, right? If anyone knows how ice plugs work, and it's not even ice, is it? Well, it is. It's not water ice, right? Is it? So that theory is blown out of the water, right? You get those ice plugs happening when there's a change in the depth, right? Because in the same way as how when you let the water out of your bath, right, it goes down and then takes a move. And what will happen is those ice plugs don't form when it's flat, right? They form at the bottom of a trench, or after, if there's a bit of a, call it an underwater hill of things forming when it's flat. Otherwise, it would form for 100 kilometers, right? So think of it that way. So it's not some sort of whatever, I can't remember, is methane ice plug thing that blew up, isn't that? Now, let me explain how it's possible that one of these things may possibly have been some sort of accident that they didn't know about, right? We've just had something that's measured 3.2 on the Richter scale, something closest to it moves, and you might get a shearing force somewhere else. And that's just a guess. But I would go, that would be very, very improbable, because when they lay these things, they take this into account. They take into account what happens if, right, there is an earthquake, and they'll factor these things in. I just can't say it. I just go, look, no one is. That tells me something, right? Why is it? Why is it that someone would keep all the stuff that people need to know and not show it them? Right? We've got the pictures. That's a cutting charge, and as far as I'm concerned, it's game over at that point. Asking, right? How comes all those other pipes failed so quickly? And then there's the bit. But this is the other bit that tells you that it is what we're saying it is because even the Russians have implied that, oh, it must have just been an accident, right? Well, there we are. Their mouths are moving, they're lying. Take the contrarian attitude with a Russian. I can talk more if you want.
Have I noted that I really enjoyed this deep dive?
Yes. It's all nonsense, isn't it?
Dolan, can you highlight the distance between Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, please, to people?
I mean, in that place, it's maybe 60, 70 kilometers, if I recall correctly. The distance between the two breaks, something like that. It doesn't really matter. Very far away.
What did our discussion on celestial bodies and elliptical, say, courses of the Earth around the Sun have to do with this? It is sheer improbability that these events were to occur without a hand in it. that's the case against the excellent mate.
And on that point, I can't think of other natural gas pipelines, undersea natural gas pipelines, that have blown like this. So, David, I'm going to drop down to listener, but can you accept the thanks from me, and I'm sure from everyone in the space, for this master class in undersea water demolition? Would approach a problem set like this. This is why I tune in all the time. It's to learn from the experience and knowledge of others. So, David, thank you so very much. I'm going to drop down, but man, oh man, if the plot hasn't thickened now, I expect we will see more on this front. And I'm sure Doman, Axel, David, we'll be covering it.
Thank you very much, Peter. Very kind words.
Okay, now back to the heavy banter, David. Why on earth did you do it?
Yes, I know. Well, because because obviously they knew about my neighbour and my neighbour dispute, and they gave me a large wedge of cash, so big the house is just filled with money now.
Okay, and this is why you went onto that yacht. And as every good Englishman, when you rent a yacht from someone in northern Germany, you left traces of explosive on the table in, well, the cabin of the yacht, and you didn't clean up after yourself last night. What a thing.
Well, here's the thing. This just goes to show how much they're lying. Because when I did the explosives, I didn't put them on the table. So how could they have found it there?
Oh man, gosh, this granular level of
The story's
detail,
out.
it's astonishing, isn't it? Do you remember the story which came out in 1981 in Germany of the Hitler diaries of the magazine Der Stern or Stern? Somehow this investigation sounds eerily familiar of the discovery of a century.
Yes, exactly. Mate, maybe if what we can do is we can sell a story that we found gold down there as well, and see who turns up. I mean, just send out any story. That's really my point. But finding gold down there, accidentally, it would be a good story to go with it, right? It's all nonsense. Quatsch, Quatsch.
Quatsch, genau. Mark, if you're still laughing into a muted mic, that's not a problem, but please.
No, it's fine. Just unlocking my phone. Yeah, hi, David. Fascinating conversation. I've only heard the back end of it. My apologies. I didn't realise that this is going to be covered today, and I haven't read any recent media stuff. But can I just clarify a couple of points then? So, I think I heard you mentioning about the steps they have to go through in terms of presumably finding the pipe, going down there, getting to the spot, taking the cutting charge down there, etc., and then decompressing on the way back up again. If it was a boat doing doing that from a boat, how long do you think they would be on site for?
Yeah, I'd have to work out. They'd be there for a time, right? So I'd have to go into what the decompression records are for times and stuff. Now the thing is that and there's a big difference, right? So people who so there are different decompression or compression tables you can use. I would, a proper diver is probably always going to use something like the Navy. Not the US Navy, because they give you extra time down, right? But that increases your risk, right? But it would be a long time. This isn't something where someone could pop down, right? They just drop a couple of divers and then come back 5 hours later, right? They would be having to stay in position. I'm trying to think it through, right, and give it an honest answer, right? So I guess what you could do after you laid it, right, and someone was down at the bottom, you could just very, very slowly drift yourself away from the target, right? Because there's always a current somewhere, right? So say, for instance, you knew that downtime was an hour, right? Let's say downtime getting down there. So let's just say they would only need to be over the target for maybe 90 minutes, right? And then what they would do, if you were trying to stop being over that exact place for hours, then you would slowly drift yourself away, right? And the person underneath would be going along the bottom of the seabed, right, until you were several kilometers away, and then you would start the process of coming up. Or you would start the process coming up as you were slowly drifting away, right? But then that increases the complexity of your decompression, because then you're staying down, because obviously when you start moving, right, then the angle of the dangle and the rope, right, so it's going to go up a little bit, isn't it, right? So you're going to have a problem. You're going to be at a different depth. How do you then work all that out? And then your dive table records that nowadays, so in my day, we used to work this out manually, right? But I guess there's probably even an app on an iPhone that will work it out for you now. But it would be a considerable amount of time, and that boat still will have been over the target area. Now, if it's a small boat and you switch off your Wahujimi flip so people don't know where you are, but I'm guessing in that region, you might even be picked up by radar and stuff like that. Everyone going, what the hell's that thing doing over there? I wouldn't know that. Gunny is the person to speak to about whether you were likely to be spotted. But this is not something you could do in a dinghy, right?
Yeah, indeed. You would have thought the boat would be visible if there was a boat on the surface. And presumably you have the choice between, say, you see these regular diving support vessels, or I guess you come right down to something smaller. But would you, if it was a commercial type operation or even military type operation supporting diving, would it have like a hyperbaric chamber on it or a decompression chamber on the vessel, or?
There's the thing. So this is the point, right? So depending on how much risk, if you had a compression chamber on the boat, then you would just do a surface decompression. You would haul them up as quickly as you could and get them into the compression chamber.
Yeah,
and that is the other way of doing it, and that's the bit one of the things I missed that you could do. But there's still risk. You've got to be practiced in this, right? And there's all the other bits and pieces. And by the way, compression chambers are not small, right? And in actual fact, at the point where you're talking about, like you say, maybe a diving rig and the rest of it. But then if it's a diving rig that's over that area, then maybe someone might know, right? I mean, you could do this from a trawler of some sort, right? But you would obviously, where you're going to get your compression chamber from? You can't just go down to the local, hardware store, hire one out, and there's all those complexities. Where do you put it on your trawler? Because you probably don't want someone just randomly flying over a military aircraft going, oh, what's that there? Taking a photo and go, what, they've got a compression chamber on it for?
Yes. You see, I don't know what fishing vessels are typically like on the Baltic, but on the North Sea, Irish Sea, you get different sizes of vessels. You get inshore fishing vessels and the more deep water ones, and the inshore ones are pretty small. So I would have thought probably run-of-the-mill ones would be quite small, operated by a couple of people only, maybe 3 or 4 people. Those larger vessels, which you would use for going far out into the Atlantic, which would have the room for a thing like a decompression chamber and all those tanks which you mentioned to hold the oxygen. That's beginning to become a lot of equipment required.
Huge amounts of it, and they're not tanks, they're cylinders. And if you you were calling it a tank, you would be doing that kilometer run around to the water tower and back, carrying said cylinder. I can tell you, having done that, it's a painful experience. Do it more than once, and then what you end up doing, or calling your fins flippers, for instance, and you end up carrying wherever you go on your diving course a 6-foot piece of telegraph pole. Or if you are like me, sometimes you may have to carry two. And everywhere you go, you run, by the way. You want to try running with a 6-foot telegraph pole on both shoulders. It's not easy.
Thank you.
Then John.
I do have to learn that with this mix of facts and humor. I mean, it's hilarious.
If you need a moment, I can ask a question in the meantime.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, David. How big an anchor and how much chain would you need? If you were in 3-meter swells and 100 meters above the seabed?
You wouldn't use an anchor, would you? You would just be using your motor to keep you in position.
Would that be quite expensive?
Well, I guess at the point where you've hired all this stuff and you've worked out where you go, you might have enough fuel to be able to do that. Yes, I don't. I don't. Do anchors go? I don't think they go that far. You have a 100-meter anchor that I would think of. You sort of loiter on top with a bit like a fishing vessel does, right?
There we go. Then John, I hope that gave you a couple of moments.
Unfortunately, no, but I will try. Actually, now I can picture this: the decompression tank and the big pile of rope for the anchor. But anyway, you mentioned something there, David, about maybe a boat or ship would be spotted in that area. And I think the answer to that is yes, because that's not far away from a main or major marine base actually in Sweden.
Well, there you are. That says it all, right?
Yeah, exactly. And in the 80s there was a Russian submarine went aground close to that base. So I think there's a lot of equipment to monitor that part of the sea. I think. Sorry, NATO Lake.
Yeah, exactly, the NATO Lake. There was something that came to my mind then as well. I was going. Oh, it's got popped out of my mind. It will come back in a moment. It's old age for you.
Hi, Sniper.
Hi. Hi.
Would you also like to admit to having been the one who did it?
No, I haven't been diving for a while. I played some underwater rugby when I was younger, but those are long gone those days. But I just wanted to know whether it would be, if we just spin the theories, that if like nitrox, no, not nitrox, but this heliox or this mixed.
Or trimix of some sort, right? We don't need to, whether heliox or whatever it is, a trimix, right? It's 3 mixes.
Basically, there's this like 10% oxygen and 70% helium or something. If the divers would inhale that for a while before they dive, so that they would basically wash out the nitrogen from the system, would it be, how much would it shorten the decompression cycles, or would it be basically a feasible alternative?
So you're not actually talking about a trimix, right? You're talking about, right? Okay. I've not really thought about that that much. I don't think you would. I mean, yeah, good question. How long would it take? But so I didn't think of it along those lines. Except for the reason why I didn't is because then you're increasing the level of complexity a lot, right? So if you're just doing it along those lines, right? How much time it would take? In fact, you could probably just do it. If you used it as 20% oxygen and all an inert gas, then you would, I guess, the downtime would probably remove enough of that the nitrogen. You got to remember, I'm going back to in my day, right? And Caesar was still in a car at the time. It was really just trimixes and the rest of it. Yeah, maybe you could, but you still got the time. You still got the complexities, right? You still got the complexities of these gases, right? And you can't buy large amounts of gas, and it's a huge amount of gas that you need without someone noticing it. Someone would spot that trail, right? Just don't disappear off somewhere and say, by the way, I want 50 of these cylinders filled with, heliox.
No,
Yeah,
what I mean is
yeah.
helium and oxygen are basically both quite.
No, I
great.
understood that, but you still got to get the helium, right, and all the other bits and
Yeah.
pieces. So you need large volumes of it, and people would notice it. And so I understood your point, i.e., flush your system with nitrogen, and you don't have a decompression, but you still got 45 minutes at 85 meters. That's a huge amount of gas.
Indeed.
And 45 meters, by the way, and that's ideal, right? You still, as I said, you've got the problem of finding a thing. You might spend 45 minutes down there just trying to find the damn, the pipe, right? It's just an extraordinary complex thing to do. When the simple thing to do would be per sub, someone comes out. The sub's directly over it or directly to the side. You go out through a torpedo tube, or in fact, I think the Russians even have something that does this. You come out the side, right, and then go and do what you've done, and etc. And you've got if you've got a little sled, a little powered sled, right, that takes you there, and you've got all the kit on top of your sled. And there you are. And then you've also got that sled, and it's carrying the explosives and the bits that you need, and all the other stuff. So yeah, I hadn't. Thank you very much. Last night I hadn't really thought about the heliox that much, because it wasn't something that people had used a lot, and I'd sort of discounted it mainly because of complexity, right? Because unless someone went around the world just buying small amounts. But they'd have spent the last 5 years going around the world buying small amounts of we're just doing a little dive over here with heliox.
But
it's not really going to work.
Heliox is used like commercially in diving expeditions.
I know, but you still got to account for
sure.
it, right? No, so I understood these bits, or whether it's trimix or whatever they're using, right? But you still got to account for it. And where do those big cylinders, because they'd be disappearing from somewhere, right? And if someone said, and again, it would be a large wedge of cash, isn't it? So someone somewhere, right? So if full cylinders that they need somewhere have disappeared, would have to pay that person, and these people, right? And this is part of the thing about crime, isn't it? Why crime in some areas is easier in others, because it's so, isn't it? Why crime in some areas is easier in others, because it's so much cheaper, right? But the source of these people, they're well paid, right? So the chances are they would go, what do you want 20 cylinders for? Well, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, just let's say nothing. At which point they go, yeah, okay, that's 2 million to you, right? So the complexities become more difficult, because you're involving people in lies, and then you're assuming that person, when the explosion goes, doesn't go to their security services. Oh, by the way, there was this guy called Igor came and bought 20 cylinders of heliox from me.
Yeah, I get your point. But it's just like
that you could do it like that. I have no idea how long it would take to flush nitrogen out of your system. I don't know.
Thanks, I got your point. But regarding this, if commercial diving companies make like once a week some deep dive, I think if one of those dives would be sort of nobody actually knows where it is and whatever, I think that might be possible. I don't know, because they use these gases
but
anyway.
it's a commercial diving company, right? So you've got to remember, right? So the thing is, when you're involving people in a lie, so at this point, so let's just say, so at this point, what you're really describing is some someone as rich as Abramovich has decided to go and do it, because this is the sort of money you would need, millions, right? They said to a whole load of people, and I wouldn't, and by the way, I wouldn't discount this, right? They've gone to a commercial diving situations. You would have to, firstly, do all your intel on that company. You don't know who they are, right? But you were looking for people who primarily with military experience, right? And then you're going, okay, right, so we've got that bit, but you don't know of these people. Any one person in that group goes to their mate, let's just say that whatever they were, they've still got friends in the military somewhere. So we got this dive coming up in the middle of the sea, right? And they're trying to do this, right? And that story isn't going to get out, right?
Yeah, and the dive.
Because what you want to do when you've involved a company, by default, you've involved many more people because something's got to be invoiced for. You've got the storeman, you've got the people who are planning it. Okay, and the person who might think that the boat should be over in position, out in Norway somewhere. Why is that going over there, right? Okay, and because you've got people who do standard procedures, right? Because if you're on a dive boat, right? No one switches off the transponder, because guess what, right? If something goes wrong, divers don't like to die, right? And they certainly don't see this as a ideological thing and of going into their death in Voldahar or Bakhmut, right? So they don't turn these things off, right? So you've only got someone goes, right, well, make a mistake somewhere, and you've got loads of people involved, the storeman, the people who do the planning, and all of the other bits and pieces, the person who's got the ship, the people who just operate the ship, the seaman, right, for instance, right? So you've involved how many people?
Yes, I know, and the divers, I know they don't, so to say, they don't spit in the glass, so they are quite often heavy drinkers, and they might slip a word or two in a bar or something, and say, "Hey, I got the good story. I have to tell you, but don't tell it to anyone." Might be. I don't know.
No, and by the way, right, so what you've described is exactly what happened with in whether it was at the 1960s. There was an incident where there was a naval diver who lost his head. I can't remember, commander so and so. His name will come to me, and he was basically found decapitated, right? Because essentially he'd gone to take a look at a Russian ship. Right, what they think is the Russians knew that someone was there, and they turned on the propeller, right, and he ended up being decapitated. But he did, in actual fact, shout his mouth off in a pub prior to it, right, which is why the story got out. Okay, well, he ended up. Oh, well, then so they went. Someone went, well, he was talking about doing this the other night in the pub. So yeah, this is exactly how these things get out. And it's exactly why you wouldn't do it the way someone might try and go it's so complicated. You've got to get the ship, okay, the fuel, right, and the points at which you could make a mistake are just everywhere.
Okay, so let's summarize this once more. This is not an operation for amateurs. This is not an operation where you do not take at least a support sub of whatever kind with you. This is not an operation which you can just simply prepare by means of traveling with a lot of explosives through a number of countries, or find the explosives in Germany. Lease a yacht, go with a small team of dedicated, however principled and clear and superbly trained special ops people, frogmen and the likes, onto that yacht, and then dive down and just do it with a distance of those two pipes of 60 kilometers, undetected, unimpaired by any force, undeclared, and then leave the yacht after you have successfully managed to do 2 of those dives within a very, very short order, then have them all go off with whatever kind of timer or whatever, and then return, go and take that yacht and leave some residue of explosives and the track and trace of the yacht's lease contract around. The level of insanity to believe this story required can only be found in mainstream media and a population already house trained and potty trained to Russian narratives. But realistically, David, this is a state actor's sign, right? And it's a state actor.
Yes, it is.
And it's a state actor with significant experience in maritime combat.
Hang on, Axel. I've got to stop you there. How much do you think the story is worth for I Did It? If anyone's listening, I $500,000. I did it. I'll tell you how I did it. Please contact me now. I'm desperate to tell my story. I'm filled with guilt. Should I have asked for more, Axel?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm putting up the price now because you didn't get in contact with me quickly enough. Price is going up. Contact me quickly. There we are. Done.
Oh, David, in your third, the third volume of your long memoirs of your exploits after supposed alleged retirement, we'll probably touch upon this, right?
Yes, exactly. We will. We will talk about it. Over many drinks, and I hear that you're buying them. You've got a very nice wine cellar, apparently. You and Doman, there you are. That's the price. You supply as much wine as I can drink for 2 days.
It's not the quantity; it's the quality.
Yeah, I want both. I'm just greedy. And by the way, I would expect both because Axel came out the other day and said, no, you never drop the quality of the wine when you're drunk. So I'm holding you to your promise, Axel.
Yes, please. You shall hold me to that promise. And we'll have a little word about it in front of the fireplace with me holding the poker coming out of the fire.
That sounded terribly ominous. Would you like to hear something amusing that I have seen this afternoon?
Is it underwater?
May we?
It's not underwater. It's it's something that I've seen, which at first I found difficult to believe was actually true, but it might be. And I'm just going to retweet it so you can have a quick look. But a Russian women's coach, Pavel Rakov, apparently giving Russian women advice on how to get their men into drafting offices and then what to do when they're killed in the war. So his sage advice is, if you don't think that your man has got enough manliness in him, right, you should, when he's just leaving the room, right, jump up on a chair and scream that there's a mouse. And when he comes rushing back in to rescue you, you've got to jump up and down and jiggle the womanly bits, obviously. Get his blood going, make him feel as though he's gonna save you heroically. And then just when you've got him to that point, you should suggest to him that he needs to run down the enlistment office and fight for you. Pardon? Anyway, yeah. And when he dies, you need to make some sort of shrine or monument to him to prove that it wasn't in vain. Yeah, so there you go, ladies. That's your advice on Women's Day. Make sure that you get your man down the enlistment office with the help of some strange manipulative techniques. Anyway, that was today's internet anomaly from me. I've stunned you all into silence now, haven't I?
Yeah, sorry. My brain turned off because I was trying to think of cow puns instead.
Oh, I see. You've seen that video too. Yes. Quite a moving video of a trench being overrun. Do you want to explain, Doman?
Well, there were some cows that showed up at a position.
Yeah. And the guy
yes, they were very confused at what was going on.
guy sat in the trench
David?
and he's like laughing his head off, and then he turns the camera around and there's 3 cows staring at him. And yeah, anyway, the most pleasant way of being overrun, I suppose.
So yes, there's a cow. There's several cows. They don't seem to have any beef whatsoever with the Ukrainians at the position. They just seem to be utterly confounded as to why they're there, not moving anywhere.
I'm sorry, I zoned out for a moment. Just like I do, it's just old age. Did I hear the word cows? Are they underwater cows?
You mean manatees? No. It's just
Okay.
regular old grazing in the pasture kind of cows.
Are there any left?
Well, apparently some were very close to some front line. Wait, I'll send you a link to it. Actually, even better, I shall stick a link to it up in the nest so you can all see it, because otherwise more people are going to ask me about it. Here we go. Here's Axel writing about it, and then you can see Tim and I competing for who makes the worst pun under it.
Yeehaw!
I mean, we're gonna milk it for all it's worth. I don't think cows go yeehaw. Actually,
No, the cowboys
know
go
what kind of cows.
yeehaw. And yes, it was Joanna who kindly. Alrighty. Do I sense a little pause in awe of David's achievement of dissecting the Nord Stream 2 media hype saga?
Yes, you do. Quite rightly so. It was an excellent deep dive, and now we're all suffering from, is it hypoxia? Is that it, Dave? I keep forgetting what it's called.
Hypoxia? Well, I mean, I guess it would be right. If they stop supplying you with the oxygen, that's what you would die of, right? Yes, but I mean, if it was a bend, you just don't want well, maybe you do want a cerebral bend, because you probably wouldn't know anything about it. Otherwise, you'd just be a vegetable somewhere, a cabbage vegetable.
Not sort of seaweed.
Ooh, seaweed is very good at taking up carbon, isn't it? So there is a use to it.
Some of it is pretty good for eating as well.
Yes, it is.
Like
Anyway,
nice.
if you wanted to, we could in 5 minutes we could probably do trenches if you wanted to.
Yeah, sounds good to me. In the meantime, we can work through various recipes for squirrel.
Do it, and rat. I think you need to include rat as well. I'm amazed they didn't say
I've never had rat.
Have you not?
No, not really interested either. Squirrel's pretty good though.
Yeah. No, there's more meat on the squirrel, or maybe the rat that's on my roof. Maybe that's got a lot of meat on it. I'm trying to work out how to catch the damn thing. But anyway, yes.
There's not that much meat in a squirrel, but it's fine. It's you can eat several. It's okay. I keep saying great in a cassoulet. Good morning, Raver. All right. Decoding. Decoding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
David, could you not plant some form of explosive on your garage roof for this poor rat? Would that not work? I'll leave you to work out the weighting and all that malarkey. Yeah, I had a few thoughts on the Nord Stream, just since we're filling a gap. The part of it which Axel repeated in my mind a lot, the morality play aspect about the dirty table, and it is like a grim through the generations. I usually take that as a sign of artificiality, and I was interested also by the fact that none of us have actually seen the North Sea or whatever the Nord Stream pipeline doesn't even exist, and it's curious that the very people who doubt even the war in Ukraine is taking place because they haven't seen footage are very clear that this pipeline exists and that it was broken, and so that's another element. And then another thought I had, which is just how, just like with the Hunter Biden troll, none of these people who suddenly have an interest in Nord Stream had any interest in it from 2015 to 2022, or until about 2 weeks ago. And now they're world experts on conspiracy theories related to it. Whereas I, and I'm sure some of us in this space, were on the edge of our seats for 7 years, willing this thing never to come, if you'll excuse the pun, on stream. And now suddenly all these Johnny and Jane come latelys have acquired a massive interest in it, including all those leftists who are, against oil and, all sorts of stuff, the World Socialist Organization or whatever. And I mean, the cognitive dissonance, if you'll excuse my French, of these people who suddenly are willing to believe anything but the obvious explanation that the Russian state took out this obsolete white elephant. Them to accept that and their sudden interest in Nord Stream. And I bet they're having very uninformed conversations in other milieux, not as informed as David's, which sadly I missed most of that. So, I mean, if he was willing to do a repeat, if someone could kind of press repeat on him, I'd love to hear all that again. It sounds great, but I did catch the last sort of 20 minutes and I think I get the point. Yeah, so just that's my final point. It's just kind of like, can't they see that 5 minutes ago they had no interest in this thing, and now suddenly for them it's the biggest, most important thing in the world? And surely they should just, like, I don't know, just assess their entire worldview and maybe go to the country and live in a cottage and grow stuff instead of being amateurs in an adult's game, which is this war in Ukraine. those are my scattered thoughts. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. I will note that as many were on the edge of their seats, David was on the edge of his yacht there, being ready to jump into the depths below at a moment's notice. Right, David?
Yes. I was listening to everything you said, so yes.
There we go. Easy. Thank you, David. Thank you, Decoding. Raver.
Good morning, Donovan. Good morning, David. Good morning, Decoding. So, Decoding, love him or hate him, Trump got two things right in his presidency. One was bombing the shit out of Assad for gassing the civilians and putting an end to that war. And the second one was sanctioning Nord Stream 2 and completing its completion, or blocking its completion, a sanction that Biden removed in 21. So there was that. It was kind of away and was never going to be an issue. And then all of a sudden it was back, which was rather dismaying for me because I was hoping that it would stay blocked. But as for the anti-oil types, they're not really environmentalists. I mean, they don't jet all over the world on private planes or live in mansions and make millions and millions of dollars to live exorbitant lifestyles because they care about the environment. They say they care about the environment so that they can live those high carbon lives. They're frauds every bit as much as a Russian.
Quite so.
Yeah, I just have very little to add, Raver. All I'll say is, again, there's it keeps coming up. Oh, but the Russians wouldn't have any motivation to do it. They'd have plenty of motivation to do it. If you look at the response immediately thereafter by Danish Norwegian authorities, looking at all of the undersea infrastructure, be it pipelines, telecoms cables, electrical cables, which deliver a good percentage of continental European electricity down south from Norway. There you go. That's the interest. The same as they have for flying drones around the oil and gas rigs off of Norway. That is the interest. That is why they would be interested in doing it. So easy as that. Raver?
Not only that, but Russia had been telegraphing for months that they were willing to physically destroy energy supplies in the face of Europe. I mean, literally in the face. Hey, look at what we're doing with those massive flares. So they telegraphed their ability and willingness to destroy energy. And Russia had the easy access. They had the pig side of the pipelines. They didn't need a submarine. They didn't need a dive team. They didn't need this or that. All they had to do was load an explosive pig and boom, done.
Yeah, and of course, as Decoding will remember, Russians kept playing with the pressure in the natural gas pipeline that goes through Ukraine, right? And the fluctuations in pressure, were there not acted upon sufficiently quickly by Ukrainian pipeline operators, could have led to that pipeline bursting previously. This was months previously. Before that, so they clearly have expressed previously their willingness to do so, right, Decoding?
Absolutely. Anyone who says Muscovy does not have the motivation to blow up the complete obsolete white elephant never was going to ever be used in the history of humanity pipeline is telegraphing they have not been paying attention. I can forgive them for not paying attention before the 24th of February 2022, but they clearly haven't been paying attention to the entire invasion from a micro to a macro level is an exercise in self-provocation. It's a closed loop of self-provocation, which is, I mean, the epitome of it obviously is occupying Zaporozhye nuclear power plant and and mining it and sending missiles around it practically every day since the 6th of March, and then claiming that if Ukraine signs a piece of paper, then these provocations will stop. So again, these Johnny and Jane come latelys to Muscovy and Ukraine issue, now opining on this. I welcome them to the party, but only if they pay attention. And if they say, you know, they try and set out this Russia doesn't have an interest, they clearly have no clue about anything, not least the main mental routine and strategy which Russia uses, this provocation cycle routine. And the way we see them exploiting it for informational reasons is a perfect use for it, because it wasn't useful for anything else, this pipe. So why not use it for information warfare purposes? But I think we can safely say, if we hear or see or read anyone earnestly trying to reason this thing out, and as part of their discourse they say, oh, Russia has no motivation in doing it, we can immediately stop listening to that person. They probably have nothing interesting to say on any issue ever, and so we just filter out. So we have yet another troll detector, and yeah, out.
Favor.
Yeah, going back a little bit farther, you know, the Nord Stream attacks of Russia on Russia don't exactly stand outside of the norm for Russia. I mean, go back to the fake attacks leading up to the current invasion, the Russian separatist movements, the Moscow bombings that started the Second Chechen War. Russia is perfectly willing to attack itself in order to blame somebody else to enable it to do something it wants to do.
Precisely. Tommy.
Yeah, Domin, hello. I was sort of at work, so I couldn't come up to speak, but I've shared it in the nest. The same source that was live streaming the protests from Tbilisi yesterday is doing it now as well. There's a live feed from in front of Parliament within the crowd, if anybody wants to see it. So it's up in the nest on top of my profile as well. And I have to step off for a bit, but later on tonight I'll probably be tracking it. That's all I wanted to say. If you want to check it out, you can have eyes right on the ground, and I hope we can get Alex tonight, because, as I said, Georgian is not my strong suit.
It's a tricky language there, isn't it? I've tried to get in touch with Alex, to no avail as yet. So we shall see.
Did you know they don't have capital letters? It's all, but they do have 3 or 4 letters, groups of 4 letters that look exactly like each other, but they're pronounced differently and mean different things. So, yeah, it's kind of like the Enigma code to me.
It's to keep the foreigners out. It's it's a defense mechanism, I think. Yeah. Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Indeed, it's up there, and yeah. Decoding, go ahead.
Raver reminds me of something I read the other day, which interested me. On the topic of Muscovy completely self-provoking, using the self-provocation response, its response to it, and then using it in information space. Obviously, it's 8 years of claims that Ukraine has been bombing Donetsk fall into this category, and I saw a very reliable Ukrainian information space source how a Russian military officer of some description was given the task of investigating the source of a number of shellings on occupied Donetsk, which appeared, as all of them do, to have emanated from other parts of occupied territory. And obviously someone in the Russia's military didn't get the memo that this has been going on for 8 years, and announced on every single Russian news broadcast for 8 years, as a kind of a hum in the background, that, oh, today Ukraine shelled an apartment building in Donetsk, etc. And so this senior military officer was given the task of investigating the source of these, and he made a recording, an audio recording, which was played, which was in this InfoSpace source, in which he says his findings were that it was Wagner doing the shelling, and interestingly, one of the incidents which Wagner appears to have been responsible for was the, as they rather indelicately put it in Ukrainian InfoSpace, the Roscosmos guy's ass. God help him. God, I feel compassion for him at some levels. But you know, the guy, the Roscosmos guy, who got yes, exactly. So it appears that he was attacked by Wagner, and as many of you will probably have guessed by now, the sad ending to this tale is the investigator, the Russia's military officer who investigated this and made this audio recording, was killed before he could report formally. So there, you know, this closed loop provocation, macro to micro, is just, you know, it's endemic, it's imminent in everything they do. Still haven't worked this out to preach this gospel. Self-provocation, closed loop. Whenever you see that and the Russians protesting too much, you know they're responsible for it. You don't even need an investigation. 99% of the time, it's a complete yeah. We could just leave them there on their own for the rest of humanity, and they just, you know, tick away, self-provoking each other forever without us. Out.
I didn't even hear of that. I thought that really Wagnerites were responsible for the causing. That's amazing. Just means that you know, the shrapnel was missent then to the French ambassador, as opposed to being sent to Prigozhin. No, misaddressed. Truck and Tyler, go ahead.
Thank you. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Yeah. Are we still talking about the Nord Stream? Sorry, I was busy for 10 minutes crossing the border. So.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, a couple things. One, I think it's fairly, or to me, it seems fairly simple. Well, not simple. I just think the Russians put a sub down there and blew that pipeline just to let us know they can do it. You know, that's kind of my first thinking. But on the idea of taking a boat out there, and I'll check with a couple of my friends. I'm a recreational scuba diver, but a good friend's a retired Canadian Navy diver. Another friend teaches now, recreational diver, but he used to be one of the. He had a team of Navy divers, and he was the leader of the team in Britain years ago. He's retired from that and just teaches locally here, just scuba. But I know a lot of my friends do some diving on Lake Huron here, and they go to over 200 feet, which is close to 80 meters, I guess. You could never do it on air, especially anytime you even if you trained, your brain would be, I mean, you'd be right out of there. You'd be, yeah, like about 5 spliffs maybe. But Trimix, and they mix their own. They bring the helium bottles with them, and they mix their own, and used to do it on tables. Now they do it all on computers. And rebreathers, I'll check how deep the rebreathers, but a lot of them have rebreathers. But I think the whole idea of going down there, staging it all, was great listening to David. Yeah, you could do it. I mean, you go down, maybe a first dive, you go down, locate it, tie a line to it, bring it up, even in a good swell. You know, I used to do some decompression diving. You hang out at 30 feet with a bottle of oxygen, 60 feet with a bottle of oxygen. That'll get rid of a lot of nitrogen. But they typically, last dive they did out there on Trimix, they had 8 minutes on the wreck, and it took them, I believe, 5 hours to come back up. So you'd want to come back up, breathe in oxygen, pure oxygen, 60 feet, and if there's stress, that's a gamble as well. Then get to 30 feet, then rush to the surface and hop into a portable. Yeah, you did anything out there in the book, buying the helium. No, you can buy it article up that store. Argon for the suits to keep you warm, in your dry suit. But and I think the biggest thing David said is, well, like, how many crazy people that can do all those things would be, or out of all the people that can do all that and coordinate it all, who's crazy enough to actually do it? So that's kind of my thoughts. And being a Canadian, it was good to see some of those senators. I know they're not tanks, but I see them showing up on videos all over the place. They're getting used over there in Ukraine. So way to go. And thank you so much for this space. I listen to you guys all day long driving. And thanks.
Thank you, Tyler. David, any comments on this, or shall we go to Raver and then maybe do some trenching?
Yeah, so yeah, it's all right, isn't it? But the only thing is that oxygen is poisonous below 30 feet, right? So we can't be going. You won't be on oxygen clearing your system out, pure oxygen clearing your system out at 60 feet, because it would be poisonous.
Yeah, maybe an 80-20 mix at 60
Yeah,
feet.
yeah. As I said, it's all partial pressures, right? So so you get the mix right, but.
Yeah, and then at 30 feet for sure, or 20 feet for sure, pure O2. But yeah, no, I understand. And I mean, in a chamber, they bring you to 60 feet on pure O2, but you're laying there doing nothing, right? But yeah,
well, so I don't know. I've never heard that you've been, so there are really different mixes. So I have in Berlin, where I was, they had, at the time, it was the world's deepest, because it was a wet and dry compression chamber, and they could go down a long way. And they used to do a lot of the decompression sickness medicine there, right? But so as I understand it, and this is a hard and fast law as I understood, oxygen is poisonous past that level, pure oxygen. But you could just add 1%, right, or 2%. That changes the partial pressures, and it all depends on the table, etc., etc. But and this is the point I've been making. Doing all of this just increases complexity, right? And when you have complexity, then there's scope for errors, isn't it? Right? So whilst theoretically, and loads of times you can sit there, and you used to do these things and sit there and go, "Oh, what about that?" And then you go, "Oh, yeah," and eventually the number of complicated things that would turn up, you go, well, why wouldn't you just do it that way? Because that doesn't have that complexity, right? Why wouldn't you do it this way? And again, it's just complexity is the thing that kills it. And in all of these things, it still goes back to how many people have you got involved in the lie, how many people you have to pay off, because these people that you might be paying off, if it was just, say it was an organization somewhere, they don't want an extra 5,000 euros for a day's outing, because they know the risk. Because if they get caught, they're going to prison for the rest of their life. And people, when you go, but you're going to prison for the rest of your life, who are already well paid, right? So then the points where, if you're looking at financially motivating people, you're looking at astonishing sums of money, to the point where you would need to be an Abramovich or someone with that sort of financial clout, right?
So I
unless
agree with
you decide you were going to kill them all off, yeah.
Right, I agree with you 100%, and that's kind of my point as well. I was just making the point that there's a fair amount of people that could do the dive. That's all.
Of course, and that was what I was saying. I was never saying it couldn't be done, right? I was
Correct.
going, look, I know I could have sat there. I could have sat there in the break room. We go, well, let's plan this out, boys, right? Yes, we can do it. We can do it. But this is what we would need to do it, right? Yeah. So I completely agree. It can be done. But the likelihood of it being done is just very, very low for all the things we said. And everyone's got, they're all very valid points. So there are things like, you clear it out if you wanted to do all these things. But again, increasing the chances are of an error, because the other part is when you go down there, you're not going down there because if you're being paid 2 million, right, you're not going down there to die, are you? You're not looking at this as an ideological thing. It doesn't matter if I die, right? Otherwise, then what you would do is you would just say, here we are, right? Here we are, right? Here's a couple of cylinders. Attach this big lead heavy weight to yourself and stay down there when it goes boom, right? Job done.
Yeah, no, 100%. Russians just went and blew it up themselves. For a military operation, it's pretty simple. That's what I think too. I was just making the point. That's all. Okay.
And great discussion points. Great discussion points.
Yeah.
Raver.
Yeah, I don't think the Russians used a sub, although they've got a lot of special operations submarines that can do it. I think they used a pig. I think they did everything nice and dry at sea level, breathing the air and looking on.
Except for the pig's internal though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But the marks aren't from internal explosion; they're from an external explosion. That's the thing. So I would go, look, I'm with you, right? That would be the easiest thing. Put a pig in there, but that's not what it shows, right? But see, but this is the bit that takes me back to, it's so likely to be the Russians because they never do anything the easy way. They don't do anything the right way. You only got to look at the tank traps and everything else that they do, right? So someone somewhere has come up with an idea, a bit like the guy who's got the trench contracts, right? So they've come up with this thing, and that cut, by the way, that's really neatly done. So someone with some expertise has done it, but no one's gone, well, as you said, because the easy thing would have been, if even a pig, they could have just sent an anti-tank mine down there, right? Just one, right? Locate it on there, but pop, right? Because it didn't need to be nice and neatly done, right? Just needed to be a big hole. In actual fact, a small piece of explosives that made a hole would have made a lot of sense because you probably wouldn't have found anything to say anything differently, right? So that cut is there for a reason. So maybe someone's thought it through. Let's screw with the world, right? And get us talking, let's get the MriyaReport talking about this, because guess what? It demonstrates someone who had skill in diving, and B, had skill with explosives. And getting explosives like that isn't the sort of thing you can go down to the hardware store. And even, I would suggest, even if you were a commercial diving rig, there would be problems. And there are, by the way, there are explosive systems that are designed for exactly that purpose, but internally, and they're designed to for oil rigs, right? Because they're on huge pieces of pipe, aren't they? Right, and it's to take an oil rig off its base, and they have an explosive system in there, and it will go off, and it's a special cutting charge. And this is the confounding thing. Why do it from the outside? This is the confounding thing. Why do it from the outside? Because they're Russian.
Well, I'm not an engineer, but the picture I saw, that looked more like a seam than a cut. So.
No, see, the thing is, cutting charges they're cuts, right? So it's not a seam. How would that seam have ended like that, right? So this is the thing, right? So people go, oh, that's looked like maybe a welder's failed, but welds don't fail like that. That's been cut, and that's what cutting charges do. And people forget. The thing is that they can be really, really precise. We think, because we think of a bout of explosives, right? An explosive force shatters something. So when we see the bits of rail that when the partisans, for instance, blow up a bit of rail, and you see this shattered piece of metal, right? Well, firstly, it's a different type of steel, right? And what they've done is they've just put explosives on it. They haven't used cutting charges. Cutting charges can be incredibly fine, and they look like someone's taken a laser to it, which is what you see, right? That's a cutting charge. I mean, if it was me, I mean, as I said, I go back to, they didn't need to use a cutting charge. They could have just put explosives on it. This is the confusing thing, right? And there's so many easy things they could have done as gunny. I mean, even if they did it from a sub, they could have just laid a naval mine next to it and detonated it. There's so many ways they could have done it. Why did they do it this way? I go back to, they're Russian.
Decoding. Decoding, you muted back.
Right. The self-sabotage aspect is also a bit of a giveaway, and they constantly do it. But the fact that this was a white elephant was never, ever, ever, ever going to be used goes to why on earth would anyone expend resources to blow it up unless they're nuts? And then we have, there's only one really insane country in the world, and it's Russia. We're watching them every day. So then the other thing about this, David, the calculations. I mean, I have picked up on this space that the elite Russian aeroplane pilots are doing their calculations on pen and paper while they're going at Mach 2. So David, we have to assume if this was the Russians, that they're using the old pen and paper to do these calculations. So that has to be factored into it as well.
So they will have had to have taken a crayon and a wax board down with them underwater so they could write that as well. Yes, there we are. I mean, that's exactly what you do. Bit of plastic, right?
Yeah, I may have exhausted all of my everything I have on Nord Stream. Is this Nord Stream 1 and 2? 1 and 2 were both blown up, isn't it?
Two, both pipelines on one of the two pipelines on 2.
Right, okay. And presumably Planet Labs or the other one will have had satellites going over the spot twice a day. So there must be a sign of the ship. And the other thing which doesn't ring true is these people are so neat. They do this, surgical strike on the pipe, and yet then they don't clean the table. If this was a film, this would be an unbelievable inconsistency of character. And but I suppose the thing is that a Russian would be so forensic about blowing the pipe rather than doing a Michael Caine on it. Also is unbelievable if the Russian is a character in film. But then we get back to the sabotage. They'll always mess everything up. So if in order to mess it up, they have to go out of character and be neat, that again, it's another signal. So yeah, all roads lead to Muscovy. I think that's probably my final word. Out.
Good point. Decoding. The question in law is always which one? Cui bono? Who benefits?
What does the U2 have to do with them?
You are working on your dad jokes. I mean, elevated musically in this case.
Well, can I enunciate a new principle, which is when faced with multiple possible guilty parties for an act that would benefit none of them, then choose the guilty party who is closest to Muscovy. Let that be Douglas's razor. Decoding Controls' razor. Out.
It sounds a bit like the wisdom of Douglas Adams, which is true and typically cuts through it, but I agree with you. And it has a bit of Conan Doyle to it as well. Marcus, lead us away.
Well, I was just going to say we've got a couple of hands. Do we want to go to the hands first, Dome? And I'm not sure who was first. I'm so sorry.
Let's go to Shaggy, and then to David, and then I think other David is going to take us to some sort of a ditch or a trench or a combination thereof. Shaggy.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon and whatever. Right, I'm going to put my head on the chopping block and my feet in the laughing stocks because I still think it was sabotaged, but by a Ukrainian supporting person or team or teams. Just for the record, really, I thought about this back at the time. I weighed up all the pros and cons for both parties and thought then that it was that likely to be that. Subsequent actions afterwards, maybe just think even be the things I was calling before it happened. So maybe I'm a bit self-reflecting on that. But yeah, that's just my view anyway. Maybe a dissenting view.
You can't, David, because we can't hear you.
May I point out one thing?
Much better.
That just before it all blew up, it all stopped flowing, so they had no need to do it. Why didn't they just call off the operation?
So it couldn't start flowing again at some point in the future. My main theory is it was to stop it ever flowing ever again, and therefore focus European and Western minds, especially German, on getting off Russian gas permanently.
Except for then they involved the risk of someone finding this out, the Ukrainians did it, and then writing an article about it.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying the Ukrainians did it. I'm saying Ukrainian supporting people. So it could be any nationality. I don't think it was sanctioned. I very much doubt it was sanctioned by the Ukrainian state. I would say that, but I think it was somebody of the similar mind to me. Yeah, blow it up. No more gas is going to go through that pipeline ever again, and focus European minds on getting gas from somewhere else. And that's basically simply it. Shaggy's razor, as it were, rather than Occam's.
Well, I'm sure there's many a theory out there. In fact, we already know it was finance. David.
Yes, I need. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. You meant the other David, didn't you? Give me 5 minutes. I will send a DM Doman. I will DM you or you mockers a link, which is a link to Gunny's thing about tank traps, which I've added to, and then we could talk about it.
All right, perfect. And let's have the other David go ahead, and then eventually we can go and drive into a ditch.
I kind of wish we could stop talking about Nord Stream, but
we can do that.
It's up to you, really.
I know. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but I think there's one thing, which is that it was built in the first place. Okay, so there's one very, very easy solution, and that's the Russians sabotaged it from the get-go. And why wouldn't they do that? But anyway, so let's talk about something else.
I have a little something that I wanted to bring to the room. That there has been a declaration by the German government that they will be sending 2 Gepard self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and 13 Biber armoured bridge pavers to Ukraine, which, well, we were just talking about tank traps and things there, weren't we? Would they come in handy, do you think?
Oh, very much so. Now that David is busy writing something, but yeah, bridge laying equipment is absolutely key. And you will need it if you're not quite in a desert, and even there, you might need it in order to cross a dried out wadi or the likes. But the Biber bridge laying tanks have been around for quite some time. They are based on the Leopard 1 chassis, therefore they are what we would call, say, versatile and fast, but they are predominantly MLC 50, so military load capacity 50. And that means they are limited to their own class, respectively anything, of course, of lower weight. You would not be able to utilize them for Abrams or Challenger 2s or Leopard 2s, of course, for that matter. For that, you would probably need something more. The design of the Biber has been upgraded at a later stage to MLC 60. So it really is, it's a question of which version of the Biber they're getting. MLC 60 would help. Because technically you could still try to get a Leo 2 across, but you should be careful with it. Having said this, the Biber is extremely versatile, tested, has been in the theater in many countries and in many actions already. It's a very good piece of kit. Now, having said this, there are versions of the Biber which could be upgraded to MLC 70. That would become even more handy. It's a matter of which one you get. So, beyond that, 13 of them speaks a good language, because don't forget the T-72s and all the other armored vehicle kit the Russians have left in theater and the Ukrainians are operating from the get-go fits quite neatly across it. 13 of them gives you the capacity to equip essentially, I'd say, 3 full companies with it, if not 4. So if 4 companies by the current design make up 2 battalions, then you have a full armored brigade covered with this. That is not bad at all. What we're waiting for are, of course, more Leguans, meaning based on the chassis of
Leopard 2.
Leguan, it's called. The Leguan is based on the chassis of the Leopard 2, which then allows good crossing of both the Leopard 2 as well as nearly all Challenger 2 versions, as well as the M1 Abrams. There are versions of the Challenger 2 which are too heavy, so the ARVs, for example, the Titan and the likes, but for that, there is a Challenger 2 Titan version which actually can do the very same thing, which I presume we will be seeing as well.
ATV, you've got your hand up there.
I do. I've really enjoyed the conversation, particularly about the technical aspects of the dive and the explosions. But it's touched on a point I've been thinking about a lot lately, which is disinformation, misinformation, psyops. Not an area I know a lot about, and normally I wouldn't count myself in the tinfoil wearing hat brigade, but maybe I got a tinfoil hat somewhere in my closet. You know, one of the things that makes me sort of like think and chuckle a little bit is what's Bryansk doing? You know, what was it like 3, 4, 5 days ago where this was a major terrorist attack and Putin was going to go on TV and this was a formal declaration of war in the works and all of this stuff. Like, it's like it never happened now, at least in terms of news flow. Just bizarre. You know, it was what, 10 days ago maybe when the Chinese came out with that so-called peace plan. And this I actually think is very, very likely. I don't think it was any surprise, any coincidence, pretty much whatsoever, that within 12, 24 hours of the Chinese peace plan, quote unquote, all of a sudden you had all sorts of articles about unnamed sources of high politicians in the EU from France and Germany saying, and the US pushing Zelensky to enter the peace negotiations and look at ceding territory with Russia. I mean, those 2 stories came out. The European sort of US news story came out within, I think, 12 hours, maybe 24 of the Chinese peace plan. I don't think that was an accident whatsoever. And I didn't think that then. And then what made me think of the last 24 hours with all of this Nord Stream stuff is, and this is a lot more speculative, but is it a coincidence, or is it possible that it's not a coincidence, that the Nord Stream stuff came out within 24 hours of the video of the executed Ukrainian soldier, and they were trying to bury one with the other, and that might just be me connecting to ridiculous dots.
Yeah, it is.
But
It is
I don't know
because
how
the
psyops
planning
work.
of the
Yeah.
research and the ongoing process and dropping the narrative into various media has been ongoing for quite some time. The so-called research of the R&D, Research Network Germany, Redaktionsnetzwerk Germany, sorry, as well as ARD, one of the two main German state-funded television stations, and their SWR subsidiary in Südwestrundfunk with their magazine Kontraste, plus Die Zeit, the weekly newspaper, plus Süddeutsche Zeitung, the left-leaning, but otherwise middle of the road, but hard left-leaning, SPD supporting main daily in Germany. Those have been dropped in for quite some time. So this is a long-standing narrative. This was under preparation. It just comes in handy. That's all. So there's no specific coincidence. That maybe the New York Times picked up on it more readily and more happily is a different thing. But then again, if you really read through the New York Times article, a couple of specific words will always stand out. Have a look at it. You will find it. It's about how they classify the intelligence and who collated and who read it and who reviewed it and what it means and what the real outcome is. It's very interesting. And also that the New York Times article is only half as tendentious and half as leading the witness as what the German media has done.
It's a good point. I mean, it's probably a story that takes a long time to develop, but you can activate quite quickly. Anyways, I'm sure you're right. That's a lot more speculative. I think it's much more likely that the Chinese stories and these like back channel stories of European pressure on Zelensky wasn't a coincidence. I would just note on Nord Stream, I think personally.
But sorry, ATV, we are in agreement that the research of these journalists, which has been ongoing for, according to their own data and according to what we've been reading, with what they've been picking up in terms of racing around, driving around, has been on for 6 weeks, right?
Yeah, yes. So it's a story that takes a while to develop, but you can activate it quick. You're probably right, Axel. It's neither here nor there, right? You're probably right, and you're almost certainly right. It's a question of how fast you activate it, and all of a sudden there's a phone call, or all of a sudden there's a off the record conversation that happened 24 hours ago that allows these stories to like sort of formalize. But it's neither here nor there. I mean, Nord Stream being gone is neither here nor there, and the only thing that matters about who did it is what is the impact going forward. What I would say is, it was discussed at the time. It was my strong feeling at the time as a very powerful secondary motivation for Russia and Putin specifically to blow these pipelines, assuming that hypothesizing that's what happened, was force majeure contracts on Gazprom, because he is, as far as I understand, or is reputed to be, the majority owner of Gazprom, major source of his wealth, and that company would be bankrupted pretty quickly if you didn't have a force majeure event, I think, on the pipelines. So I'm not saying that's why they did it, but that might have been a very powerful monetary reason to do it as well.
The contracts with Gazprom,
the
contracts with Gazprom were cancelled beforehand already. So the force majeure argument doesn't hold true for the Nord Stream pipeline itself, because Lubmin was disconnected. The Germans had already cancelled the offtake. First, they paused it. That starts earlier in the year, and then they phased it out. So the force majeure was only used thus far in regard by the Russians for certain insurance claims, which are not being honored, by the way, in regard to the refineries on the oil side, where Germany took them over first under the temporary administration law, which they have for national security purposes, and then thereafter they simply they had to take them over. And that's how Rosneft got shafted. But Rosneft obviously is a different ownership structure, while I'm quite sure the Tsar is somewhat involved, and even if it's just a tributary cash flow, the other part doesn't really hold water in terms of payments out, and there is no possibility other than that you speculate on very interesting, intricate structures, which I wouldn't think that they have been able to devolve and cash in at all. I don't think that there is a trace there or there.
I think that's a really powerful argument, Axel. I mean, there might have been take or pay or put or pay. I mean, who knows what those contracts were? But no, I think that's a very powerful argument and well said. Cheers. Anyways, great listening to the space as always, and specifically the last hour or two discussion. Super interesting, super fascinating. Thank you all.
David, I take it you're back, right? Is he still with his lemon trees?
No, I'm not with the lemon tea. So I was getting my tea. I am now going to the message.
It's already up there, David.
Oh, is it? Oh, how wonderful you are! It's not true what they say about you, Dom. Really, it's not true. And you need to be aware of what Mockers says, right? Sometimes it's just dreadful. And Iwana, she's even worse. Don't tell them I said so.
So, David, is this about the Russians digging some earthworks?
Yes, it is, but you're going to say what we did.
If people want to see a picture of the earthwork, besides the point, this is a general discussion of earthworks, right, David?
Yeah, there holes in the ground, tanks and stuff. There we are. That's general enough, isn't it?
There we go. So, David, why are holes in the ground sometimes used in combat?
To hide in, but sometimes to get people and things stuck in.
Aha. Why would people get stuck in a hole in the ground?
Well, without the why is probably foolishness. But they may get stuck in the ground because you might have put something in the way that gets them stuck in the ground.
I see. Is this a modern development, David?
As modern as tanks are modern.
And in actual fact, modern?
And I would like to say, quite tank traps. Whilst the tank word, right, is if you remove that, the traps have been around a very long time, haven't they? We have moats, holes in the ground, punji sticks. They've been around since the dawn of time. People putting obviously in the dawn of time they didn't have tarpaulin and catching their bears and the rest of it. Holes in the ground have been used in hunting and warfare since the start, I believe. I of course cannot prove this because I was not there at the time, despite some people saying I was.
All right. So, David, over time, we've seen a lot of cases of Russian defenses, when they're constructed, not being very good. And we have discussed at some length some very puzzling setups, right? Including ditches with earthen berms in front of them that were supposed to stop tanks, except that a tank could just fill up the ditch with the soil that was right in between where the tank was and where the ditch was, if it were only to, say, push it into the ditch and then drive merrily across, or ones dug on beaches, paneled with pine wood or not, but possibly deep enough for the water table to fill them forthwith. How are these different, David?
Okay, so these are the trap kind as opposed to the protective kind, right? So, so in the, I would encourage everyone to look at the tweet in the nest. Doman tells me it's in the nest, so I trust him. So if you look at that, you'll see some various pictures. Gunny, for instance, very, very nicely taken some pictures and put them together, right? So you can see some of these are quite big. In fact, one of them, so it looks like World War II, World War I type stuff. And the thing we have to understand is when we look at tank traps as well, we also need to understand the evolution of the tank, don't we, Doman?
Yes, and by tank you mean a scuba tank, right?
That would be a scuba cylinder, but yes. So I'm going to be sending you a 6-foot piece of telegraph pole. Wherever you go, you need to take it with you now.
Right, tanks, David. What kind of tanks?
Well, as in the battle kind of tank that you might use in warfare, and in fact, it was whenever it was 1916 or 1915 or whatever when they first brought them out, armored vehicles that have guns on them, right? And nowadays we call them, in these versions, I mean, there are different. We have different vehicles with tracks, but the tanks, main battle tanks, or even other vehicles. So while we call it a tank trap, it is actually a vehicle trap. It's not a plane trap, is it? Because that would just go over the top.
That would have to be some sort of a netting or at least wires or some such between, say, telegraph poles.
And here, I mean, you say this jokingly. I have imagined such a system. No, seriously, I did. I went, oh, well, we could do that. Just a bit of netting, right? And there we are. Dangle it from some balloons and job done, right? Because they can't go over the top, right? There'd just be very big netting. Yes. Sorry, I was digressing. Don't mean keep going.
Now let's get back to the earthworks, right? The one we saw observed yesterday in the image, allegedly somewhere in occupied Zaporizhzhia Oblast. What have we seen? It wasn't just the vehicle trapped at the front. It was a little bit more complicated, was it not?
Of course, there is a trench system behind it, right? And I mean, it's quite clear. I don't know what's it look like, 150 meters away. So the trench system, do you think?
Sure, quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a trench system, maybe 150 meters. Yeah, 150 meters behind it, and then behind that, there's a series of other digging. I think that's what you would call it. Like we would call it scrapes or whatever you want to call it, which are also dug in emplacements for what look to be places where you might put tanks as well, or you might put a mortar crew, I guess, or something like that. But there's certainly dug in areas.
Some perhaps for tanks even?
Yes. Do you want me to tell you a bit more about them?
Yes, I would. I would very much appreciate that. Yeah.
I mean, I see, Doman. You need to be a little bit more interactive in this, right? You need to be better with your questions, right? Okay. So, listen. So often when you have tanks somewhere, and we would have seen it in Gulf War I, Gulf War II, pictures of Challengers, and you won't have seen any pictures of Leopards because they weren't there. But you've just seen pictures of Abrams. Dug into the ground, right? And you dig them in, right? Because if this is on tank or tank on RPG, as opposed to a modern NLAW or something like, which presents different problems, right? But you dig them in because it gives you a bit of protection. But firstly, your hull is down, out of the way, so your top is just over the top. Therefore, you're presenting a smaller target. And
why is that
you can still shoot? Well, making yourself a big target is never a good idea in anything, is it? Right? In real life, right? I know the politicians set out to do it, but in general, it's not a good idea, right? Don't make yourself a big target unless you have you know what your intentions are and you have ability, right? So whereas with tanks, don't make yourself a big target because you don't want to be blown up and you don't want to die.
Got it. So, David, what you're saying is that therefore it would only be the turret of a Russian tank if it were in position. Say there's some Leopards, Challengers, Abrams coming towards them across that elevated. Sorry, not elevated, is it? It's not elevated. Across that haha that the Russians have built.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Because that's really what it is, isn't it? And I've looked them up, and different hahas were used for different purposes. Some were used, as you said, for deer. Others, as I said, for sheep.
That's because you come from. I'm sorry,
No,
Damon.
in Britain, in different places, they were used for different purposes.
It's called a ditch for everyone else. So it's the wealthy people call it a ha-ha, right? Everyone else calls it a ditch, and it stops the sheep from going through it. It's the ha-ha for the deer.
Very well. Anyway, so let's say there's some leopard challengers, whatnot.
We used to have a ha-ha.
Trying to get there. Did you?
Yes, I did. I'll show you a picture of the house I used to live in once.
Very good. So and then what happened? Did the sheep kick you out there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Got it. The trials and tribulations of a Welshman. So David, imagine some leopard challengers, whatnot, try to advance in that general direction. Will it be very difficult then to hit the turret of the T-62 in that scrape, or not so much?
Well, and here's the thing. So the idea is it makes it more difficult, doesn't it? Right. But the thing with leopards, Abrams, M1s and Challengers, it's not so difficult. They can hit pretty small targets, right? And the other one is obviously these things don't have any cover over the top of them, so they're not protected from above either. Right, so it's not they're at risk from other tanks. They're at risk from, just say, a drone swarm, for instance, all carrying VOGs or something along those lines. So there are many in today's lethal environment. There are many risks. But let me explain why they have the tanks where they are, though. Right, because there is no point in actual fact having dug your mini Maginot line unless you're going to have people on it, right? So if you're going to have people on it, they need protection. If you've got tanks coming in and heavy vehicles, you probably need something to take out the tanks. And what's better to take out a tank than another tank or an N-law, right? That's where the failing goes there. But yeah, it's all to give protection and to stop whoever is going to advance. That's the idea.
So are these any better than the previous ones? They are a bit better than the previous ones, right? Because it's not just a straight ditch. It's a little bit more complicated. Does this fact that it's a little bit more complicated make it harder to get across?
That was a leading question. That wasn't a real question. You just led me. Yeah. So look, they are better than when we look at them. You can say that. I mean, if previous systems we've seen have been a big fat fail, right? These aren't quite such a big fat fail. If I was marking them, I don't know if I could get to the point where it's a pass mark, but it's not a big fat fail. They have made they've made some changes. They've adapted what they're doing. Some of it makes sense. But it still all adds up to someone somewhere has seen a drawing but hasn't understood the principles of what they're doing.
There we go. So, David, what principles have they not understood?
Right. Yes. So we're getting to this. So, right. So, firstly, when you have a big defensive position like this, you clearly need troops on it, don't you? Right? Because what's the point in digging it unless you've got people to cover that area? Would you agree that might be important?
That makes sense. Yes.
So therefore, right, if you dig a system that's just, I don't know, actually, I'm not sure how, this looks very long, right? Let's call it 5 kilometers for argument's sake, right? Can we agree that it might be 5 kilometers?
It's quite a distance, yes, but it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got 5 kilometers and you need to put people covering a whole line of 5 kilometers, how many people do you think you will need?
About 25, maybe. No, it must be more, isn't it? Maybe 800. How about 800?
800 isn't covering it either.
That's 1 every 6 meters ish.
Yes, but see, still isn't covering it, isn't it? So we're looking at. Let's give you an idea. We're looking at the position. I'm looking at the image in the Clash report, and hopefully everyone here would look at it, right? So I'm looking at that image. In that image, they've got their ha-ha, and they've got the other bits, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So from the hedgerow or the tree line to the bit where you can't see anymore, they've got 5 specific. So actually, 4 dug-in sections and 1 really big dug-in section, right? So and the other thing to remember is obviously when you have people, right, and people don't stay awake 24 hours a day. I mean, you can stay awake for 24 hours, but increasingly you end up in madness, and it all goes horribly wrong if you keep staying awake, right? So you have to rotate people, don't you?
Yes, you need to spin them around their axis. They get a little bit dizzy, and then it's a lot better.
Yes, exactly, right. So, and how often do you think you might want to rotate these people in these positions?
I mean, depends on how tired they are, but the tireder they get, the more often you need to rotate them, because otherwise they fall asleep.
No, exactly.
Oh, do you mean switch them out? Oh, every
Yes.
I don't know, every 24 hours probably.
Yeah,
ideally more often, but
yeah, exactly. And then there's the people who you need to relieve, don't you? Right. So there's those bits. Now,
and
okay,
people who
so
need to relieve themselves.
and they need places to be relieved. I suspect maybe that's the very little bit that they've made. But I can also see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tank positions. That looks so. Presumably, they've dug them because that's where they think they're going to put tanks. And in one of them, it looks like some of them look like they've got vehicles in it. So there's 8 vehicles that are going to be there as well, right? So they need to be manned as well, don't they?
The vehicles, the very least, you need somebody to shoot from that vehicle. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless.
Gun it, right? Okay.
I don't think they need a driver.
Do you think they wouldn't need a driver? What happens if it all gets a little bit scary, right? And you need to.
Then the guy who's previously shooting can go and drive off.
Okay, right. Well, maybe that would work. Maybe he doesn't know how to drive, right? Because he's just the gunner, isn't he?
Well, that wouldn't be any good, would it? If he suddenly forgot how to drive.
Maybe he doesn't know. But anyway, maybe it is. Maybe it's only 1. I would guess you'd probably have more than 1, because what really happens in a tank, you've got a tank commander who's going, okay, you want to shoot that, and then you've got your loader. And they're automatic in Russian tanks, aren't they? But anyway, you've got the person who's aiming and doing the other bits. But normally, right, working out what target is the important one is done by someone, and then someone else does a little bit involved, and then they shoot and aim, right? So let's call it 2. If we could split the difference between 3 and 1 and call it 2, so that's quite a bit. So in that area, you would probably expect, and you have to remember, right, that in these areas, every one of these bits of areas are manned because you expect a tank. Do we think, though, if the enemy are attacking, that they're going to be in one straight line across 5,000 meters, or do we think that they may just get their 1,000 people into an area the size of a football pitch? Obviously not all at once, but going at a 50-meter wide section. Do you think that's how they might attack?
That depends.
On if they're Russian?
On if they like football, otherwise they have no idea how big a football pitch is.
Okay, well, I did. 50 meters wide, right? So they may be coming in at an area like that. So, i.e., right? So you wouldn't typically have all your forces spread out across when you're attacking a long line, because guess what? Someone's drawn a line, they've dug a line, so we'd be cheating to do it by condensing people into a smaller area, right? So you have to have enough people who can suppress that attack, can't you, right? And there's no point in going, okay, right, we can get the people from the other areas, because the people who are over 500 meters away, right, by the time they get there, it's all done and dusted, right? It's all over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why you would want them to be able to move.
Yes. And to be able to move quickly. And there's so many things. So if the attack, so for instance, let's just say, for argument's sake, someone was going, no, I'm going to really, really screw with the Russians, because I'm going to attack at one end, right? So everyone is, so if you attacked in the middle, obviously there'll be more people who will be able to come from nearer, won't they, right? Because the people coming from two directions, they only have to come from one direction, right? And so you've got some people coming from 5 kilometers away. How long do you think it would take them to get that 5 kilometers?
I don't know, David. 15 minutes. There's lots of them. There's going to be a crowd. There's going to be a concentration of people, maybe an hour, because they're going to have to resolve that.
Yeah, because let's face it, right? You are a special runner if you can run 5 kilometers in 15 minutes on a track, right? So are you doing that with a gun and all the other bits and pieces? So it's a long time, right? And I would guess, because it always takes time for orders to get through, and we know the Russians like their orders, they may not want to move their position. In fact, I'd probably suggest the wise thing would just be, no, I'm sitting here, I'm staying. So yeah, it could be an hour, it could be 30 minutes if they had vehicles all lined up and ready, which would mean that those vehicles are fully manned with drivers, though, right? So so that's what they would need. So it could take them 30 minutes, and by that time it's all done and dusted. So you need a full complement for the whole area that you have, in actual fact, put your fortifications in. Otherwise, it's no point, because what have we seen in this war particularly? What is everyone mentioned? And yesterday we had someone come on to sell his wares for things that fly. What are they?
Engineers, I think.
They fly. Engineers don't fly.
Oh, I thought you meant the chap who joined us. Drones fly.
Yes, drones fly, and they also have cameras in them, right? So in actual fact,
to see the Queen better.
So even the world's cheapest drone would be able to go, but there's no one in that position, right? Yeah, game over. Yeah, so even the world's low, so there's no point building these things unless you've got the people to go in them. It's a complete waste of time, for which I'm going to remind you at this point, what did I initially say this is?
It's a trap.
Other than a trap. I've consistently said something about the trenches.
They're miserable.
No, okay, so I've consistently said it's a contract for someone to dig stuff, right? Because guess what, right? Nothing else makes any sense. Someone's dug stuff, but they don't have the troops to go in there, and unless they know they're going to get 1 million people, right? So which is probably what they would need to cover that area. Discuss the enemy now, haven't we? All we've done is discuss that. Discuss the enemy now, haven't we? All we've done is discuss that, right? So you might have along that track, the where the ha is, the little trench system, and that trench that they've got at the front only looks about 1.5 meters. Doesn't look very wide at all. You might put other stuff in there. You might put things such as a minefield in there, or other things. I mean, you could dig a couple of bear traps in there if you so wished as well, if you were particularly cunning.
as cunning as a Professor Cunning at Oxford University?
Yes, exactly.
Got it. David, you've engendered a bunch of hands. Shall we go through those first?
Yeah, we can do those, and then we can go back to the other parts. I mean,
Perfect. Let's go to Tom. Hi, Tom.
Hey guys. Yeah, David, I'm just wondering, like, how come the Russians don't know this? I know that this particular thing is better than other fortifications we've seen, but I mean, things like you zigzag a trench. I learned that as a 10-year-old kid in the 1980s reading World War II books. I just don't understand, how are they so dumb?
Well, I mean, I think I've given you that answer before. I am absolutely certain that it's heavy metals, Tom. Right. So if at some stage that they're allowed to ethically and the rest of it to take the Russian prisoners and not prisoners. Sorry, I am not suggesting for one moment they would take prisoners. Right, and do this to them. I mean, anyone who's died, and they're able to test the brains, I am certain they'll find something like heavy metals or something, much more heavy metals than you would in anywhere else, because it doesn't add up, does it, Tom? Right? None of this smacks of someone who's thought this out properly in any way for a form of engineering or something like that. So, I mean, maybe we can just say, look, the smart people, right, in Russia go off to do stuff that makes them money, like an engineer. So if you're not that smart, but you want to be an engineer, maybe they have a very, very low attainment level to be an engineer in the Russian army.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we've talked about things like they didn't take the lead out of petrol till 2003, whereas we did that in the 80s. But I mean, we were digging competent trench fortifications in the 1940s, and we had the lead in petrol then still. I'll look up stuff about average IQ in Russia this evening, because I'll understand that literature. But I just think that it's more along the lines of maybe Russian guy has a good idea, tells his boss, and his boss tells him to shut the hell up and know his place, because you couldn't possibly have a better idea than me. Shockingly dumb. I don't know.
It is, and we constantly shake our heads at this and go, "Why would you do this?" And when we were talking about when they were putting the pontoon, why would you do it like that? Yeah, and look, I'm in agreement, right? There's someone somewhere who isn't interested in someone else's idea. He's just only interested in his own, because maybe he sold it to someone because he thinks this idea of his going to do something. And I think the ideas generally, and the reason why they're shooting the good ideas down is because the good ideas aren't making money for the people in charge, which I come back to. This is all about the contract for the person who digs the trench.
Yeah, that makes sense. Final comment, because I can see there's other people's hands up. I think that the mere fact that the Russians are digging such big and extensive fortifications shows that at a strategic level they have given up trying to take more of Ukraine outside of a couple of axes of attack that we're seeing. They're no longer on a big offensive to try and take the country. I think they've given up.
I find it difficult to agree, and they just, as again, it goes back to, this is all about get the contract in, need to secure the funds for that, right? Every kilometer they've done, right, that's something the money's owed. If it's not done, then they won't get paid for it.
Thank you very much. Feisty, go ahead.
Hi there. So I might be a bit dense, but I was having a really hard time following what David was talking about because of the question and answer type of format that he used. David, could you give an overview of what the situation is? Where is this 5 kilometer long straight trench, and is it 4 times 800 people that would have to man it? Could you just give an overview without the question and answer part as far as what your conclusions are? Thanks.
Well, blame Doman for that. But no, so really this relies on seeing the picture, right? So what I suggest is later you look at the picture, it'll all become clear, but I will try and describe it. There is a photograph, and there's a photograph of a trench system that's somewhere, possibly in Zaporizhia, but there are many of these trench systems. And the photograph shows one straight trench that is being dug normally, and that trench isn't a trench, it is a tank trap, but it's being dug like a trench. And then there's a trench system that we're talking about, and we are also talking about the numbers of people, jokingly, about how many people would need to be needed to man this system, because in the trench system we're seeing, right, and basically all relative to what we're looking at, right, it requires a lot of people and a lot of vehicles, right, because the whole point of this is that when you have a trench system and you build a trench system because you believe you're going to be attacked there, because you wouldn't build a trench system in a place where you don't think you're going to be attacked, would you? Agree with that, Feisty? Yep. I'll keep talking. I'll assume that you agree with me, right? So, and this is the whole point. If you dig you create a 5 kilometer, and I'm guessing this is just long, right? I haven't measured it. It's just a very long system, and I'm going for an arbitrary value, so we can agree that these are the types of numbers we would need, right? And every 100 meters of this would need a lot of troops, because not only do you have the troops there, you've got the troops who need to be replacing them, and then of course when people are on guard duty, then there's the people asleep, and then you have to rotate people in and out, right? And it all requires a lot of people. So the whole point of the joking way of we were describing it is to say that firstly, there appears to be no troops in this trench system, although there appears to be a couple of vehicles, right? But the real joke was they just don't have enough people to cover the whole trench system. So in actual fact, what you've got, if you've got an American football stadium, is ideally you want it to be completely full, as opposed to have just 100 people in it, right? Hopefully that answered it. So then a little bit later, I'm going to describe the attacking side. This was all discussing how the defensive system works. You have a trench system because you put people in there so you can defend something because you believe there's going to be an attack. I'm not hearing anything from Feisty, so decoding, you got your hand up.
Yeah, you remind me of something I read or I heard from Jeff Sonnenfeld, who is the Yale School of Management guru on the Russiast economy, who we all know in the space. And I heard him, he was interviewed by DW yesterday, or a few days ago. I watched it yesterday. And one of the many interesting things in it, you'll find it on my timeline if anyone wants it. I tweeted it. And he retweeted me, which was like, wow. But anyway, yeah, he just mentioned that one aspect of the Russiast economy at the moment is there's vast unemployment, despite obviously the official figures, and basically they've got loads of public works going on to sap up the unemployed people because of the resting factories and all of that. So it'd be good for the trenches. But if this is in Zaporozhye region, over the months I have read accounts of basically they're using slave labor. Locals are enslaved to dig trenches. So yeah, and someone's probably making money out of this at somewhere in the line. You just finally, you said 1 million. Were you just kind of joking there?
Yes, I was joking about the million, but it is a very large number, right? I would have to work it out, and I'd be working out with looking at the trench system they've dug. So I agree that they are either they've been busing, if I say busing people, they brought people in from, was it Armenia or Azerbaijan to dig a while back, didn't they? And then subsequently didn't pay them. And it's entirely possible they may have got some of the trench system to be, I say dug. Now, the important thing here, though, is a lot of the digging that I'm seeing hasn't been. It's not manual digging. This isn't like they've had couple of thousand people dig these things. This is all being dug by a machine, right? Say all, except some of the little zigzaggies may have been finished off, and you would think the finishing would have been completed by humans. But much of this is just done by a machine that just digs into the ground and shifts the earth over to one side. And it's all done pretty simply. It takes a bit of time, and the time is relative to how hard the surface is. But the thing we do know about Ukraine is that Ukraine has an awful lot of soil, right? They don't have as you might do in, especially in, if you go to Wales, right? You come across a whole load of granite. You're thinking about you're digging a trench there, it's not going to happen. You might be blowing a trench system somehow, but it was just going to be dug in. But I would guess the machinery would operate very, very quickly in fertile grounds like this.
Thank you. Offa's Dyke. I've walked Offa's Dyke, which separates England from Wales, and it's a fine dike out.
Thank you, Decoding. So Dave, I think it's Dave, Sea Dog, and then Tom. Dave.
Hi. First, I really enjoy you as a co-host or host. You're really great. I had a question regarding the pipeline, and I apologize if you guys have moved off that. But in regards to what the other speaker said about it, saying there was kind of no going back, or to send that message, is that accurate? Can it be fixed? Is it being fixed, or does it, when they get a leak or an explosion like what happened, does the whole pipe flood, or is it compartmentalized, or that's my question.
Okay, so I can answer some of those questions, right? So the where it comes to fixing something, it's only an engineering problem, right? So fixing something, and when you in engineering, most engineers think that almost anything is possible. The only questions are how much money and resources and the rest of it do you want to put to it. There are some things that are impossible, clearly, right? So what I don't know is whether there are cut-off sections or non-return valves in these things, but it's for gas, right? Gas obviously is harder to contain than water, right? So I would guess maybe there are some non-return valves. I don't know, right? But absolutely, 100%. These pipelines can be fixed, because if they had a leak, what are they going to do, right? So if there was a leak, right, they don't come along and then just go, all right, well, we're going to have to build a new pipeline. You would fix it. It would just be a very big, expensive fix. So the whole idea that someone says it's not possible is just a lie. Yes, it's possible. The question is how much money you would want to put to it, and yes, it's filled with water, as far as I know. Right? If I have to think about it, the non-return valves, I would suspect that would be a no. I mean, mainly because this is a guess. I don't know. I'm just hazarding, right? That because you monitor pressure in gas pipelines very, very tightly, and so they'll see, because they contain, they have very high pressures in them, and what they want to do is see if there is one of the reasons why there might be a leak is because pressure starts dropping, and the pressure would start dropping even if you're losing a little bit, right? And people wouldn't be able to notice that, because they constantly measure temperature and all the other bits and pieces. So yeah, they could fix it if they so wish. So the whole idea when Schultz said it's not possible and the rest of it, yes, it's possible.
Thank you.
A pleasure, and thank you very much for the compliment.
And thank you, guys. I don't know who was next. I think it was Tom.
No, it's not.
Oh, right. My apologies.
Tom's been put into his place. It's not you, Tom. It's Sea Dog, Salty Sea Dog.
I'm just checking my mic.
Fine.
Yeah, loud and clear.
I also think you're a great host, David. I do especially like your idea of the heavy metals. I never thought of that one. My thoughts is that the just throughout the Russian system, people are constantly, it's corporal punishment and, constantly getting knocked on the head. And I wondered about that. But with respect to the trench system, like, isn't it just so they're seen to be doing something? Like a heavy tank, right?
Teeth is how I came to the idea that it's the contracts, right? So I initially thought about it because I thought, well, what PMCs do, right? They're actually businesses, or well, they're in the war business, but they're businesses. And what I suspect had happened, right? This is my take on it anyway, is that you've got someone busy in the sales department, and I would commend their sales, right? Because they're doing a brilliant job. They're selling everything to the Russians. They're going, you need some dragon's teeth because they stop tanks. And someone said, yes, deliver some dragon's teeth, right? But what do corrupt salespeople do, right? What they try and do is to maximize their profits, right? And someone somewhere hasn't said, a dragon's tooth needs to be 4 foot high. It needs to be this, and this is the constituency of the concrete. What the salesperson has done, they've taken the picture they sent and said, here you are, right? And what they've done is, I suspect they tightly cropped a picture that was a very small dragon's tooth, which isn't a dragon's tooth, right? But it looks like one. And there's someone who signed off and said, yes, we will have 10 million of those, right? And it's going to be X number of shekels per dragon's tooth and the rest of it. And the salesman's gone, done. So they've got their price, and the price has been established for what the general who signed off on it were 4 foot by dragon's teeth high, and ones that are going to be really effective. And they get these things that are in actual fact just over 2 foot high, because it's not it's not in the contracts and all the other bits and pieces. And they go, someone's going to put their dragon's teeth. Look at it, they'll work. It'll be fine. You'll stop a Land Rover, etc. And someone's done the contract. That's that.
And no rebar support either, right?
No, there's no rebar in it. No, that's not. Actually, that would be a lie, wouldn't it? There is a piece of rebar because it's the hook for them to easily put the dragon's tooth on the ground, which is even better because if someone wanted to get rid of them in the middle of the night, you could just get a piece of rope, right, with a hook on it and stick on it when the Russians weren't looking, and then just pull them out of the way. Nothing complicated. You don't need to blow them up. Just pull them out of the way. Couple of people with a rope and a hook. So yeah, see, I think it's all about the contract and someone who's just making some money somewhere, and nothing serious is ever thought about. Because guess what? Everyone knows in the military that's what happens, right? They've got the tin Kevlar helmets, so it's just expected. I think Sea Dog's he's out of communication range or something like that. So Tom, let's go back to you.
Yeah, I was just curious about something I've been curious about since the start of the war, which was like, if you look at the length of the Russian-Ukrainian border, which is something like 2,200 kilometers, and you divide the number of men that Russia invaded with by 2,200 kilometers, it's kind of ridiculous. Like they invaded with something on the order of 120,000 like soldiers. I don't know if I'm right about that, but that was the figure.
I thought it was closer to 200,000, wasn't it? But it doesn't matter.
Well, that makes the maths easier, because actually, if it's 22 if it's, oh God, my mind is seizing up from a day's
You
work.
said it was easier and you failed,
Well,
Tom.
it makes it easier. Did I not just say it was 2,200 kilometers? Yeah. So if it's 2,200 kilometers, and let's round it up to 2,000. Oh God, 220,000 men. Can someone do maths? My mind is absolutely seized up, and I am driving as well.
100 men per kilometer.
100 men per kilometer. That's not enough, really, is it? And that's what they came in with.
Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. They just don't have enough.
Yeah. I couldn't actually do maths because I'm driving and I've been working all day, and I don't know. Maybe
It's also not the age of spearmen anymore, so the allocation of men per kilometer really doesn't really help. But I think everybody gets the picture.
Well, sure, but if they had 10 times as many men per kilometer, even without all of the other advanced things that you need in modern warfare, it would still make a difference. I mean, the Kharkiv offensive that we saw where they got totally outflanked would have been so much harder if they'd had 10 times as many men, surely.
Yeah, the last time someone managed to pass through Ukraine and win the territory, they had about 2.4 million men going through it.
Well, so that's about 10 times as many, right?
Yeah, I didn't dispute that. That is completely correct.
Yeah, so that seems to me what is so bizarre about this, and this is something that I just can't get my head around. I do understand that, the days of massed infantry charges ended with the invention of the machine gun, and I do understand that modern warfare means that you can do a lot more with some expensive and high-tech kit that you couldn't do in, say, World War II. But it still seems that we've got these countries of broadly similar size in terms of population, or maybe not in terms of demographics and young men to fight. And it's a war that almost needs to be at a World War II-esque kind of scale, and it still isn't. And yet Russia striking it has one in the world doesn't make up for. You're going to need a certain amount of troops to hold a town or a city or a defensive line, or to prosecute an attack. I can't get my head around why this war, for all of its brutality, is 1/10 the size in terms of manpower. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, it makes perfect sense, but I think that they didn't expect the fierce resistance from the Ukrainian side. I think either they thought they will be kind of welcomed, as there were some reports, or that they will scare the hell out of the Ukrainians and nobody will stand and fight in front of such a powerful army, in front of mighty Russia. So they weren't prepared, because with 200,000 people, you are not prepared to take a country like Ukraine. We can see in the tactics and in the way they moved with the columns and everything that they weren't aware of the threat of a prepared Ukrainian army. And also there are the other things that David mentions: the corruption, the fact that maybe some that knew didn't have the means to make the information available to the top, and those at the top, they always think that they are the best and they know everything. This communication top to bottom, I wanted to talk about it for the trenches and for the dragon teeth. There is a commander and he said, go dig a trench, and he doesn't care that the soldier doesn't know how to dig a trench. Maybe he thinks that the soldier is trained, but he isn't, because the people that should have trained him didn't. Maybe he doesn't care, maybe he's not motivated, so go dig a trench. And the soldier does what he's told, like he's digging something in the earth. It's not a trench, but it's his idea of a trench. And with the dragon teeth, yes, David, I'm sure they done like this. They seen a photo and they didn't think about it. They thought that they are the best and what they are doing is right. And if somebody told them that it's not okay, if it was a poor soldier or somebody who's not a general or a colonel, they just didn't listen to him. But I don't think that somebody like this would have dared to talk to them. So they didn't expect the resistance. I think it's clear by now, and I don't know, they believe their own we talked already about this, not delusion but illusion. They believe their own illusion, maybe at the beginning.
I would also add to this, Tom, right? And I think this is very important that we start understanding this, because I think it's fundamental to many of the things we're talking about. For a very long time, we have believed many sources of who are supposed to know better, who've said that the Russian military consists of 1 million people, right? That was simply a lie. 300,000 is the figure, right? So this is another reason why they didn't, because they didn't want to commit everyone, right? Because if they'd have put a lot more, they would have been committing everyone in the army at that time, right? And then add to that the other reasons they thought it was going to be a bit of a rollover, a piece of cake, etc. But the reasons why they thought it was going to be a piece of cake is because guess what, right? They're used to fighting people who don't fight back, or have, and importantly, and say don't fight back, have little capability of fighting back. But this is the first time that they have fought an army, right, that has not only numbers of people, but sophisticated equipment as well. And they just lost that. They forgot that, if you want to roll over a poor little village in Syria, I mean, you could do that with a T-55, because guess what? They don't have NLAWs. They don't have anti-tank mines. They don't have people who've spent the whole time in the military learning how to fight people. But Ukraine did.
Yeah, that makes sense. It just continues to blow my mind, even a year later, just how
And
done
Tom,
they are.
last time,
assuming
sorry to interrupt, but Tom, just very briefly. In that case, won anything. They had the comprehensive support of the United States of America. Let that sink in. Because that's the last time they had a full force-on-force conflict, which they were losing. They were even losing it still at Kursk, where they had, 5 times as many losses as the other side? But they were able to make up for those losses of equipment, tanks and the likes, because they had the support of the free world. This time, they don't. Ukraine has.
And that's such a big thing in this discussion. Anyway, I can see Decoding has his hand up, and he's had a hand up for a while. Decoding.
Added to that, of course, the Soviet Union also had Ukraine on its side. But to add to the insanity of it is that they chose, with that limited number of men, and they are mostly men, to attack from all these different axes. And I wonder if they had squeezed their 200,000 elite forces into occupied Luhansk and occupied Donetsk and moved outwards, might they have had a better time? And we are blessed that they didn't do that. Their reliance on what I call war magic or propaganda or distant folklore is almost total, it seems. And so not only have they convinced themselves that they had scared us and they had puffed and puffed and blown. They'd blow our houses down. But they thought they had convinced us and the Ukrainians. And so, yes, they, with their dress uniforms, they thought everyone would just fold. But it's astonishing that they're still relying on their war magic today as their main, we've been talking about it. Resources are going, and it doesn't seem to be helping them on the battlefield. The people who believe this stuff and are getting tied up in these trolls, whether it's the Hunter Biden troll or this Nord Stream troll, it's not impacting negatively on the battlefield because Ukraine is just mowing on through it. And I suspect when the New York Times asked Ukraine for a comment on the Nord Stream thing, they're just rolling their eyes in Kyiv. They know how to play the game, but they're just like, oh my God. But it's not taking away from their fight on the battlefield. So not only did they make this mistake in February 2024 or 22, they appear to be making the same mistake. The lesson there is war magic only works when you've got credibility. And maybe they thought we can create credibility by attacking on all these axes, because no one would think we were stupid enough to do this with too few troops. But clearly they are. I mean, if the Germans couldn't hold it with all their brutality, with what did Axel say, 2.2 million people, there must be some principle that says that at a certain level, the brutality you use, you need extra forces to enforce it. Yeah, I mean, the mind boggles, and I can almost forgive the people, including my colleagues and my boss, who were sure Muscovy wouldn't invade because of their lack of troops. But of course, they had they swallowed the war magic, and they thought Muscovy wasn't as mad as they are, whereas many of us probably knew it was as mad as it was. But yeah, thank you for provoking this meditation, Tom. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. So we're getting close to the top of the hour, and I think there is a section prepared or about to happen at the top of the hour. So, do we have any more questions, or should I go on to the other part of the trench, which is the attack? Oh, we do, Jerome.
Good morning, David. And we're 10 more minutes of morning here, Eastern U.S. Can I be heard all right? I look strange.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. My original question was going to be, what problem does the Zaporizhia power plant propose in the the trench, and what's the defensive situation around that? I know they're kind of trying to make that look like they're trying to render it useless for post-war use. I know the situation there is kind of sketchy. And then just thinking now with Tom's comment, I had the same thoughts about the size of the forces now versus World War II. But of those original forces, and is it usual for militaries to include, I guess, like a military police? You were mentioning the parade uniforms, but is that ever a thought in an invasion? Like, I just know with my perspective from Iraq and whatnot, like crowd control.
Military police, you always include, because you need them even for logistics and troop movements, second and third echelon. That's completely normal. You need military police also for POWs. So that's fine, but parade uniforms, no.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, my original question was the defensive situation around the power plant, what that might pose, but maybe that's off the wall too much. So, all right. Thank you.
No, it's not off the wall. We've discussed it here in quite some detail in the past months, and around the power plant. That is actually interesting in one regard, because the power plant, the people there will be given a rather challenging setup. They will be unable to defend themselves and sustain themselves. At some point in time, the power plant will be encapsulated or encircled, and as a consequence, the Russian troops therein have to decide whether they want to live in a good circumstance in the future and live, or whether they want to just hunker down and survive there. They know that they have absolutely no possibility to get out of there if and when they get encircled.
Yeah, that was kind
That
of
is just the location of that power plant because of the river basin, and therefore they're cut off. And this is the strategy. At some point in time, the power plant will have been sidelined, encircled, and then there will be a negotiation for them to leave.
all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a great explanation as usual. Thank you.
Chris.
David, hi. Great work today. I was just thinking over like Russia's invasions of recent times. So what have you got there? You've got like Afghanistan the first time with the Russians invading that, Chechnya, Georgia, Syria, Ukraine. Would it be right to say that they basically just drove in to nearly all of them?
Yeah, I think that's probably correct, isn't it? I mean, let's not talk about Ukraine in that respect because that's not how it happened, is it? But with Georgia, they went in with more troops, didn't they? The Georgian army put up a fight, but guess what? Right, because they went in with a sort of overwhelming force tactic, right? So they had the war with Chechnya, but that isn't none of these nations are that we're talking about were massively militaristic. So not like, as I said, Russia hasn't fought whatever, even if it was Italy or someone like that, say a modern country with a modern army. They haven't attacked Finland, right? And for a reason, and in fact they've resisted going into the Baltics, right, after they've left. So basically, they just like bullies, they find someone who's weaker, right, and then go about doing something. It's really easy for a gang of 15 kids to beat up an old granny, right? But when said gang meets a couple of people who are a little bit more experienced, and there's 4 or 5 of them, and it's a different thing for them, isn't it? Because the risks are higher. That's pretty much how Russia operates, isn't it? They just bully, right? And guess what, right? We, the West, have allowed them to do these things because we've been doing business with them, right? We've got politicians and governments around Europe have allowed them to do this. We've allowed them to get on with their genocide. And if we think about it, we did that in the Second World War, didn't we? Right? When we knew that Germany was doing things, we allowed them to carry on because of business and all the other bits and pieces, appeasement and all the many reasons that we talk about now. But no, they've never had, and this is where they've now have. So there's an existential threat to Ukraine. But Ukraine is, as I keep saying, whilst it's a really big country, it has a population of the UK, the same as the UK in World War II, right? And they're hell bent on retaining their country, right? I mean, if you just don't want to be coming across a modern army, and guess what? Since I can't remember the month but very soon after what happened in 2014, you ended up with the UK troops were in really quickly, teaching the Ukrainian troops what to do. Canadians were there, the Americans were there. There were people from all around the world teaching the Ukrainian military the standards that we expect, right? So all of a sudden, here's a surprise, right? 22 years, so not 22 years, sorry, 6 years later, 8 years later, that a country that knew that there was a threat, and despite they had interference, I think, from Yankovic, who's sort of trying to denude the army, but they didn't. They had weapons. modern weapons, right? Had modern training, and importantly, people who were prepared to die for their country, and a lot of them had it. It's very tragic, but Russia has had the bloody nose, just like the bullies, and they're now finding all of those problems that come with it.
Yeah, agree with everything you said, but but actually, that in 2014 they did basically just drive into Crimea and drive into the Donbass, as well, didn't they? Basically.
Well, yeah, but there wasn't an army. It was like a sort of terrorist organization. We've taken over this bit, and this bit, and this bit, and then unfortunately, because they weren't prepared, and Decoding's got his hand up, he will know a lot about this. Decoding.
Yeah, I mean, I've been making this argument for years that and trying to convince people of it. But Ukraine, and particularly the Dnipro 1 and 2 battalions, which were funded by Kolomoisky, they held Russia back. And so at certain moments in September 2014 and then in February 2015, coincidentally, not, the timing coincided with Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. So September 2014, Battle of Ilovaisk, and February 2015, just as after I arrived, the Battle of Debaltseve happened just after Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, respectively, had been negotiated. And in both cases, as we know from the vice reporting from Simon Ostrovsky or whatever, at the time, Muscovy threw in their most elite troops and pushed Ukraine out of Ilovaisk to the contact line, which around there is still the contact line today, as we know, as it was in September 2014. Avdiivka, which the Russians have lost by between February 24th, 2022 and the end of June 2022, as we understand it, at least 10,000 souls to not take. And so the Ukrainian military, and this is the drum I've been banging, despite even these injections of so-called elite troops, managed, with the exception of Debaltseve and Ilovaisk, to hold them as well. And Russia, we could do this, we could do that if we wanted to, we could, level your cities. I think most of us probably in this space are convinced Russia has done it has expended every single piece of power it has. And if it could level every city in Ukraine, it would. But it can't. It can't even, it's just been able to level a few places. And they're the ones who, were willing to do that as well. So, and just on the training, it's interesting. I was there and I had no awareness this training was going on. I don't even remember any of my colleagues, whether Russian or ex-NATO, talking about it or being aware of it. So that's also interesting. But even without that training, and after years of Yanukovych's, messing up the military, the volunteer battalions, Azov, Pravy Sector, Dnipro 1, Dnipro 2, and so many of them were able to hold back the might of the Second Army of the world, which was really trying at that point, especially in eastern Ukraine, and they held them on that line. Of course, the Russians, and I have this quote from Putin. He told the head of the European Commission in September 2014, if I wanted to, I could take Kyiv in 2 weeks. So that thing was still going on then, but they couldn't. And if they could have, they would have. and they didn't. And they certainly, if they could have done, their infrastructure. I was just revising today some of the propagandists who, in the autumn, in the fall, were providing the folklore, the distant folklore, to explain to the Russians and to the rest of Europe on Soloviev and the other shows what the aim of these missile attacks on civilian infrastructure were. And their aim was to send 14 million more Ukrainians into the European Union. And in the words of this notorious guy, because the European Union is rich, he said this on Soloviev show on the Sunday one, because the European Union is rich, and we'll just empty. This is de-Ukrainization. We will empty the land of Ukrainians, and we will destroy their cities. So they set out this war aim through their war magic, and they, as far as I can see, they tried with all of their puissance, all of their power. They tried to do this, and they failed because they simply don't have that power to do it. And they didn't clearly have that power in 2014 because they wouldn't have signed Minsk 1 in September or Minsk 2 in February if they had been able to push further. And they were kept the contact line for 8 years because there's no reason to believe they wouldn't have moved forward if they could. I witnessed it myself for year upon year, daily firefights. I've got the photos. I'm using them in distant folklore to show the destruction which I witnessed each morning in certain periods from the Russian positions across the Donetsk River at Stanitsa Lanska. They were trying and they were held back. And Slava Ukraine out.
Well, it's astonishing, isn't it, that basically a privately funded armies kept Ukraine from being taken, right? This is, I mean, it's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? And as you rightly say, if they could have done it, they would have. They didn't because they couldn't. They then tried to do what they do, and then really, it's just what you're saying is just how they happily explain their cuckoo agenda to everyone around them, because they've got used to making demands of people and getting stuff that isn't theirs, right? I mean, it's just like my neighbor, right? There is, when you talk to people, it's funny, you talk to people, the number of people we've had on here who are, especially in the diplomatic corps or diplomats, who just think that and this is their belief, and their belief has come from what they've done before. They believe that Ukraine should be giving something to gain something, but why would you do that? You wouldn't give if someone invaded your house, you wouldn't be negotiating with the person who broke into your house to keep your kitchen and you would have the living room, would you? That just doesn't happen, right? But somehow, if you do it on a huge scale, right, then it's believed that people believe that lie, which is just astonishing. Oh, and Decoding, your hands back up.
Absolutely, and this is where the war magic and their distant folklore comes in. It infected people's minds. It trolled them into this whole Nazi rubbish about Azov and Pravi sector. And I spoke to the people who were there at the beginning in February 2014. I spoke to them after the fact and went into great detail about what they saw in what became occupied Luhansk. One person in particular I spoke to, they were an official in what is now occupied Luhansk and was occupied for the last 8 years, and they noticed the Russian Cossacks, foreigners, setting up camp in their particular city. Their neighbors didn't, but they did. They noticed it, and they were networked into the football club, supporters clubs in Kyiv, and they were feeding them with intelligence. And so what became Pravi Sector and Azov Battalion, Volunteer Battalion, formally in April 2014, was already an embryo in Kyiv during the Maidan. And they were organizing. And if to try and convince people, it's really difficult to convince them. Maybe now we can do it a bit more, that their assumptions about Ukraine and about these battalions and how organized they were. And, you know, I talked to the head of the Jewish community in Dnipro about this, and what a rabbi. And we had a fantastic conversation with a Russian colleague. And so he was very clearly sending a message to my Russian colleague, you know, reminiscing about the organization, about the weapons, about the money, about the protection, you know, and about the motivations. I remember him telling us this story about how one Sion, one son of a very well-established Dnipro family, and the rabbi was kind of, because he wanted to give us, and especially my Russian colleague, you know, an idea of the motivation. He said, you know, I said to him, "What? Why are you going to fight? Why not go to America? Why just leave? Be safe with your family." And, you know, this is March 2014. He's reminiscing about, and in his words, he said to me, "But I'm Ukrainian. I will fight. I will fight to the death." And, you know, there were thousands of people like this, all in Russian, native Russian language speaking Ukraine. And too few people put too little weight, including most of my colleagues who were, you know, brainwashed as well by this mythology about Nazis and Pravi Sector and all that. And what I call Dissim folklore, they put too little weight on all of this. You know, just we think the Russians are spit stupid for not knowing all this, but so did the West. And this is where the war magic comes in. They're able, as we saw that great, you know, what Callas, she says in that video about the Soviet negotiations. And yeah, my mind boggles that the people in the chancelleries in Paris and Berlin, most of whom I think were brainwashed by their Russian language teachings and teachers, you know, couldn't see this. So they couldn't see through this miasma of magic of Dissim folklore, and they were willing to sacrifice Ukraine against all the evidence which you would see if you looked at it dispassionately, as, for instance, I did in many respects, because I arrived in Ukraine as a blank slate. I could have spoken about Ukraine for about 30 seconds when I crossed that border in January 2015. And now, as we know in the space, I could talk for weeks about Ukraine. So I was open to, I didn't know that much about things, but I picked it up. And yeah, it's amazing how people allowed themselves to be held hostage through propaganda, war magic. It's amazing, despite all the evidence out.
Incredible. I'll make a little comment and then we'll go to you, Shaggy, and then I think I'm not sure, Axel, if there's other people coming along. In with this, so it's amazing, isn't it? It's how people will take what they want to believe and then just and just believe stuff, right? So I was talking to Dr. Nick and asking her, and says, well, because everyone talked about the apparent Nazis in Azov and the rest of it, how many were there? And she, well, so it came out with an adjective as opposed to a number, and when we dug into it, she said, well, there was about 10, right? Well, I can tell you, early 1980s, there were more than 10 members of the National Front in 3 para, right? Take para Reg, there'd have been loads of them. So if you wanted to describe them, so Para-Reg was more Nazi than Azov, right? The problem is that we've known, we've just believed Russian lies, right? It's easy to believe a lie, and I think what's happened is it's aided by our countries because they're going, we're doing trade with someone, and it's we found it whatever reason, and there are specific countries who I've already named several times who are still happy to do business with genocidal maniacs. Back to you, Shaggy.
Yeah, somebody brought up the nuclear power plant and how do we take it back? I remember asking Colonel John Spencer that question around about August, September time last year. It was kind of a bit of a stumpy question. I laid it on him actually, but I thought because he's an urban warfare guy, he kind of know. And the answer kind of was with care, basically. So kind of smoke. Gas, tear gas maybe, and stuff like that. But obviously you can't use big bombs and stuff like that there. So that was the answer I got from Colonel Spencer.
And Shaggy,
Yeah.
can I compliment this because I was there when he addressed these questions during that evening.
Yeah.
And he also added later that the most the most interesting and the most sensible approach would be to simply drain the occupiers out after having encircled them. That's the key aspect because it's the most civil way of doing it.
Yeah, I agree with that. He did say that, encircle them and kind of wait them out almost. I mean, I'd probably add on to that my own view because I'm a sneaky British cunning person. Poison their food because you kind of want them to drop down and not have any time to be able to do anything. So,
but you might be taking out some Ukrainians with that, aren't you? I'm of the opinion, drain them out and then offer them some money. Right, here you are. We'll give you out. If you offer them all some money,
yeah,
but who knows?
I agree, and as you said before, it kind of it depends what the makeup of the people that are there are. If they're kind of just conscripts and stuff like that, then they're probably quite easy to get them out with money. But if they're kind of fanatic types, then a bit more difficult.
I mean, even fanatics don't like dying.
Yeah, that's true. Anywho, I'll drop down again now. I'm driving, so enjoying the listening.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. And by the way, if I may say, David, we have a little bit of more time because there is no scheduled segment at the moment, so we can go all out on deconstructing crap. And I see that Gunny is bumbling about. Let's try to get, if you can cycle Gunny up because he wanted to highlight a few deficiencies which we discussed earlier on the battle tactical groups.
On BCGs? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was wrong? I don't even remember us talking about BCGs today.
No, we didn't talk about it today. But when it was the question of Tom as to how the Russians had failed, both in terms of numbers and rather occupying territory and taking it, and that is vested in the BTGs, and that I think is what Gary wanted to highlight.
And I guess there will be a degree of Darwin in here, right? Or experience. They've not done it. They've only ever, we go back to, bullied the poor villagers, right? And as a result, haven't actually had to learn these things, right? Never gone that far. Oh, I know it's Decoding's got his hand back up. Decoding.
I'm sure I misheard, but obviously poisoning of food would be a breach of international humanitarian law, the laws of war, and it would be totally hors de combat. You just couldn't. It's just not. You just can't. It's not proper. But as I say, I'm sure I misheard that. Out.
Shaggy is a civilian, and he probably wouldn't have realised but yes, I wouldn't. You are right. It would be a breach of all those things that the Russians breach every day. Axel, do you want to start something? I'm getting a little bit brain death here. I've been speaking about so many things, but let's talk about something.
That's fine. I really like, as Gunny is up and I can see him, and I'm still in the car carrying all the dang flowers because it's March 8th, and it's in the northeast of Europe, you do not bring flowers back for International Women's Day. You're literally dead for a year. So Gunny, shoot.
But he didn't put his hand up, and that would be rude for him not to put his hand up, right?
No. He's not.
But James
He's here
does have his
by.
hand up.
I know, but Gunny
But
is here
we
by
do have the rules,
invitation.
though, right?
What do you mean rules? Rules.
See,
I
well
want to
done.
hear. I want to hear Gunny.
I know that you want to hear Gunny. I know that. James is a good guy. So David, trust me on this.
Gunny's got his hand up. Gunny, there we are.
He does. There you go, Gunny.
And let's not all fight. There's plenty of Gunny to go around. I tell you what, let James go first because I was just going to be a frother about BTG. So James, go ahead, mate.
Well, I was just going to make a quick point about Azov. Very interesting from decoding trolls earlier on the genesis of those heroic volunteer forces and how often they came from organized sporting groups. You know, you can call them football hooligans, but they were sports fans, some of them, and boxing clubs, tennis clubs. You know, people I know who organized socially were far better positioned to organize to fight, and you saw that very much in 2014. So it's an interesting phenomenon that needs more exploration. So with that, Gunny, tell us about BTGs.
Oh, 1 second. No, not yet. I'm going to comment on what you were saying, James. Look, I've heard the story about they call them about the ultras and the football hooligans, right? And I'll go back to my analogy about 3-para, right? There would have been more than 10 people in 3-para who were National Front members and who thought that going in and doing horrible things to people with different skin color was okay, right? I think it's a very, very easy thing for people to spread. They were football hooligans. They could have just been football supporters, and that's not to say there might not have been a football hooligan amongst them, but I think it's a very easy thing that the Russians used to spread. And James, back to you.
Yeah, quite right. I didn't use my words correctly. Yeah, football supporters, organized sporting clubs. Absolutely. They if people think that these guys were badly behaved, badly disciplined, just go to the BBC and Google Ross Atkins on the myth, Putin's myth of Azov, how they were hard right and how this provided his basis for invading Ukraine. I mean, it's complete BS. It's on its face, and it's beautifully disproven in about a 10-minute documentary. I'll post it later. No, these guys were incredibly brave patriots who were, also young, vibrant blokes who are more than willing to fight. And that's a big factor in a war. Gunny can speak to this, I'm sure, as you can, David. That those paras, right? Some of them were from tough neighborhoods, right? These guys grew up fighting. They liked it. They're very good at it. And there was plenty of Ukrainians. There still are plenty of Ukrainians who are more than willing to go to battle, and God bless them. Thanks.
Pleasure, James. And I wasn't admonishing you. I was just pointing out that it's been a very, very easy thing for the press, lazy journalism and the rest of it to point at these things because it fits their agenda and the rest of it. And it most likely has no resemblance to the truth at all. Gunny, can we have what you're about to say?
David, and who said that we don't like to fight? Of course we like to fight.
Yes, we do. Gunny.
Yeah. I mean, look, for people who've not been in the military, it's easy to kind of build up this idea of the people in it. Most of the time, it's sort of put on a bit of a pedestal. Sometimes not. A recruited military is a microcosm of a society it recruits from, much as any public organisation. So. I joined my first ship in 1990. And I agree with David. There were a couple of people down my first mess deck, which was 50 people who had probably some questionable political beliefs. There was also a wife beater down there. There were 3 blokes who thought the idea of fun was coming back ashore, legless, and punching the hell out of us juniors, and splitting lips and black eyes and things. Because it's a society down a mess. Now, the military tries to train out these worst traits, but ultimately these are individuals with their own personal beliefs, their own personal human failings, and their own personal attributes. The guy who once dragged me out my pit and filled me in simply because I was there and because he'd had a bad night out was the same guy who would have dragged me out of a smoke-filled compartment and risked his own life to get me out of there. Them's the breaks in the military. You know, there have been homosexuals in Her Majesty's Armed Forces for decades. In fact, pretty much everyone knew about it. Ask anyone about Mortar's platoon in Para Reg. Para Reg, again, a hard time here at the moment. But Mortars in Para Reg was sometimes renowned as being a hotbed of homoerotica. But they would still tab 50 miles with 120 pounds on their back and not really give a shit. And that's all anyone in the military really cares about, ultimately. So it's like it's a closed community. You will have good people and you'll have bad people. You'll have people you disagree with. You'll have people with questionable beliefs. There are certain red lines, let's say, where morality and integrity come before the greater good. So the guy who was beating his wife up, he was pretty much ostracized from the mess and he was packed off to another ship because no one wanted to talk to him. There was a sea change down my first mess where beating up juniors ceased to be an acceptable part of military life. So, you know, put that into Azov. Did they have some bad eggs? Of course they did. Of course they did. That's like saying, well, I bet there are no teachers who aren't bad eggs, or I bet there are no firemen who don't have questionable political beliefs. You know, every single organization does, because in every single organization there are fallible human beings in there. And for good or bad, these people have a uniform on and decide to serve. But you know, it's an unavoidable part of having people involved. The difference being that Azov got bad press, addressed it, and carried out an operation which is going to go down in the annals of history as a grand last stand. The only way you'd improve on what they did was if every single one of them was killed in position. You know, you cannot look at a military unit and then just point at something that happened many moons ago and say, well, there's an indicator of what their true allegiance is and their ability and their political belief. It doesn't really work like that. Just reference the BTGs. As I said, I won't go too much into it because it's a bit nerdy, but the BTG philosophy is where they went wrong. Right. Now you can say that, well, the Russians are shit. Well, everyone knows that. All right. They've made a complete balls up of this operation. But you need to look into the detail of why. And the BTG doctrine is fundamental to it. It's not a bad concept in itself. If you look at it, the idea of flexible battle groups, which can be either split up or tied together for bigger missions with integral tank, infantry, I-Star, artillery support, etc., etc. You could argue it's a good concept. The problem with it was flawed from the start. A US Army captain had a look at this a little while ago. He detected there were some real issues with doctrine in the Russian army in 2014. There are a couple of instances where even though the Ukrainians did get their asses handed to them, a couple of times they really did fight back and pulled a couple of blinders on the Russians. And he looked at it and he looked at the NATO equivalent and he said, these are the weaknesses. These are what to exploit if we have to go toe-to-toe with them. Just bear in mind, the kit the Russians are using, the Ukrainians are using, or even older versions of that old Soviet kit, but the Ukrainians are making it work for them. So it's not just rubbish kit, they're idiots. It's doctrine. It's how they took the BTG formation, how they decided to employ it, and the three key factors that they failed to address. One, lack of infantry. If you don't have enough infantry in a BTG to do all your offensive operations and secure your rear areas. Two, C3. They don't know how to command. They're too centralized. They don't like initiative. And everything hinges on pre-deployment orders and they cannot deviate from those. They're inflexible. They assume A, B, C, D will happen, therefore E will be the ultimate conclusion. And when B, C, and D fail, they just carry on with the op plan anyway, because they don't know any better, because nobody knows how to improvise, and because higher command lack that ability to play around with command intent, if you like, and tailor the mission accordingly, and supply. You know, if you cater for a mission for 72 hours in terms of rations, fuel, and ammunition, sure as Bob's your uncle, it's going to take you a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and that's what happened to them. They just inflexible formations that had the infantry, what infantry they had stripped away, and then when things started going awry, units remorselessly carried on with the operational plan, which is why you see in a village on a road formations log jammed together. Why were they there? Because one of those formations wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to be 10 miles down the road. But 10 miles down the road, there were a series of ambushes. So everyone log jammed, more units got behind, and hey presto, Ukrainians went, thank you very much, we'll have a bit of that. So I wouldn't just use the blanket of Russia rubbish, therefore Ukrainians will win. It's always interesting to look into why and think about the next fight, because they will learn from it. They will. The Russian army of 1964-65 was in many ways similar to the one that stormed Berlin in 1945, in many ways different. They will learn from this. A lot of countries are looking at all the lessons of this, and a lot of countries, China, will be taking some very, very big lessons about how NATO, through Ukraine, has countered this BTG idea and the use of mass and overwhelming firepower.
So I was waiting to see if Axel was going to comment. He's not, but James does have his hand up. James,
I does. Kind of interestingly, I read that one of the fatal weaknesses of the modern Russian BTG is that its lack of infantry. But wasn't that a designed problem, right? That the Russians recognized they didn't have enough troops, and that they would build these mechanized formations that they would then effectively backfill. And then during a time of war, they would people they've conquered or conscript from back home. So had they done that, had they found the troops to fill these formations, would it have worked better? Thanks.
I think
yeah. I mean, probably double the amount of infantry per BTG. That would have been a good start, but that was beyond their capability. And then have, yeah, you're right, the ability to replenish, which they didn't have, and that was an acknowledged weakness. This captain, who I quote his work so often, you'd think I'd have the courtesy to remember his name, but when he wrote his paper How to Beat a BTG, was it? Yeah, he highlighted the fact that a BTG in sustained combat is not a self-replenishing organization. There's not going to be the ability to top up numbers. So but they were doing was they weren't being lazy and saying, well, you know, I get guaranteed kill against a BTR, a T-72, a T-80, I might not. I think what they were doing was, if you think about a stage 1 ambush, start killing the infantry, and then down the road the tanks would have started getting hit. So they were knocking back all the elements of that battle group that are supposed to, you know, debus, reaction to enemy fire, anti-ambush drills, you know, sweep, clear the ambush, etc., etc. What the Ukrainians doing were just stripping the infantry away, probably knowing through various NATO that there isn't the ability for a BTG to replenish its infantry, and then further down the road, then you start hitting the tanks. You know, I mean, you'd be tempted, wouldn't you, as a Ukrainian anti-tank missile launcher, go after the big thing with a long gun on the front. But there was a real scheme to this. Continuous ambushes, kill one or two things, bug out. Bit of artillery. Artillery landing next to a BMP or a BTR is fatal. We've seen it. We've seen 155s land maybe 20 meters away from a Russian armored personnel carrier. Nobody's getting out of that. They should be able to stand up to that kind of fragmentation, but they're not. So you strip the infantry away, cause delays, and then they went after the armored spearheads properly at the end. And the Russians have no backup doctrine to revert to, apart from sort of 1945, which is mass tanks, blokes with PPSHs shouting "Hoorah" and charging over the waste ground. And we've seen that at Bakhmut, and that ain't working either. So they're really in a fix. I don't know where they're going to go with this. I think the fixed fortification things, as David so ably sort of talked about earlier, is an indication that they've realised it's just going to be meet with a rifle and a bayonet in a trench, and try and slow down whatever Ukrainians throw at them. And I think they're probably trying to reconstitute BTGs in rear areas as sort of counterattack assets. But yeah, you know, you take 10 people off the street, mate, give them an AK, stick them in the back of a BTR. Are they going to be any good when they debus out that vehicle? They're not, are they? The only difference is they're in a BTR. It just makes it easier to kill them. So I don't know. I suppose we'll see. I'm looking.
Force concentration.
Yeah, linear defense doesn't work these days. It used to work, but linear defense will not work now against a tier 1 partner with all the capabilities that combined arms give you. It might have worked in World War II, but in World War II, when trying to go through the Siegfried line, the Allies didn't have UAVs giving 360 cover. The Allies didn't have the ability to put Excalibur rounds down. The Allies didn't have munition dispensing MRLS. Yeah, you know that. I think they're pinning their. I think they're probably pinning their hopes on a World War II style fixed defense with massed artillery behind. But where's the artillery? What are they going to use? I'm not seeing many Russian self-propelled guns anymore. So they're going to Toad. Really old 152 stuff. All right, it's still kill you, but it's still towed. Still got to hook it up to the back of a truck. Still going to take you 10 minutes to get out of Dodge. It's yeah.
Yeah, I think you've described how the whoever it is has worked out the weaknesses. They've gone after the weaknesses, and they've done it really, really well. It's interesting. So something you were saying, because I hadn't realised that BTRs were so prone to even small arms weapons. It wasn't so at the very start of this invasion. I remember watching a first drone footage, and it was in Kherson, right? So in actual fact, at the north side of the Antonovsky Bridge, there was a firefight, right, along the pieces of a bit of dual carriageway, and there were some Russians who were I don't know what unit they were from, and they were firing on a BTR, right? And it was in the commentary was the people inside were injured as a result of the small arms fire, and I'm thinking, what? But that's just AKs they're using. How is it that there are people inside an armored vehicle that are injured as a result of small fire? It was one of these incomprehensible, I don't understand moments.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we've seen a Ukrainian BTR, an upgraded BTR, kill a T-72, firing from the side. Now, I think someone will correct me on this, but I think the armor is about 40 millimeters inclined on the lower hull of a T-72. That's still quite a lot of armor, and you've got the running gear, so the wheels, which act as like a spaced armor, if you like. So they're one form of steel plate. Then you've got a gap, and then you've got 40 millimeters, let's say, rolled homogeneous steel, slightly inclined. And the BTR firing a 30 mil went through the side of that and was killing it. Now, you shouldn't be able to do that. Certainly, we up armor our tanks. So, you know, as we've discussed, you'll see Challenger 2, Challenger 1 in the Gulf in 91 with the big armor packs on the side. But you've got to ask the question, even with 40 millimeter and then say maybe 10 millimeter, 15 millimeter on the wheels, how are the Ukrainians going through the side of a T-72, say? I would suggest, David, maybe this is to do with quality of manufacture and steel. I think I'm right in saying, Axel, one of the things picked up by the Germans in World War II with captured Russian armor was the quality of the steel was very variable. And if you have issues producing steel, rolling it, milling it, and treating it, if you're making it face hardened, you can actually produce very inferior steel, which is much less resistant to things like discarding sabre. There was a rumor as well, Ukrainians have got themselves some specialist ammunition, or they've made it for themselves for 30 millimeter. So they produced a discarding sabot round. But you know, a T-72 killed by a BTR that drove up a side street or drove up the street, caught him side on, boom, 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 that tank's dead. So, you know, where is the fault? Is it manufacturing? Is it doctrine? What you can say, well, where were the infantry supporting that vehicle? What was he doing side on? Why was he in a T-shaped junction? All those kind of things. And of course, that leads us back to what I was saying. Tanks, urban areas, infantry. You need infantry with them. It's the big lesson. You can take tanks into urban areas. Fallujah in Iraq, the Americans looked at what the Israelis had to contend with, and then made it entirely doable. In fact, the casualty rates for the attacking force in Fallujah were way lower than the defending insurgent rates, and they shouldn't have been, because if you think about it, it's built up area. You can shoot at Abrams from the rooftops, from the sides, whatever. But they made it work through good use of I-Star, good use of infantry, all the combined arms things that we kind of come to expect from NATO. And then you got Russia.
Yeah, exactly. And they're in all of these equations that we have the constant, don't we? Right? Russia is the constant. It's not gravity in this instance. It's not Newton's. Russia is the constant. I'm going to go to James first. I didn't see how it came up, but James.
Yeah, very quick. So I know you've got a question as well. Gunny, I think you're talking about that magnificent video of the Azov regiment's BTR shooting up a Russian T-72 in MriyaReport. I think, and you're exactly right, but the Azov BTR is shooting past 3 dismounted infantry from the guy's own brigade, right? So they're clearly keeping the Russians' heads down while he's shooting up the T-72. And also interesting on that video is that the commander is pointing, he's dabbing at the screen saying, shoot there, hit him there, at the rear engine bay of the tank. So they'd obviously been trained well. So they had proper tactics, they had good training, and they absolutely messed up the Russians there. So that was good to see. And another quick point on your comparison between Russian and US kit. I mean, it really is Ladas versus Mercedes. There was a great video last week of the Minister of Defense Reznikov getting out of a German MBT Leopard, and you can see close up the quality of the finishing, the metalwork on that turret. I mean, I haven't seen a Leopard close up like that. It looks puckered, doesn't it? It's quality, and you can be certain the Russians have got nothing close to that. It's going to be havoc for them. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I've still not seen a Russian tank shot through the front yet. So when we start seeing that will be interesting. When we see the whole Charm 3 round makes off a Challenger in the front, that will be a better indicator of what their armor's like. But you know, just look at it this way. So the American army took the M1, and as a result of some pretty bad engagements in Iraq, they said, right, we need an urban version. We need a vehicle, a tank that we can take into urban areas. So they came up with a development of the set update. And what they did is they put lots of little innovations onto it. So you put an additional 50 cal on there. I think they put it over the barrel. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that they did. Because machine gun fire, you can't have enough machine guns for urban warfare. They armored up the TCs, the tank commanders, and the loaders position, both of whom, the TC has a 50 cal and the loader a 7.62, and they put armored shields round, often of armored glass, so you can be head out the turret and you've got 360 vision. Because if you're urban, it's no good being able to see 2,000 meters. You need to be able to see 50 meters. They put RPG caging around the back end. And I think on some of them, they put some electronic warfare equipment to detonate detonated IEDs, that kind of thing. UK did the same with Challenger 2. They developed something called Street Fighter. So it's all about taking a good vehicle and modifying it for use. Now look at Russian kit. I've seen Russian T-80s without the 12.7 or the 14.5 millimeter machine gun over the hatch. What's that about? You want that ability for the commander to be engage like soft. I haven't seen them on some vehicles. I've not seen. I haven't seen them on some vehicles. Seen a single instance of the much vaunted defensive suite. Be it Arena, I think it's Arena or Tora or something. Anyway, I've not seen any instances of that being utilized by them. I've only just heard of them firing anti-tank guided missiles out the main gun, out the 125 millimeter. And yet this is something that's fascinated NATO since the T-64, the ability of a main battle tank to fire an anti-tank guided missile out the main gun. Anyone seen it? I haven't really seen it. Just not seeing this shit at all. So, yeah, that goes to show you there's not a lot of innovation there. What we do see is loosely welded soft steel, gap as big as my belly, RPG cages, which is going to do absolutely nothing whatsoever. It's not even slat armor. It's just cheap. It looks like garden fencing round the side, some cope cages over the top, and extra ERA blocks, and that's about it. So they're not even attempting to take their vehicles and go, right, this works, that doesn't work, this doesn't work. We need some EW kit on there. We need a couple of extra machine guns for the wagons. They're retrograding, and that's what's so shocking. You know, they've gone from, on the face of it, good kit, and they're retrograding down to the 60s. And in terms of soldiers' personal equipment, well, you know, red moccasins. What the fuck was that about? You know, new blokes for an infantry unit, and one of them's wearing red moccasins. I mean, you just couldn't make it up, could you?
You would never make up the red moccasins, no, ever. I'll go Chris and then James.
Yeah, I was just going to, thanks, David. I was just going to quickly go back to the BTGs and that. And so my understanding was that the BTGs was supposed to be topped up by the people that they conquered. Apparently, I think I got that right. So you go and attack a country, and then you subdue it, and then you recruit people from there to top up the BTGs. I believe that is correct. And that, and has that ever been? Has that ever actually worked anywhere? It was one thing, and another thing, just to ask. I was just having a debate with somebody.
The answer is no.
It's not. Well, it's not right, or it hasn't been used.
It hasn't been used in a force-on-force conflict. That was your question. Has the BTG concept been used?
Right. Okay. Okay.
It has
right.
not been used in a force-on-force conflict. This is its first test, and by design, it failed.
Okay, thank you, Axel, for that. Brilliant. Yeah. Then just another quick one was that I was just having a debate with people. if we assume that a town is, say, maximum 100,000 people, and we forget Kherson, have the Russians taken any city, anything bigger than a town?
Sorry, mate, I was completely distracted. I apologize. Could you repeat your question? Maybe I have an answer, maybe I don't.
Yeah. Okay. So let's assume that the size of a town is, say, up to 100,000 people, which I think is a fairly standard description of it, right? And leaving aside Kherson, right? Have the Russians actually taken anything bigger than a town in Ukraine?
Well, they took Kherson, which is
No, I
bigger
don't.
than that at that point in time, and they took it by means of the town being, or the city being, just palpably handed over because the people failed to defend it appropriately.
Exactly. So leaving that aside, any other one?
Well, they took Melitopol, but Melitopol is actually within the range of what you just said. And they took it by means of encircling it and then invading into it once there was resistance, that's it. And then they took Mariupol, which was a heavy-duty setup in the city at that point in time, whilst people had started to flee already and remove themselves, still had about 300,000 in it at that time.
Okay. So that was a bit bigger then, a bit bigger than 100,000.
Mariupol is massive, of course. It's a large city. That's why this is also absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Axel.
And notably, it's not the BTGs which, so to say, took it. It's the fact that the Russians literally, with their rocket artillery, with the bit of air force they had mustered for that purpose, and massive amount of regular Tuva artillery, took week-long shots at the city, whilst then moving more and more and more infantry in there.
Yep. Thanks, Axel.
I could add that Mariupol was taken, 500,000 people, but it was the closest and the easiest objective for Russians. I mean, it's not far from their supply lines at Rostov. It's only 40 kilometers or so from the Russian border, and they still took 3.5, 4 months to blockade and subdue it, thanks to the heroic resistance of the elite Azov formation and incredible last stand, as Gunning said. So even Mariupol, which was fairly easy for them, they could just about subdue. Kherson was, it's like, again, similar, close to the Crimean border. So have they taken any significant cities? Not really. I mean, Donetsk and Luhansk, you can argue they kept since 2014, this being an extension of the first invasion. But yeah, they're not capable of it. I mean, right at the beginning of the war, it was clear from US Army research that the Russians couldn't supply logistically a formation more than 90 miles from a railhead. It was impossible on its face that Russia could ever take Kiev.
And I think we should add that Mariupol, they took the city after practically destroying it and after the majority of the population fled the town, because we have seen that they have no means to maintain a city, to coordinate everything that is needed in a city. So if the population would have been in Mariupol, I think they couldn't have hold it like they can now with just remains of the population before the conflict. And they also took other two cities, Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, both about 100,000 people, but also by destroying them completely. So they did not conquer the town. They destroyed it first, and then they entered the town when the population has fled. So they did not think about it in advance. They were not prepared to hold the cities, and we can see this at a much smaller case scale in what is happening on the front lines, both in Crimea and to some extent in Bakhmut and Vladar. Even if they manage to advance a little bit, very often they cannot maintain the positions that they are taking. Sorry for for interfering. Yeah, but I just remember the fight for Severodonetsk and Lysychansk and how intensive it was. Sorry for interfering.
Yeah, no, but
Gani.
it's a good point, Ioana. This is they do not get into these cities to preserve the infrastructure and everything and preserve the people. They go in there, empty it, or go in when it's empty. They don't care. That's the whole point. They have no interest in the existing civilization.
That's their cuckoo nation, right? Think of it as just as that bird pushing out the eggs. They're just not eggs; they're human beings. That's what they're. That's how they've encroached everywhere, and why they're so horrible. Anyway, Gunny, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I would just counsel for all of that. Not doom mongering, but realism here. I think a Ukrainian infantry in Bakhmut at the minute would probably come up if they could and say all of this might be true, but they are still giving us a fucking hard time. So there are going to be some shocks to come, inevitably. It's a maxim of military operations that even the bad learn hard lessons and get more competent at it. There haven't been sort of many major wars in history where a military hasn't had its ass handed it and hasn't taken all of those lessons and got far better. You could say the British Army that crossed the Rhine in 1945 was a fundamentally different organisation than the one that evacuated off the beaches of Dunkirk in 1940. So they're going to revert. Well, they are and have reverted to mass and firepower, and unfortunately now it's a case of how quickly can the Ukrainians kill them. This is the brutal reality. It's not going to be just finesse and assuming tactical superiority over the battlefield. That moral and physical domination of the battle space. It's going to be how quickly the Ukrainians can massacre Russians. Good Russians, bad Russians, stupid Russians, undereducated Russians, Russians who didn't want to be there. Russians with families, they all will need to die to force this issue. So we're back to give the Ukrainians the tools to kill many, many, many more Russians, and they will finish the job. And that's the brutal reality of it. There's going to need to be a lot more death before this thing is squared away. So, looking at it from a strangely humane perspective, the quicker we give them the kit to massacre more Russians, ultimately the less Russians will die, I suppose.
Oh, and I mean, at the moment, as it stands, they're preparing to get more Russians to send them in to die, isn't it? So, anyone who's a sociologist looking at demographics is going to be going, what's happening here, right? Because their demographic is going to be is completely splattered as it is, right? So, some more deaths, and they're likely to be. We've got. And the UK said 200,000 in January, didn't they? Or it was the start of February. So they'd hit a 200,000, including Wagnerites, in a year. So another 200,000. Let's just go. And if we just assume, just for argument's sake, because it sounds better, let's say it's 2 to 1, seriously injured. Then that's a lot of people who are seriously injured as well. We're at 1.2 million people who've been either dead or seriously impacted to the point where they can't perform a military task.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like those apples, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you run a dating agency that as young Russian women are looking for Western males to marry, business is really going to take off at this rate. There ain't going to be many Russian men left, are there?
No, there aren't, right? There aren't at all. Chris.
Yeah, David, agree with everything Gunny said. I'm just thinking that there's like at least two really important factors here, right? One is, if you like, the percentage of destruction of the Russians. So how many, say of a 10,000 Russians, how many of those Russians do you kill, right? So if you kill 7,000 of the 10,000, right, there aren't going to be many left to teach the others that come, right, in order to learn. And the other factor is time, right? How long will it take them to learn? And the one is affected by the other.
So I can. Oh, sorry. Keep going, Rick. Chris, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So it sort of actually emphasizes a point which Gunny might not quite have made, which was give the Ukrainians everything they need to kill them quickly. Because the quicker you do it, and the more you do it, the less likely they are to be able to learn in any reasonable time frame. If you get what I mean, I'm sort of like, yeah.
My point, and the reason why I interrupted is because, yes, I've made this point many, many times, right? So what happens is the reason why, and we get analysts and people on Twitter going, "Oh, 1 million people turning up," right? Well, 1 million soldiers, right? And when they say 1 million soldiers, that sort of makes people think, "Oh, yes, 1 million soldiers," but it isn't 1 million soldiers, is it? It's whether it's 1 million or 500,000 or 200,000. That's irrelevant. It's just. It's a figure of people who weren't soldiers who've been handed a uniform, which is really different, right? So this is their problem. They've taken people from their training regiments, and let's just assume that the people in their training regiments are the people who sort of knew the most, right? This is Russia, so it may not be true, but they're the people who were training people, right? So they've killed off the people who are training, right? As an example, let's look at the trench system. Right, someone who looks like they've seen what a trench system is, and they've just gone, okay, let's do this, but they don't know the principles of what a trench system is. They don't know the principles of a tank trap is. They don't know all the other bits and pieces. They're just someone who's read a book and hasn't understood it, or they've looked at a picture and haven't understood it. And this is what they have throughout every aspect of their military. Right, so the only things that the people that might in actual fact have learned, but probably won't have any ability to change what they're doing, is the people in the logistics, right? Because Russia isn't changing the way they do their logistics, and they're the only people who are probably surviving. Probably not the right word. So dying in fewer numbers. So you might get people who are experienced enough to go back to train. It's a cycle of death for them. So what happens is they get people who aren't trained as well as the group before, right? Because the people who were then training them weren't as trained as well as the other people. They don't know as much. Now, as a result, you get a group of people who are even easier to kill off. Right, so it doesn't matter the number of people that they bring in, and I know people go, but they've gone in for and bless him. Thanos says this, they've gone in for a number of people. I mean, he's not saying infinite, but a large number of people. It doesn't matter in this respect. They're just human beings. They're not trained soldiers, and I'll go back to what I've said before. At the end of World War II, there were 6 million people in the UK forces. And I'll remind everyone, Ukraine is the same population as the United Kingdom was in during World War II, right? So if we think about those numbers, and assuming that we get on and we do what we're supposed to be doing and train more Ukrainian soldiers more quickly, then all they're doing is killing more Russians more quickly, and it's a cycle of death, isn't it?
I think there's probably one other really important question that you haven't covered, David. And just for the Brits listening to the space, am I the only one eating squirrel tonight?
Rats, mate. We're on rat burgers. That's what we're on.
Oh,
I mean,
come on. Now you have to
that's
tell the story, please. Tell the story. Why are we now all going for, say, the various levels of squirrel cuisine?
Okay, so for anyone who isn't aware, the economic situation in the UK, according to whatever her name is, that honking bit of Russian kit on their primetime TV discussion show, the UK is now in such dire straits. Restaurants in the UK are serving squirrel due to a lack of food.
Which is just a brilliant thing. Squirrel. Chris.
Red or grey?
Oh no, we can't. But the fluffy little ears and the red squirrel. You can't be eating red squirrel.
You discriminate amongst squirrels.
I do, and I don't see anything wrong in that. They're fluffy little ginger buggers. We've got to keep them.
Although, to be fair, there was a very famous Indian restaurant in Southsea, Portsmouth, that was frequented by sailors because he'd stay open after 2:00 when the nightclub shut. Fantastic wine collection, David. You'll appreciate this in the 90s. Blue Nun, Black Tower, Lambrusco. And the local newspaper caught him killing rats with a shovel in his back garden. And there are always doubts about his chicken korma, to be fair. Squirrels might not be such a leap in fact. Wasn't there a room of the Chinese down the road from us was doing a hamster?
Yeah. It may well have, right?
Yeah, so there you go. Maybe we're just doing it as Brits, and our secret is out now.
Never look a gift rat in the mouth, right? Hey, gift rat.
I suppose during the day, if you've got enough hamsters on wheels, you can run at least a couple of lights, and in the evening they make a delicious number 64, don't they?
Chris, are you admitting to hamsters or guinea pig or?
Well, I just to comment on Gunny. I think I did hear that story about the Pompey restaurant and that, but I was mainly Guz, not Pompey, and that. So thank God by the sound of it, But probably he knows one there as well as dodgy. But the other one I was going to say is just to let people know that our Malamutes are excellent squirrel hunters. But I do agree with you. Grey rather than red. David.
So you work in the food production industry. You're actually at source.
Well, yeah, well, sort of, Axel. But I can tell you, it's not easy getting hold of a squirrel when a Malamute has got each end of one. So yeah.
In the meantime, you can hear David mixing a proper drink.
Oh yes, I do apologise. I'm open mic. Yes, it's cup of tea time. I will turn my mic off. Someone turn my mic on and catch me out or something.
We would never do that because we could never do that.
Okay, so I'm only myself to blame then. Anda, you've got your hand up.
What do you have against squirrels? I think it's awful what you're doing. Awful, I tell you.
Well, see, you've never had to put up with those little squeaky faces and the rest of it. You've only got to look at Blackadder as well. Look, Queenie had the best advice about them.
But I love them. Look what new avatar I have. Like, I really love them. They're really sweet.
It's not a squirrel.
That's a squirrel?
I know it's not a squirrel.
You're just being envious, and it's just after it had a bath, so it's kind of all over the place.
I would like to point out, meerkats are not squirrels.
Can I do a bad joke about the British?
Go do it. Yes, please do. Please do.
You know that the Russians do not have a very good opinion about the British, and from the point of view of a squirrel, sometimes you eat the nuts, sometimes the nuts eat you.
They say the nicest things. Nick.
I think we should also not underestimate the role of the squirrel in military intelligence. First of all, the word squirrel is one of the hardest for non-native speakers of English to pronounce. The way in which the corners that your mouth has to go round to do that. Axel, you have a pretty damn good English accent. Say squirrel.
Squirrel?
Not bad at all. Really not bad at all. But it is the other way in which people out themselves in this particular case is Gunny suggested that he had a korma, squirrel or chicken, and I don't really associate you with korma, Gunny. I think I sort of had you down more as a fowl or vindaloo or jalfrezi with extra chilies, man. So I'm not gonna be too calling you out on that story.
So before we go, 1 second, Gunny. Before I forget, I mean I will forget. I think you've got it wrong for Axel. Axel, please repeat after me. Wolverhampton Wanderers won on Wednesday.
Oh, that's the other one, isn't it? Yeah.
What do you mean? Wolverhampton Wanderers won on Wednesday. So
he's getting there, is he not? He's
been practicing.
Yeah. Can you when you're in the Netherlands?
They played the bloody Wanderers.
When you're in the Netherlands, can you say Scheveningen?
Scheveningen? Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
That's
need to work on that.
No, I don't, because it's from a Frisian perspective, it is pronounced differently than from a Dutch perspective.
Ah.
No,
You can always.
You can ask Mr. M. No, you can ask Mr. M. We had this discussion. The Frisians pronounce it differently because we have a different melody to it. It's simple, and we don't do the this way. We do deeper.
Muy bien.
Anyway, Gunny, we interrupted
If you go to Groningen, you can find this out. They don't say Groningen as the rest of the country. They say Groningen. It's softer. I'm not joking.
I just really want to hear Axel say England the Tommy for you the war is over.
What for you the war is over?
Oh, brilliant! Oh, right, this is like having a living Commando comic in my hand. Yeah, just sorry. Can you say Achtung Spitfire, i.e. Camarade?
No, I can't do bad British comedy. I mean, I've done my fair share of Allo Allo, but I play with the French a little. But there you go. Let's not moan.
Just for Nick, yeah, I have taken one delve into the world of really hot chili curry in Gibraltar. In what's that place called where I had the chilies? Remember? Yeah, and I decided that I was a proper man and that I could have these deep fried chilies. Suffice to say, opposite me sat someone with tears rolling down her cheeks for about 15 minutes as I drank about 4 liters of milk. And even the chef came out to laugh at me, which was a new one in a restaurant. I've never actually had a chef come out to look at me and laugh at my bright red tomato head and then tap me on the shoulder and then walk back into the galley. So.
Is it? Oh, you're getting your marching orders there, Gunny?
I think it was Nick.
Nick, marching orders?
Marching orders. We're going out, yes. Yes.
Oh, we'll have a very good time. Where are you going? Do you want to give a shout out to the restaurant?
We're going for a pizza, and I'm meeting the father of a friend of ours who is 83 and has adventures. Apparently, about a couple of months ago, he fell into the sea somewhere in the UK off his boat and spent about an hour and a half floating around in the English Channel in January before they fished him out. So yeah, pretty tough guy.
Oh, right. Yeah, so that would have been pretty cold, right? So the RNLI fished him out then?
Presume. I don't know. I will get I'll come back to you and report the full story. But anyway,
Please
really, no, a good friend, and we're really looking forward to meeting his dad. Who I think he's a chip off the old block. Our friend has been around the world on a yacht, so he knows his wet weather too. See you later.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. That's like all right. Joanna, you have more good satire, which one, and silly jokes about the English, as long
No,
as we still have
sorry.
a few of them here.
Sorry about that, but it was for something completely different, and I think we should acknowledge this. About 12 minutes ago, the protesters in Georgia, because there are protesters again in mass in Georgia, in Tbilisi, they decided to give the leadership of Georgia 1 hour to fulfill 2 demands: withdraw the draft law on foreign agents from the parliament, the Russian law, as they call it, and release the protesters that were detained yesterday. So I think it's important to see this. I don't know what happens if they don't. It's kind of an ultimatum, so we'll see. And some other news from the demonstration in Georgia. They played the anthem of Ukraine there in the square, and also a lot of the protesters have signs or even T-shirts in support of Ukraine. So it's important to mention this. That was my quick news.
Where is Kafteli? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? No, Kafteli.
Maybe he's in the square in front of the parliament.
He's in the States.
Oh, sorry. But he was supposed to go to Georgia, or maybe I'm mistaken.
No, he was last year, late summer, early autumn. He was there.
Go ahead.
Right. So, to my understanding, Alex is going once a year. Maybe he changed the pattern, but
18
and you
only need to